Yeah. My dog has blue eyes, cat grew supersized, wig to my L2, it's something in the food dye. Human spit and vinegar, funnel to the amygdala, missing with all the funny stuff, mission control the viscera. I'm invisible, guess I'm a little clocked out, shot back, always on, visitors have knocked for hours. It's fingers in the ears and singing ABC for adults, and look at that, I haven't seen y'all in months. These are repeatable results and a pulse in the dead meat sea. I'm not dead yet, beep, 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 beep. JK, if you celebrate it, we will check the tape. Shame, shame. Famous pinning, shooting his fingers to wake and make a day like barge haulers on a Volga, drowning you in Lake Monet, or maybe Sisyphus from Titian would have saved the date for twisting you the Francis Bacon way. My dog has blue eyes, cat down to 2 lives, other cat chose violence. Good times, movie night, sound down, studio and urgent care, sample surgeon working out the drums with an inverted chair. Thwack, served and rare and paired with a warm brie, pears from the side yard, honey from El Coro's bees. The one man, 40 thieves, lead the party wearing 40 pair of Jordan 3s, Lord. Wait a week and send a bill for storage fees, and some quarters and a quarter-mile of worried beads. If it please the court, back on fat tires, headed for the red sun. Charles in a cast iron ask, laying pirates at him, flanked by vampire bats with irregular flight patterns. Night master, author of light scattered. Maybe do try to move like it matters. The people say, what kind of dog is that? What kind of dog is that? That's mud. What kind of dog is that? What kind of dog is that? There's 5 dogs in one. What kind of dog is that? What kind of dog is that? That's a good boy. My dog has blue eyes, cat less lupine. Punks looking paper thin, I say the shit 2 times. Punks looking paper thin, it isn't worth the blunt force or even paper clip and real estate up in the junk drawer. Running with scissors and the wisdom of the rivers, from the wind that shiver timbers to whatever melt the swimmers. Traffic and weather reported from child vandals. We tell them to be careful, aware they are wild animals who leap tall buildings and write the manuals. Follow with the name strip, you can see the knowledge of the ancients. Arm's length from the lord of the car graveyard, who bout to charge the hill in a cart from H-Mart. Saved, ain't that something? 2 board boxes in the trunk, it's like the Ark of the Covenant. Every cloud of smoke I blow come with a dove in it. I hope you're ready for the rumble strip again. What kind of dog is that? What kind of dog is that? That's mud. What kind of dog is that? What kind of dog is that? There's 5 dogs in one. What kind of dog is that? What kind of dog is that? That's a good boy.
You know how it is with these vandals today. That was no ordinary vandal.
Dark rider, ride up on a car-sized garden snail. Double park, special deliver his own barf mail. I ain't heed the call you sent, it's smart to fail to call again. I'm harm's way incarnate, shooting marbles at your army man who hardy hard and met the architect of Harvard REM. Sorry, I love the smell of markers in a 4 a.m. and drawing giant letters on whatever signage forced the hand. Had a corner camera, had him back in his lobby when all the coals ping a tower in the valley of Guanji, Body double obvi, I'm 1, it was 2. No, I am 1, it was 1, it was just too much for the cube. I know the what if you mow would undo the bubble you blew. What if I tell you I am everywhere at once and it's true? I'm playing chess with Picasso, I train to fight with the champ. I'm dealing cards to a Martian, I'm shooting dice with the lamb. Modern science hasn't figured out what's triggering the super strength, but also hasn't seen him eat a pepper that he grew himself. Hydroponic veggie garden, strawberry vines going pop. My bok choy look like Sancho Bob. safe. Sharpest teeth on a block. Anyone who disagrees is a bot. Yo, anyone who isn't me is a cop. He the all-season seasonal fog. Ace Rock in effect. All city, all star, all land, air, sea. Hand to the most low, always in motion. Cargo on a slow boat, call to the quotient. All I do is get lost, get found, get free. Crawl down Broadway, sticking like flat black. Slalom through the pub tents, puppy in the backpack. Bogey to bogey, pony up. Posey for the pocket of any remotely chosen one. Folk about facing missing man information. A fancy way to say you're rowing one. So much theologians running. Future saying no to drugs. Future saying yes to emotional donut runs. Or any UFO that comes. Poor thing. I know that take a loss and wave a saucer down. Like take me to anywhere but the office of the lost and found. After lost and lost, free to scrap the vector. Any matter ain't about to bat a signal back to sender. Fed the tracker to a fish and a fish to a bear. Check the body cameras on once you're physically there. Where all it takes is a theater major to be the mayor. All it takes is a need a beggar to keep us anchored. That same old love in summer, get the average hermit feeling here. She can lift a Hummer off a trapped person. Crossword killer, WWR's terminal line. Gate 20 on eternal delay. An hour to all of my letters are curling up from the ledger. Circling above us, spelling out the terms of my surrender. I've been showing up too early for that shifting of J's. I do the mile, have a witness play the vid when you wake. Catch him playing hooky from the whole abysmal charade. I'm at the crib watching video days. Homeboy in effect.
There we go. That doesn't seem right. Let's switch it to... Is that really what my draw screen looks like? Oh, right. Now I remember. Welcome, guys. Hello. I'm absolutely ready for this. I 100% had everything set up. Did not spend the last 10 minutes rushing to get everything going. What do people put in the Discord? Okay, well, I'm typing, so that's probably not a good thing. Someone has to make his own decisions. That's right. That's exactly the case. Jay, I think I saw you chat already, so I'm going to assume you're here. You're right. It was pretty annoying, actually, to see that my community couldn't help me decide what to do tonight, so I just had to choose for myself. In fact, I didn't even have to choose for myself, to be honest. I could not get the Switch 2 dock on the capture card, so I'm not sure what to do about that. I guess this is the cam mode, huh? It's been way too long since I've done this. Let's open this just to get something on the screen. Alright, I'm gonna need a little bit of warm-up drawing. Haven't drawn in a week. How's everybody doing? Okay. So usually I don't know what I want to stream because I don't have an idea. It's like honestly a big reason why I don't stream more often is because it's like, I might want to stream, you know, Zeal asked me like, when's your next stream gonna be? And I'll just say something like, I don't know what I want to stream, even if I do. Today was the opposite. I actually have two things that I wanted to work on, but one was art and one was games. I just got a new game. I think it would be very fun for stream, so maybe I'll try to hold off on playing it too much off stream. It's called Kunitsugami. It's a Capcom game for the Switch 2. It was ported to the Switch 2, I should say. It was actually not originally on that system. But it's been really fun. I've only been playing it for like an hour, but I'm really enjoying it. Welcome Eric, welcome Jay, welcome Z. All of you, thank you so much for showing up. First thing, we'll see how much I like having this music go. It's a little bit stressful to like listen to lyrics while I'm trying to talk. So I'll probably switch to something more instrumental, but I've been really liking this album. It's Aesop Rock's new album. But yeah, maybe let's just open up something a little less lyrical. Oh, here we go. This will be good for all of an hour before the album ends. This is Too Mellow's Sounds of Tokyo Toe Future. So it's a Jet Set Radio Future inspired album. Should be some really good tunes in here. There's so many voices in my head I can barely track it all. Yeah. Well, I'll remove at least one if I can. This is still kind of vocal and kind of hip-hoppy, so I'm gonna try to keep it pretty low. Let me know if it is still too loud or too distracting, and I'll switch to something more chill. I don't have a whole lot that I want to go over other than just kind of saying that I've been enjoying Kunitsugami. Capcom kind of tower defense meets hack and slash meets like RTS. It's pretty fun. It takes place in like medieval Japan and focuses on like slaying demons and stuff. I don't really have a full grasp of the story yet, but it's pretty good. Okay, it's not a me thing. Alright. Well, that's good to know. Jay is insanely cranky because your neighbor's dog keeps yelling at the tiniest stimulus. Your YouTube link doesn't work on About Mako Rust Bio. Oh, I probably changed my name on YouTube. It might be the problem. That's good to know. Maybe let's remedy that first. I will go over what I want to work on with art stuff. I had a good conversation with Taster, who may or may not show up at some point in the chat. But he was over on Friday night, and we were kind of chatting, and we were playing Pokemon, but more importantly to the stream, we were chatting kind of about some creative stuff that I might start doing, which might actually work pretty well for stream content also, simultaneously. Yeah, let's go into the channel here. Let's see if we can't figure out what to do about the link not linking. Would that be in Creator Dashboard, maybe? Stream Manager, Channel. Let's see. YouTube. Oh, right, because it's not Mako Rust Clips anymore. Okay, yeah, let me get that figured out real quick. I think it's just at Mako Rust, so let me edit that, and then you can see if it works anew. Okay, it should have updated the link. Maybe I'll just type that in and see if it leads to it. This is when I find out that somebody else is Mako Rust and is completely defaming me. No, that worked. Okay, so I updated the link. Hopefully it should work now. You're listening to the MNUFC soccer game, NHL Stanley Cup game, and a 24-hour Le Mans race, Hasanabe protest stream, and you. Jesus Christ. Alright, well, good luck. Good luck with all that. Sounds like you at least have some fun things to listen to, if not me and the protest stream. I like Hassan, but I've been pretty stressed out with politics lately. For those who don't know, our great state of Minnesota had a series of tragedies in the last 24 hours where 2 sitting legislatures were targeted in an assassination attempt, one of which was successful, the other of which, so far, as far as I know, the man is alive. My heart obviously goes out to them, not that I'm a, big media figure or anything, but it was the first thing I woke up to. It was huge. It was devastating news. I hate to think that this sort of stuff can happen in Minnesota, so obviously fuck the guy who did that. And I did drive past. We had the No Kings rally today. I didn't end up showing up, but I did drive past it and honk my horn in support and put a fist out the window. But they still haven't found the guy. At least they've more or less identified the guy, as far as I know. They have a prime suspect, at least. It'll probably take a little while to find him, but I'm glad that there's at least a suspect and that we know a fair bit about him at this point. Justice works slowly, but relatively efficiently with high profile stuff like this. So hoping that things can get resolved. I'm hoping this doesn't throw too many Minnesotans off of the trail of going out and supporting, their democratic processes and their civil disobedience. We, as a country, are at an all-time moral low, but it's the strength of individuals that keeps this country alive. So best of luck to everybody demonstrating, and I hope to join you someday. That said, let's move on a little bit. I don't want to necessarily move from such a somber topic to something so self-centered, but I have some interesting news regarding streaming content going forward. I don't know if this will be something that actually ends up happening, but I wanted to lay it out for you guys and see what y'all thought about it. I don't have the files on me right now. It would have been smart for me to find the flash drive that I keep them on and load them up, but in the past I made a good number of Pokemon patches. I have this like custom patch design that I made. It's like a Pokeball. It has a Pokemon in/on it, and I was just printing them out for fun and selling them to my friends and at a convention here or there. This was a while ago, but Taster, who has been a good friend of mine for a very, very, very long time, got one and has it on his bag that he carries to gaming events and stuff, and he claims that a lot of people comment on it, say they like it, they want to know where they can buy one, and he has to kind of say, well, you can't buy one because they were custom made, and my friend who makes them doesn't make them anymore. So we had a conversation about that last night, about what the odds are that I might be able to go back to producing those, and I sort of spelled it out for him in that it was difficult for me to find a price point to sell them at, the time to make them, the time to design them, which is a completely different process, and the customer base to sell them to. It's worth my time as a hobby to do because it's just, it's fun, they're cute, but I don't really have the time set aside to have an embroidery machine running, during which I sort of have to just sit next to it and twiddle my thumbs, or at least that's what I had been doing. Because once you switch from one color to the next in the embroidery process, you have to go and unthread the machine, you have to rethread it with the new color, and then hit OK, and then it says, well, this color will be printing for 15 minutes, so what are you going to do for that 15 minutes, basically. So I'm surprised I don't have anything in here. Did I move them entirely? That's kind of a bummer. All-support performance, wow. I didn't realize that I had wiped my embroidery file and don't have them. Where would that flash drive be? If I can find this, that'd make this really easy because it'll have all my base files on it that I can sort of extrapolate out from. If not, if I can't get those up and running, I probably won't make a new one right now just because it's been so long since I have done the process. I want to streamline it as much as possible, and instead maybe I'll just sort of doodle or work on a new emote or something. I'm not sure. I do have a little bit of news also in the like stream in general front, something a little bit more generalized that I'll go into a little bit later. But to finish my thought on the embroidery stuff, basically Taster and I sort of decided that it would make sense if I got into designing the patches on stream, because people enjoy the art process. People like watching the art streams, which I enjoy doing them. I find it fairly easy to find stuff to talk about while I'm drawing, and also It's just chill. I think people like a chill stream. I think they mostly come to me for more chill content. I don't really get super agitated about video games or whatever, so I know it's not usually quite as exciting. And I'm also not excellent at games, so there's a good chance that new people won't really have something to latch onto with gaming content. Whereas art content is a little bit more rare, harder to come by, but Big Chillin' is where it's at. Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I agree. Big Chillin' is where it's at. So we'll still be playing games on stream, but we might be doing art streams more often, because the idea here is I could be designing stuff on stream. I don't have this set up yet, but this is sort of, my current thought process. I could be designing stuff on stream while the embroidery machine is working. Probably in another room, because it's kind of loud. Maybe in the room next door. That room honestly kind of works well as sort of a craft area anyway. So, but it gives me the opportunity to have something that I'm doing actively while the machine is running, and I can do something for myself and for other people while the machine is running. My biggest issue before was, well, it's only a one-head machine. It takes a while to get these printed, and you can't really do anything. You can't really leave the machine, because as soon as one color is done, you have to go swap out the color and then, rethread it. I already kind of described that process. But with the idea that I could be streaming this process and running the machines at the same time, it sort of all kind of clicked. I don't know, maybe it won't actually work out super well. Maybe it'll be too annoying to get up every 20 minutes and go, rethread the machine or take them off the machine and cut them out. I don't know, but I thought, I've already got this sort of, follower base. I don't want to say fan base, but I could also have a small webcam on it to catch if errors. That's a great idea. I hadn't even considered the errors thing, but I was planning on having another on it, because honestly, watching an embroidery machine do the work is kind of hypnotizing. It makes a very good part of the reason why I was so at odds with finding something to do while the machine is running is because watching the machine run is actually kind of fun, kind of cool. So having that be running in the corner while I'm working on a new design, and then people can watch that, they don't have to look at my art process, which may or may not take a while depending on the design. But yeah, keeping that running, and then when I'm off camera doing rethreading and stuff, they'll still be able to see my hands, working with the machine. So I still won't even be entirely off camera. I probably won't have a microphone anywhere near there because it's loud, but something to consider. I think it could go kind of smoothly if I get a nice process up to it. Just like the folks who have camera on 3D prints. Yeah, exactly. I haven't watched those streams myself, but I understand the appeal of watching stuff. And you're right, because errors definitely do happen, and threads break all the time, which is very frustrating, because it's time spent rethreading the machine without the progress of switching to the next color. But anyway, to tie this all together, streaming it sort of fixes a few of the problems that I had with it, which is, one, I don't necessarily have the time to be making these every day. Well, I don't have to make them every day, but at least if I'm making them while I'm streaming, then I can sort of double the productivity there, right? And the second issue, which is, I don't know who's going to buy them, I don't know how to advertise them. It's kind of going to advertise itself. Not that I have a huge number of people, coming in, and I'm not trying to sell stuff to people who don't want them, but I believe in the product that I'm making, and I think that if you guys started seeing them, that you might be interested in picking them up, or maybe somebody who would like them. There's also, I'm interested in the idea of maybe selling commission space for them. it's kind of difficult to know which Pokemon or which like Animal Crossing villagers or whatever people actually want copies of before I talk to them. So having a go and commit acts of terror against this dog. I'm so sorry. Having a live audience just tell me, oh, I would love for you to make a, I don't know, a Silcoon patch. I'd be like, okay, well, you know, maybe I can have like a donation tier that just says you pick the next design that I make, and then I can sell that to not only that person but also anybody else who wants that Pokemon, because once I have a design I can make a bunch of it. The problem is I can only print up to 3 at a time given the size of the machine that I'm using, and the time spent designing them is kind of long. So I'm not sure where the legality of selling through donations lies, and I would obviously need to figure out a commission system where I can close commissions if I don't have time to keep taking on new projects. But a lot of the issues that I was having were kind of all solved by just adding more complications in the form of streaming them. I own a Mako Rest Original Wheezing patch, and it's pretty sick. Yes, welcome. I did mention that you were the one who prompted this discussion, and I'm excited to give it a shot. I regret to inform you and anyone who hasn't heard yet that I don't actually have my embroidery files on my computer right now. They exist on a flash drive somewhere. I don't remember where I put it. I'll have to track it down. It's somewhere in this room or the next room over, but I'm not equipped to say where it is right now. But yes, thank you so much for having this conversation with me, Taster, and I'm excited to see where it goes from here. If it does, you know, there's a lot of work that'll go into setting that up, which will sort of coincide with me also making changes to the stream layout. I've been using this overlay for about a year now. I've moved some stuff around as needed. I've changed where the camera is, etc. But I'm in the process of commissioning new artwork for the like overlay stuff, the scroll. I don't know if I'm gonna end up commissioning it directly or having a friend help me design something myself. He's a glitch artist. He's very cool, very talented, and glitch art is it's a mostly analog effects suite that is applied to mostly digital media. So my goal here is to find a bunch of like digital media that I have either made myself or that I've been inspired by or that I enjoy, and then go in and apply these analog effects to it, and then redigitize those effects for the sake of creating new overlay content. I need a new, well, I don't need, but the goal is to have a new intro screen, a new outro screen, obviously new stuff that I already mentioned, like the logo scroll here in the background, and ideally I don't remember if I have one right now. It's fine if I don't. Just like a pause screen, like a hold screen in case I need to go off camera for a little bit. Glitch art, more like, but never. I see what you're going for. You're right. The spelling, the typo definitely didn't help you there. It does look like that. Changed the camera, moved into a hotel. Yes. Yep, I did move into a hotel. Streaming at you live from a country inn and suites near you. I did design my bedroom to look like a hotel room. I've kind of explained this before. I find hotel rooms to be very neutral and low energy, and you know, I think it helps me sleep quite a bit. But then I ended up moving my stream setup into my bedroom anyway, and now I'm sort of at a clash of design tropes where I have like the peaceful impression art, and like here's like a traditional Japanese piece, and here's like a traditional Japanese piece, and then like, you know, the impression art foliage. I have more stuff on the wall that's like very bland, very like Hyatt Regency style art. I have like fake plants and stuff to make it more chill. And then this corner of the room, you can't see it because the webcam is facing the wrong direction, but it's like neon lights and like 4 huge monitors, microphone. Like I have this like scrolling like light bar that helps add a little bit of texture to my video feed, and it very much ruined the vibe I was going for. But when all the lights are off, or when all the like neon and shit is turned off, like it's pretty dark, so it kind of fades into the background. So it's not the worst thing, but I have been thinking about maybe move my bed, maybe move the art, maybe get things more interesting back over there, but it's just going to extend the headache inducing like you know, neon and bright colors into more and more of the room the more I try to incorporate it into the stream, and I don't know if that's what I want. So for now, I'm just streaming from a hotel room, and I'm okay with doing that as well. What up, Drobesy? How are you? I'm sorry, I know you came in a few minutes ago, but I was in the middle of a thought and you interrupted me. So we're gonna work on some art stuff. I'm a little bit thrown off by the fact that I didn't find my... Is it here? No, I know where it is. I have like a little bin here by my computer for stuff that I don't use super often, and I'm pretty sure, yes, I put the flash drive in there. So I'm gonna figure out, I guess I don't need this slot right now. This was for the capture card, but the capture card isn't working right now with the Switch 2 dock, so we probably don't need it. Okay, this is good, because with remembering where I put that, I should be able to load up some old embroidery files, so I can, 1, show people what I'm referring to when I'm talking about these patches, and 2, have a bit of a baseline to go off of for making new designs. So let's see. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to go into this. I hope I didn't like format this flash drive or something. I'm not sure if I did. Okay. Oh, I see. I see what's happened here. Oh, I did. I think I... Why would I do that? Why would I do that? I might have awful news. When my computer shit itself about a year ago, I sorta just decided I didn't care about the files that were on my computer anymore, and reinstalled Windows from scratch, thinking I don't really have that much that I'm super, like, precious about. And I think I may have ended up deleting the old Pokemon patch embroidery files. It's not the end of the world. I honestly don't mind. If I'm starting this anew, I haven't made some of those in years, so if I'm starting anew, I don't mind maybe taking what I learned in the old process and making something new. You know, those can kind of be the prototype, you know, version 0.1 sort of ones. And those have now been lost to time, other than the ones that I printed out for my friends. I have some photos of them. I have some photos of, like, physical ones, but they're not on my computer, so I can't really show them. I can hold them up to a camera from my phone, but I'm not really that concerned about it. It kind of sucks because there's, like, maybe 15 or so designs that I will have lost and will have to recreate, but you know what? If this is all sort of being done newly, I'm not opposed to just, you know, starting over. Sometimes you gotta delete your art, and I'm okay with that. Dom Mysterio was a child in your eyes? What are you talking about? Child, chicky nuggies? What is happening? What's on the menu? Art is on the menu. I'm glad that you... IC Champ stands for inner child. Dom Mysterio. What is happening? I do not know what you guys are talking about, but welcome, Woolly End Crisis. What's child? Dom Mysterio. Chicky nuggies. Okay, I'm getting it. It's a little odd reading things in reverse. I've already explained this multiple times, so I won't bore you with it, but my eyes kind of jump around to the different like things people have said because it's very odd for me to read what's on the menu, then chicky nugget, read upwards. So sorry, rip me for thinking that scrolling these bottom to top would make any sense. It doesn't. I received nothing but compliments for your work on the NSK stuff still. Oh, right. I forgot about... I was like, what did I do for you? Right. I forgot. I made the North Shore Knockout art. Cool. I appreciate it. I hope that's been going well. I haven't really touched base with you on that recently. So I hope it's going well, and I hope to hear more at our little throwdown in a couple of weeks. I'm very excited for that. I will be busy the next 2 weekends, speaking of which, to let everybody know, I probably won't be streaming next weekend, probably not the weekend after that either, so I am traveling out of town both weekends, and I'll just have to find some time during the week to keep you children entertained. Where was I? I think I was describing more. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, Jay. Where have your streams been? Where have your streams been? I saw you like 2 weeks ago, and then you disappeared just like I did. I paid money just to let you know that I was banned, and it didn't even work. Alright. Man, this music is really fun. I don't know... I'm guessing you guys can kind of hear it, so I'm not going to touch it. I think it's at a good volume. Unless I specifically hear otherwise. Let's open a new file. Let's start from scratch. Let's get the creative juices flowing. Oh gosh, I don't remember how really any of this works. Okay, we'll do a new file at the very least. No, why did I go vertical? Let's do a new file. Flip the aspect ratio. There we go. And close that. Alright, so we have a little bit of work to do now. We have to redesign our baseline sketches. You know what? I think I am going to hold it up to the camera just to let people sort of know what I'm shooting for. Give sort of a before to the after that should be coming by the end of the stream. I want to have at least one good design down by the end of the stream. I can usually knock them out in just a couple hours, but I sort of want to establish something of an art style and something of a technique that I can carry into my future works, so I will probably end up taking time to sort of get my bearings again with these first few designs. But for now, let me show you at least what I've done in the past. I'm sorry that this is just going to amount to me holding up my phone camera to the screen, or my phone screen to the camera. That actually looks really good on camera. So obviously that's a Caesar design I did. The colors are a little off because of the color grading on my camera, but that's not a huge issue. Also, there's dust on my glove. Yeah, actually, I forgot that Jay in here is a big fan of Caesar, so I'm glad that I showed that one off first. Here's another few early ones I did. The Gengar one is, I think, maybe one of the first ones I did. It looks kind of staticky because of the black thread I was using. I think I could maybe figure out a way to get that more tightly wound so that it doesn't show through. But the Mew and the Ho-Oh are both kind of cool. Again, the colors are a little off because of the camera, but I'm sure you can get an idea of what I'm doing. This is a commission that I took mid-convention, a nice Flagon one. Cranked that out in the night and got it back to the guy the next morning. And then I made a Kirby Air Ride one as well. I thought this one was pretty cute, and I was surprised to see that people at the convention I was selling it actually recognized what I was going for. So Planet Popstar Flight's cool. Seemed kind of cute to me. But we're going for something like that. It's just a basic Pokemon design, or basic Pokeball design with the Pokemon sort of overlaid in it, and they look really nice in person. The pictures don't quite do it justice, but I know that you guys understand at least what I'm spinning here. So I think maybe we'll just start with the basic Pokeball design. I'm gonna do this one pretty similar to what has worked in the past. I really like the idea of this combined Pokeball Pokemon patch, because I think it'll be really fun once I get multiple going. People can sort of collect their, their team more or less, provided I have those available. I don't know what everyone's favorite Pokemon is, but part of the fun will be making something for everyone, and ideally being able to sell multiple per person and get the like I said, the affect of, here's my team, you can wear 6 patches down your sleeve or on your pants or on a belt or something. I thought that'll be pretty fun. So let's sort of just get a Pokeball design going. I don't think the button needs to actually be huge, but oops. Something like that's probably a little too small. The difficult part is going to be figuring out what the line weight should be for these. I'm going to be doing a satin stitch for them. I cannot seem to figure out what this wants to do. Okay, yeah, I kind of want that size, but it's not centered the way I want it, so I'll just do it on a new layer. Move it over. I kind of like it like this because it adds a little bit of directionality to it. Let's do a curve through the middle here. Do like I've never actually figured out how the curve tool is actually supposed to work. So this will take a little trial and error. Is it just direct? No, it's a sine curve, which I'm not crazy about. I want a 2-piece curve. Is that a continuous curve? Is that what I'm looking for? Do that, and then I can... Oh, this is what continuous curve is. No, I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that. Is it a Bezier curve? Is this what I'm looking for? You'd think I would know some of this stuff by now. Oh, that finds... Oh, I don't like that either. Where's the, like... This is so silly. You know what? No, I don't need a curve. I need an ellipse. Because if I can take an ellipse, then I can just run it through the center of the Pokeball and then delete the bottom half. Right. Yeah, that's what we'll do. I'll just run it like that. Something along those lines. I'm sort of guessing on where to start this line because of how Clip Studio chooses to apply line weight. This, yeah, that works alright, and then we'll delete that. Bottom half. We'll delete this. And there we go. I feel like Steve from Blue's Clues. We have the basic shape of a Pokeball. I'll probably end up making this middle line a little thicker, but let's see what we've got so far. We can combine... Let's just merge layers. We're just playing around for now. We'll get the specifics figured out later. We'll get a white design up there. It's a little top heavy, or it's a little bottom heavy, rather, I should say. But so much of the Pokemon design actually ends up taking up most of the bottom. You know, let's say we're doing Gengar here. You know, I have Gengar kind of sticking his head out like this, and then he's got his, you know, silly angry eyes and teeth. And then just for the sake of argument, let's fill it all in, and I can sort of then demonstrate that having this much white space probably isn't actually a bad thing, because once it's filled in, I really should have done this in a color other than lime green here. Let's do this. A couple of spikies. Fill that in. Yeah, whatever. G pen works. You know, if we're making a new Gengar, then we're going for something along this line. Maybe make that all a little bit bigger. But then because of the bottom weight of the Pokeball, you can still tell what you're looking at. Maybe we'll like put them at sort of a fun angle and have the button part of the ball still visible a little bit. But now you can kind of see how we're covering up a lot of the white space, which I think works particularly well for what we're going for. Zip, 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 zip. And there you go. That's like a good example. Oh, I'm still in the... I'm sorry. You guys have probably been thinking it. There we go. I'm not making a zombie emote anymore. Let's just... making... Should we say what we're making? Making Pokemon patches. Making Pokemon patches, sure. Your newly discovered cute favorite is Smoliv. Fun. I don't even care for patches, but 151 sheet would be sick. Okay, good to know. You were gonna stream today, but then saw you plan to go live and was like, oh, I can't compete with Rust airtime. Yeah, that's right. My audience of a strong 4 or 5 is nothing to contend with. Waylord, I have a feeling you're being serious, which, no shade. It's just hard to tell when people say stuff like that. Like, I would never have guessed that, like, Trubbish and Garbodor could be somebody's favorite, or Weezing or Muck, but those are all the favorites of Taster in the chat, so... and apparently he gets a lot of compliments on the Weezing patch that I made him, so... I know better at this time than to correct people's favorites. I think it's beautiful. APAB. Mako Rest says APAB. All Pokemon are beautiful. Caesar, Suicune, Typhlosion, Dragapult, and Wailord. Okay, good to know. That actually fits very well into my thesis here, which is that the big ones to go for, especially in this early process, are the starters, the legendaries, of course, the Eevees, and as for starters, it's like, do I do just the fully evolved form, or do I also do the original forms? Because like the basics, because people love their like Squirtles and Bulbasaurs oftentimes more than they like their Blastoises and Venusaurs. So figuring out which starters to prioritize, and then moving on to the legendaries and the Eevees. So yes, the fact that you want both a Suicune and a Typhlosion fits my assumption. Dragapult, also very popular, also a Pokemon I enjoy, so I'll probably make one of those. The problem is with some of the later designed Pokemon, they get fairly detailed. Oh, about the projects. Oh, you have more. This I didn't see. I didn't see the, I have more projects. I did see I received nothing but compliments, which is very nice, thank you. But yes, that's awesome. Let me know. You can either message me on Discord or we can discuss it here if you're comfortable. Z, don't worry, I will absolutely make you a Zorua one. Fortunately, a lot of the popular ones are popular for a reason. They're ones that I like, and they're ones that unless it's like Charizard, you're not really going to catch flack for your favorite Pokemon being a fairly popular one. Which makes my job easy, because it's not uncool to like cool Pokemon. You know what I mean? Like, what I would expect is like a lot of people are like, oh, Charizard is overrated, I actually prefer Blastoise or whatever. But it's like, okay, but Blastoise is also very popular. Like, you can't like be claiming the high ground here, just because you like the Pokemon that's like 10% less popular than Charizard. So I think finding just a list of popular Pokemon will probably be a good starting spot. Sort of the issue that I run into is once I make one Pokemon within a category, people are going to want more Pokemon within that category. Once I make a Blaziken, people are going to ask, where is Sceptile? You know what I'm saying here? So similarly with legendaries, all legendaries fit some sort of duo or trio. So, I make a Darkrai and people are like, oh man, I would love a Cresselia, I prefer Cresselia. Or I make a Solgaleo and they're like, oh, I wish you made a Lunala, that'd be so cool. Pseudo-legendaries is going to be like that too, you're right. So I'll add pseudos to the list. I was considering writing it, but you're right, I should have. Pseudos, which also includes the Tyranitar, which fits the statement, the Dragapult, which fits the statement. So yes, you're right, pseudos are going to be very popular, arguably more popular than legendaries in my... Yeah, fossils might break the hump. I don't think fossil Pokemon are all that popular. I love fossil Pokemon. It's one of my favorite categories of Pokemon. Cradily is one of my favorite Pokemon ever. I've really grown a fondness for Omastar over the years. I wish that they made more of them. They've sort of like toyed around with the idea of getting rid of them. They brought them back in Gen 8, but then they didn't have them in Gen 7, but they brought them back in Gen 8. Then they got rid of them in Gen 9 again. So like, I'm never sure whether or not. Kabutops is another really good example of like, this Pokemon is popular because it's really cool, but nobody faults you for liking Kabutops. They're like, yeah, it's really cool. Like, why would anybody think otherwise? Yeah, they have done lame shit with them. That's true. Yeah, Lugia. It's like, I have a Ho-Oh one. If somebody saw a Ho-Oh one, there's a 50% chance that they'll say, I wish you had a Lugia one. So the problem is, once I make one in any given like group, well, now here's another one. Like, here's another one that people are gonna want. So I have to go into making my, like, I'm gonna have to go back and remake. I don't think I ever finished my Blastoise one. I finished the design, but I never printed it, which sucks, because again, I had maybe 15, maybe even 20 designs, half of which I never even printed, and now are lost to time because I reformatted my the hard drive, or the flash drive I was using for some reason. I still have the Bluey stuff that I made, the Bluey embroidery designs for the blanket that Z and I made, but those aren't gonna help me here. This guy wants to smooch a Pokemon. Wait, I gotta go back. I'm the unfortunate soul that likes Gardevoir, but not for the internet reasons. It's been top 3 for me since Sapphire. That would do great. It absolutely would be. Also, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, Eric also is a Gardevoir fan. Also for non-corn reasons, I think was how he described it in chat like a year ago. Yeah, wants to smooch a Pokemon. I mean, hey, I've seen weirder stuff. Voltorb is going to be a close-up shot for a patch. Voltorb is going to be a little tricky, I suppose. That would be very funny if I just, like, erased the button in the middle and... God damn it. My layer organization is so bad. I just decided I was going to draw the Gengar right over it. Yeah, that's very funny, actually. The idea that I could just... Well, I have to imagine it now. Is that size about right? Maybe if the tool was correct. Voltorb's got sort of like a like plate, like a round. What am I thinking of? Like a flatness to his bottom. It's actually kind of sick. The design may or may not go hard. Uh-oh, what did I do? There we go. It's kind of sick, actually. I like it. Was it an insanely popular Pokemon that doesn't do anything for you? Question for anyone. I really... Greninja has sort of grown on me. You know what? I'm gonna say, yeah. Great minds, Frost. I like it. Yes, Greninja is a good example. Incineroar, I think, is the one that I dislike the most. I've never liked Incineroar's design. And it's so popular, both competitively and non-competitively. Like, collectors and shit love their Tony the Tiger. Yeah, I hate Incineroar. Zaddycat, that's, yeah, sorry. Somehow I don't imagine that's a big surprise for you. Weirdly, Lucario also. I wasn't a huge Lucario fan. I appreciate him now, especially now that I've seen the Mystery of Mew movie. But Lucario feels a little too manufactured, which is weird for me because that doesn't really bother me with other Pokemon. And also I love like I love like ancient Egyptian stuff. I think just like the mythology of ancient Egypt is really cool, and the fact that Lucario is more or less based on an Anubis or at least a jackal does make it cool. I don't know, his design never really clicked with me, unfortunately. He's got a cool shiny though. He's like gold. I get rid of the 3 Smash Bros characters. I get rid of Incineroar all 3 times. Yeah, funny. His tiny wrists and huge mitts. That's fun. Yeah, that's... I guess I have noticed that, but never put it into words. That's funny. Yeah, he does have tiny wrists and huge grippers. I don't like his flame belt. I don't like the sounds he makes in Smash Bros. I don't like his moveset in Smash Bros. Overall, just sort of an unappealing Pokemon to me. Who else is popular? Who's like actually popular? I mean, Incineroar's popular for I feel like the wrong reasons. Who's like actually a popular Pokemon that I'm not crazy for? I want to say most of the evolutions. I don't have a favorite, and that's because none of them are all that interesting to me. Oh, my chair's pink. Oops. Not anymore. Nobody told me my chair was pink. Oh, also, I'm probably gonna dye my hair pink. We'll get there. I said I was going to explain something later. I don't remember what that was. Thankfully, the chat has been going fast enough that I've been enjoying just kind of sitting here talking to you guys. I'm actually not really in the mood to draw right now, so I'm glad that there's other conversation to be had at the moment. Yeah, it's also Machine Gun Kelly hair color, and nobody's cooler than Machine Gun Kelly. No, I had my hair pink on accident once. I was bleaching it, but it was red already, and I was trying to go to blue or something, and so I was like trying to get all the red out. But in the process, I ended up with pink hair, and I ended up liking how it looked so much that I kept it for a good couple of weeks. Just because I was like, this actually is like a pretty flattering color on me. Like, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not saying that live to chat, but anyone who cares can read it. That's so gross. What else? Yeah, okay, so I posted a poll in the chat to see who wanted me to do art tonight and who wanted me to play games tonight. And anyone who participated in the poll and checked on it later will know it was dead even. There wasn't a consensus. It was 3 votes art, 3 votes gaming. And honestly, I really wanted to game tonight. The problem is, due to I actually don't know what causes it, but I'm guessing it's the higher fidelity of the Switch 2 dock actually makes it either incompatible with the there's a number of technical reasons why the Switch 2 dock isn't playing well with my capture card. One being that the dock, the Switch software isn't setting the correct output for the capture card to pick up on, or the HDMI cable I'm using doesn't play nice with it, or with potentially with the settings that I have for docked mode, or it's the second HDMI cable that runs, or the USB cable that runs to the computer. When I turn it on, at least it recognizes that the capture card setting that I have for here, for OBS, turns on as well. So it's at least getting a signal from the capture card, but it's solid black. I'm not sure how I'm going to go about fixing that. I don't know if maybe this dock, because it's just like, it runs on ultra high speed HDMI or whatever it's called, ultra fast HDMI. Maybe I just can't run it with a lesser HDMI cable, and maybe that's the problem. I'm not sure. What did Crisis say? Squirtle was always my favorite because Blue was my first game, and only game I had for a long time, so I played it a lot. But when Alolan Vulpix came out, it might have took over my favorite spot and made me okay with moving it down the list. My favorite list is probably Alolan Vulpix, Mewtwo, Zeraora, Gardevoir, and Squirtle. Dude, Crisis, you have such good taste. I never hear anyone talk about Zeraora, and I'm like, man, Zeraora is like what I wish Lucario was. I really do like Zeraora quite a bit. People will say that he's like a little too Digimon-y, a little too like furry bait, but I think it's a solid design, and I'm glad to have a legendary electric type that I like. I guess I like Zapdos a decent amount, but it's nice to have some legendaries that I like that aren't just like gens 1 through 3. Yeah, no, I don't blame you for thinking Gengar is just whatever. I prefer Haunter's design to Gengar, but Gengar is more of an icon, you know. He looks like a Hunter x Hunter character. Oh yeah, that's not a bad opinion. I've never heard anyone say they like Zeraora. Rust confirmed they have no furry friends. Man, I wish I had furry friends. Sorry, where were we? Oh, right. Working on Pokemon patches. I think Haunter is cooler than Gengar. I think Zeraora is cool. I think... What are my other hot takes? I think... Kyogre is cooler than Groudon. I think... I think Mewtwo is overrated. I also happen to think... yeah, I already said the evolutions are overrated. I think it's fun. I love that Eevee exists. I think it's a very good exercise in what Pokemon stands for. I think they're all cute. I think they're all fun. I love that they're all different types. I love the idea that, like, they all sort of... It's a way to connect the generations, if you will. The design tropes of the Eevees sort of reflect the design tropes of Pokemon over the years, but because they're all related to the same Gen 1 Pokemon, I think it's a very fun way to get newcomers and, like, Pokemon old heads to agree on something, which, quite frankly, is refreshing. Just none of their designs in particular really have stuck out to me yet. I did like Espeon and Umbreon. I've always had a hard time choosing which one I like more than the other in that regard. Aside from that, I like Leafeon, I guess. It took a really long time for Leafeon to click with me, but I do like it, at least more than Glaceon. I don't know that I'll ever like Glaceon. I like Jolteon. I like half of them, but I don't love any of them, I guess I should say. Obscure, unpopular Pokemon you really like. Heliolisk is a good answer. Oh, Zeraora movie is garbage? I don't know anything about that. Russ not hanging out with Pirate Software, confirmed. Who's Pirate Software? Oh, Furry, got it. Right. I don't know anything about them, but hey, furries are welcome here. Espeon and Umbreon are the GOATs because they have the least amount of detail of any of the evolutions. That's fair, yeah, that's true. They're so effortlessly cool. I think they're confusingly effortless. I don't think that I would look at Espeon nowadays and assume that it's a psychic Pokemon. It's purplish, so anyone who associates psychic types with purple, I guess, there you go. It has a forked tail. It's like, is it supposed to look like a dowsing rod or something? I have no idea. Espeon I do like. I like how simple it is. I like how sleek Espeon and Umbreon are, but I hate that they started the trend of making every evolution sleek. Like, Vaporeon isn't particularly sleek. Its tail is like a big, thick mermaid tail, and it has like weird designs on its head. Like, I think it's very inventive, very cool. And I resent the fact that Espeon and Umbreon sort of invented the staple of make whatever evolution just this like slender, svelte, like canid, feline mashup, and just to, you know, tape on whatever design elements make something more, you know, leafy or grassy or fairy-like than anything else. Like, they're all just the same shape now, whereas the original three, like, you could tell just by like their body shape alone which one was different. Like, even if you took the fur off of Flareon, or the like spiky the spikes off of Jolteon, or all the like fins and stuff from Vaporeon, you could still tell at a glance what any one of them would be. Whereas nowadays, like, if you took the ice designs off of Leafeon and like the leafy design off of, or Glaceon and the leafy design off Leafeon, like, they're just kind of the same shape. It's true. Sylveon is too busy. Politoed Obscure, you love him too. Taster is a big Politoed fan. So I'm going to say not Obscure because we have 2 confirmed Politoed fans in the chat. Obscure Pokemon I like. I mean, I want to say Shedinja because I don't see a whole lot of like merch or anything of him, but when I talk to Pokemon fans, they typically will say something along the lines of, oh, I think Shedinja's cool. So it's not particularly obscure. But no one loves that silly little dead bug more than me. Shedinja's a good answer? Okay, well, I'm glad you think so. What's another Pokemon that's like relatively obscure that I like? It's not obscure because it's Gen 1, unfortunately, because nobody in their right mind would think that any Gen 1 Pokemon is obscure after all of the going back to Kanto games, all of the Megas and Dynamax and Z moves and regional forms that have all stemmed from Gen 1 Pokemon. But as far as popularity goes for Gen 1 Pokemon, Exeggutor is my favorite probably, and I never hear anyone be like, oh, Exeggutor is my favorite Pokemon, except fucking Wolfie. And honestly, once I heard that Wolfie of all people is an Exeggutor appreciator, I felt really good in my heart of hearts that I had made that right decision early on. Yeah, Sandslash is a good answer as well. I think Sandslash I think Sandslash is popular among people who dig a little bit further into Gen 1. It's certainly not like selling a bunch of plushes and stuff, but I think anyone who knows all of the 151 probably thinks Sandslash is cool, but it's probably not their favorite at the same time, so I think that's a good answer. Tangela? There's no way. I've never heard you say Tangela is your favorite Gen 1 Pokemon. You gotta be joking me. You gotta be joking me. You and Wolfie have the same favorite Pokemon, that means you're just as good and competitive as him. Yep, it's true. Okay, favorite obscure Gen 1. I get it, I guess. I didn't know that about you. That's fun. That is a very fun answer. Favorite obscure Gen 1. Alright, let's go through the generations real quick. Oh, here's something I forgot to mention when I came back from stream. A little project that I put myself up to right around the time that I stopped streaming was I wanted to commit all the Pokemon Dex numbers to memory. And I only made it through the first 151, but I did that in 2 days. I remembered all 151 Pokemon, all 151 original Pokemon and their Dex numbers to memory. I don't know if I still remember it because now it's been a few months since I did that, but I really wanted to come back and do a stream where I try to name all the Pokemon in order, like 1 through 1025. Honestly, I don't even know if I could do 1 through 151 now. Let's do that real quick. I think that'd be fun. Since we're on the topic of Pokemon and we're going over obscures and favorites and stuff, I think it would actually be kind of fun to go over and see if I remember all 151 Pokemon in order. This will be a real challenge, but something sort of fun and silly to do, since I'm obviously not getting a whole lot done on the art front anyway. Love Landform Shaman. Interesting. One of my favorite obscure maybe is Keldeo and Shaman. I've never had either in a game, I just like their designs. Pokemon quiz. Is that what I would search for? Yeah, this'll do. This is a good site. Alright, let's switch over to 16:9 cam maybe. Not playing Pseudo Regalia. Maybe we just turn off the now playing. Yeah, let's turn that off and the title, and let's open up window capture for Pokemon quiz. Let's close this. You love Alolan Sandslash? Why is that not popping up where I want it to? Oh, it's off in the corner there. I see. Okay, I don't honestly think this is going to go that well. And please, I don't know if this is too much to ask, but I feel like maybe I should have people like chiming in the chat. Maybe I just won't look at chat unless I get really stuck. I just want to see if I can still name all 151 in order. I don't honestly think I can. We're gonna give it a crack though. Alright, let's do Gen 1. Okay, name all Pokemon. Let's start with good old Bulbasaur. Alright, I need to zoom in a lot further than this, huh? Can I pause it? I don't know if I can pause this. Oh, it doesn't really matter. I need to zoom in a lot further if I want people to see this. There we go. That'll do for now. Alright, Bulbasaur. Ivysaur. Venusaur. Squirtle. Wartortle. Oh my god, I already fucked up. I'm so dumb. Oh no. What? I thought Charizard was last in the list. I'm so crazy. Oh, give up. Okay, gotta try that again. Reset. Wow, okay, I really am rusty. I know, I'm sorry. What do you mean he only has a 4-10? Oh, Bulbasaur, Charmander, Golem, Pikachu. Yeah, in that order. I know, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. It's a little bit trickier to do this while trying to maintain Brahim. I know, I'm sorry. Why did I think that? I'm genuinely curious as to like why my brain defaulted to thinking that. Like, it still, like, seems backward in my mind, too. Alright, let's try this one more time. Bulbasaur. You'll be impressed once I get to the later ones. Ivysaur. Venusaur. Okay, Charmander. Charmeleon. I probably don't have to be capitalizing these. Charmeleon. Charizard. Alright, big strikeout right at the beginning. Okay, then Squirtle. Squirtle. I wish I could just say them and not have to type them. That's honestly going to be the biggest challenge here. Wartortle. Blastoise. I spelled that wrong. Blastoise. Alright, now I have to remember if it's Weedle first or Caterpie. I think it's Caterpie. Yes, Caterpie, Metapod, and Butterfree. Then Weedle, Kakuna, and Beedrill. I'm not a particularly fast typer, so you're gonna have to bear with me. Okay, then it goes to the Pidgey line, I believe. Pidgey, yep, Pidgeotto. Well, okay, I'm gonna type in Pidgeot because it's gonna auto-complete that one, because it's, when you spell out Pidgeotto, it spells Pidgeot. But we'll just, those two will be out of order. Okay, how many is that? 9 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 18. So what are 19 and 20? Ekans? No, shoot. What are 19 and 20? Oh man, yeah, I knew this was going to be challenging. I was hoping I could make it a little bit further than this. Okay, not Ekans. We'll call that strike 2 after the Squirtle mishap. What is it? I know it doesn't go right to the next bird. It like goes to... What are 19 and 20? Man, I'm so bad at this. Pikachu next. Rust me, bro. I like rust me, bro. Shoot. God, there was like a 2-week period where I had them all memorized, but I only practiced it for 2 days. I literally did the cram strategy of remember it only for the amount of time that it's like immediately important to you, and then it will just immediately get flushed out after that, so. Okay, so I do know for a fact that it doesn't go right into the next birds. What are 19 and 20? This is going to be a strange hill to get over. Okay, because I know 20 and 21 are the birds. It's not Pikachu. I know that. Pikachu is number 25. So I know it's not Diglett or Dugtrio. I know it's not Vulpixline. Honestly, even just naming all 151 Pokemon might be troublesome for me on camera. I guess I have a 35-minute timer. Hopefully we're not doing this for that long anyway. Alright, we'll come back to it. I'm sorry, we'll skip over it. We'll go to Spearow and Fearow. And then Ekans and Arbok. Which is then... yeah, 21, 22, 23, 24. So Pikachu's next. Then Raichu. Okay, Pikachu, Raichu. And then I believe it's Sandshrew. Yep, then Sandslash. Okay, and then Nidoran. Female specifically, and then Nidorina. Queen. Then Nidoran, Nidorino. And Nidoking. This is where it starts getting a little bit confusing for me. The 30s are strange. So I think, yeah, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 31 is Nidoqueen. 34 then would be Nidoking. 35, 36, 37. Maybe I can work my way backwards. This is like when you get sort of into like Vileplume, Bellsprout, Venonat, Venomoth. A lot of those like bug and grass types are all sort of put around here. Paris and Parasect. Paris, I want to say, is 46, so it's not quite as early as this. I remembered that there was like a typeness way for me, a type weakness way for me to remember the 40s. It was like they each share a type, like in sort of like a chain way. So it's like one is like bug poison, you know, it'd be like the Venonat line, and then it'd be like poison grass, and then it'd be like grass something, you know. No Nidokings, right. Man, I'm still hung up on what 19 and 20 are. That's crazy to me that I already forgot. Within the first 30. Twice now. Okay, what would come after? I know it's not Mankey. Mankey and Primeape are like 56. Yeah, gosh, this is a bad idea. I should have studied one time before this. Probably just do just naming them, not even kind of the order. I could probably do just the naming them. Honestly, I thought I could too. And the fact that I struggled, I think the timer gave up on me after like 20 minutes, and there were still like 5 that I had missed. I think, no, there was like 3. For some reason I forgot Onyx. Onyx is really late. Onyx is like 96 or something like that. Yeah, 90... I want to say Onyx is 95. Oh, I could do Shadows. I could actually do Who's That Pokemon? The Shadow version. Yeah, okay, well, this didn't go as well as I was hoping. I made it to... Okay, well, to be fair, I said that I knew that I had forgotten it, so at least I'm not, like, too obsessed with, I'm not, like, too obsessed with getting them all in order at this point, but I know that around here is kind of when the Bellsprouts and such start kicking in, so let's just put those in. Oh, no, okay, Jesus. No, because Bellsprout is 69? Is Bellsprout 69? Is that why it's funny? Bellsprout is the sex number and has the silly little lips. Okay, right. Okay, it's coming back to me. So Bellsprout, Weepinbell, Victory Bell. At least I can... Oh, if I don't put in too many E's. Victory Bell. Okay, so let's go back then. Let's go to like the I want to say it's like Clefairy is like around 39. So let's go back to Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff comes before Clefairy. So yeah, we're missing 2 evolutionary lines there, but we'll skip them for now. Oh, you know what? No, because 30 is this? Am I thinking Vulpix? I'm thinking Vulpix. Yeah, Vulpix. Ninetales, obviously. Okay, what comes before Vulpix then? What's between them? Alright, let's continue forward, we'll come back. Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff is 39. Clefairy is 40 then. Clefairy. I can't spell. Clefairy. And... what? Excuse me? Where did my letters go? Clefairy. Clefairy already named? Wait, where? Oh, Clefairy comes before... Oh, I missed that. Wait, what? Alright. Clefairy, right. Clefable. Now I've just spelled Clefairy 6 times. Okay, Clefairy, Clefable. All the Mount Moon Pokemon are together, or like the you know, around the... I don't know why I associate... Shut up. All the Mount Moon Pokemon are around each other. Does that mean Zubat and... Yes, Zubat I think is next. Yep, so Zubat, Golbat. Okay, I'm remembering now, because it's... So it's Flying Poison, and then you get rid of the Flying, and it's Poison... Grass? Is that right? So Oddish? Would Oddish be next? Yep, Oddish. Okay, Gloom. It's coming back to me now. Vileplume. And then it's like... I want to say... Then it would be Paris. Yep, Parasect then. It's 47. 48. I think I had a trick for remembering 48. 48, 49... Is this Venonat Venomoth? Yes, Venonat Venomoth. Okay, cool. We're back in it. And then Diglett. I know that one. And Dugtrio is 51, I believe. I'm killing Snack. Too many E's Rust, that's what they call me. What do you mean I'm killing Snack? What am I doing to him? Is he okay? Dugtrio, what comes after 51? Probably 52. 52 is Meowth. I knew that. Meowth. And then Persian is 53. 54 is a Pokemon in its own. I think it's a single evolution line. I would never be able to do this in order. That's the goal, as I'm trying to do it in order. I've already messed up a couple of times, but... Heck. What the heck come after 6? That is how I feel. Also, welcome, Kuma. It's great to have you. Yes, so after Persian... Persian is 53, so 54. I know it's not correct, but I know that Primeape and Mankey are like right around here. So what comes before Primeape and Mankey? Oh, we might just have to skip over it, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure it's just a 1-stage, but there aren't a whole lot of 1-stages in this part of the Pokedex, so I could be wrong. I might be getting... No, 57 is Primeape, so... Persian... It's not the funny sex number, because we already made that mistake. Right, I sort of have to work backwards with these. Okay, we're going to skip over whatever 54 and 55 are and go to Mankey, which is immediately after that, then Primeape. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 58. This is when there start to become patterns that you can follow. And then they really, like, the later half of the Pokedex seems really random, but there's actually really strange patterns that you can start finding within the decks, and I'll point them out as we get to them. I'm gonna feel stupid when I remember who 19 and 20 are. Oh, I know I am. I absolutely know I am. Because I know that they're like very early route, like common Pokemon. It's just not coming to me off the top of my head. But also, like, some of them do seem like out of order. Like, it really does take a while to encounter, like you encounter like Mankey so much sooner than you encounter like Ninetales, but Ninetales is in there first for whatever reason. Same with like Ekans and Arbok. They're like strangely like they're not super early game Pokemon, so the fact that they're put right there next to like Spearow and Fearow is a little odd to me. It's Lugia and Ho-Oh. Yeah, I know I'm gonna feel so stupid when I remember 19 and 20. And I fully just blame myself. It's not tricky, it's just my mind is blanking right now. Okay, so what would come after Primeape and Mankey? I know 66, I want to say, is 66 I want to say is like Machoke area. I should know what's after Persian. Honestly, I feel weirdly enough, I feel bad about remembering what's after or forgetting what's after Persian than I do forgetting what's after Pidgeotto. Or Pidgeot. 40. I think part of this is like, if I thought about this in a different way, if I looked at all the Pokemon, if I just remembered what all the Pokemon are, then I could probably place them all in order. The problem is remembering all the Pokemon like off the top of my head and then trying to like remember where they go in the line without remembering where I put them next to each other. Even you know at 19 and 20, I know, I'm sorry! Is that what you meant by I'm killing Snack? We didn't have to do this in order. How fast do you think I could complete the list? Probably 10 minutes or so, but mostly because I'm just a slow typer. I could probably do it faster than that. Yeah, I know. Well, sound off in the comments. Sound off in chat. Let's get chat more active. I'm engagement baiting now. With Shadows, I would crush this. Oh, of course. I mean, anybody would, realistically. I don't want to do that version, though. Yeah, I can't believe I don't know. Yelling at the screen. Yeah. I believe it. What if they were all Shadow the Hedgehog? That's honestly how I interpreted that at first. Alright, let's skip ahead. Let's go after... I'm gonna name the first Pokemon that I can think of that's after Mankey and Primeape. So if Primeape is, what would that be, 57? 60, we're not up in like Shelder yet. Shelder I think is 80. No, 80 is Slowbro. Is Shelder 60? That seems early. No, Shelder's 90. What's 60? Okay, 60, 61, 62. I know, like, Slowbro is not that far forward, but I'm pretty sure that's, like, 80-ish. I think Slowpoke and Slowbro are, like, 79, 80, 81-ish. Sora, Donald, and Goofy. That's awesome. When are we going to get any more information on Kingdom Hearts 4? I was kind of hoping Summer Games Fest would have more information, but they announced that way too early. People have just forgotten that we like already have like trailers for Kingdom Hearts 4 floating out there. Alright, gotta work backwards. I know that I'm going to be skipping a few by doing this, but I'm just going to put in Machop. Machop, Machoke, Machamp. Machokel. Machoke. Machamp. Alright. That leaves us at 72. No, 71 with Victory Bell. God, I hate that the gaps are getting bigger and bigger. Should we just like jump to like 90? Because I think I might be kind of better at like the last 50, which is weird because they took the longest to remember. But once I figured out some patterns to remember them, I sort of didn't feel quite as bad about my ability to get them. Yeah, gosh. Okay, I'm starting to get mad at myself, honestly, for what's after Pidgeot. It's like my brain gears are turning, and they're rusty, but also they're making a really squeaky noise as they're trying to turn, and I'm trying to like make it so you guys can't hear the squeaky noise because I know it's annoying. So I'm trying to like talk over the squeaky noise that I'm hearing. There's like 10 Pokemon in your top 5. That's a really good way to put it. When I was getting lost in a well-known clothing store chain, I hate when gaps are getting bigger and bigger. You're pretty funny, man. Alright, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit. I really want to do these in order as best I can, but I clearly have some severe gaps in my memory here. And yes, they're getting bigger and bigger. What are some other, like... I kind of just want to jump ahead. I know, so after Victory Bell, there's going to be, like, Slowbro, like, 9 later, or whatever. Oh, you know what? Magnemite and Magneton are somewhere around here. I want to say... No, wait, is Magnemite... Is Magnemite 81? Magnemite's 81. Magneton is 82. Yeah, I'm jumping ahead. I almost finished that word. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not giving in to false memories. Because Magnemite and Magneton come in after Slowbro and Slowpoke. Arcanine. Arcanine is before... is in that group. Right, so we'll work a little bit backwards here. We'll do Growlithe. Yes, okay, we picked up after the punchies. Alright. I'm so sorry. I feel so stupid right now. This is such a unique test. This is like asking me to like it feels like going through like a Spanish vocab test, like in order, that I took 20 years ago. 15 years ago. Okay, so Arcanine is 59. I remember that now. 60. Can we go forward from here? Now that I've carved out a little chunk of my memory here. Arcanine, Growlithe. Arcanine is 59, 60. How did I remember 60? It's not... I'm really tempted to jump way ahead, but I know I can't. And it's not the Safari Zone Pokemon, those are like the 110 area, that's like 107 through like 113-ish. Fossils are much later as well. I'm trying to remember categories of Pokemon at this point, and there's honestly just a lot that don't really fit into a category. I guess other trade Pokemon. Wait, what are the other trade Pokemon? 55, 66, 67, yes, so we need Golem, Graveler, Abracadabra. Wait, where are Abracadabra and Alakazam? Are all three of these lines together? Am I gonna risk it here? I'm gonna say Abra. Okay, yes, we're right in here. Abracadabra. I got these two mixed up. Alakazam. But I'm guessing we can go back and get Geodude. Okay, we jumped ahead, unfortunately. We missed a, I guess we missed a trade evolution line. Alright, Geodude, Graveler. Fraveler.
Weary Fraveler, welcome to my inn.
Graveler. Golem. Alright, what number are those? We have 60... We have 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77... I don't know, but I know 79 is slow poke, so we'll just skip ahead to that. Slow bro. Magnemite. Magneton is 81 or 82, 83 and 84 are going to be a little strange. Wait. 60. Doduo and Dodrio. No. No, those are in the 30s. Do you know Farfetch comes right before Doduo? Meaning, pre-evolution confirmed? I don't know, Alakazam's name is Regia Amorunana. I don't get it. I know you're making a stupid joke, but I know that I don't get it either. Amorunana. Is that something I'm like... Are you making me say a slur without realizing it? That's what it feels like. When people like phonetically spell out slurs in chat to get you to read them out loud, and then everybody laughs and points their fingers and gets you banned off the platform. Oh, it's a Lady Gaga joke. You're gonna have to explain that one to me. Where were we? 83, 84? 83, 84, 85. Oh, you know what? I was right, actually. Farfetch'd, right here. Farfetch'd. Yep. Haha, Doduo. Dodrio. Dude, I've been playing Dodrio deck in Pokemon TCG. It goes kind of hard. I like that deck a lot. It's fast. It's strong. I've lost numerous games, not only on their own, but in a row, where I'm killed by the second turn. Oops. I guess my deck isn't ready for that. But aside from that, it's a pretty good deck. When I've made it past the second turn, I've won every time with it. But I guess that's the hiccup I have to get over. Okay, so we have our 84, 85, 86, I believe, is Seal. Yup. Dugong is 87. 88 would be... Is 88 one on its own? Because then... Oh, I don't remember what 88 and 89 are. But then 90 is Shelder, 91 is Cloyster, 92 Ghastly, 93 Haunter, 94 Gengar, I believe, 95 Onyx, 96... I don't remember what 96 is off the top of my head. We'll get there. We'll get there. Voltorb? It's 96 Voltorb? No. Voltorb is like 100. So something before that. Alright, we're getting there. Joke explanation. I'm not clicking your links because it's going to be a person saying a slur and you're going to get me banned off the platform. Dude, I keep glancing back at the slots beyond Pidgeotto, or Pidgeot, and I keep calling it Pidgeotto too, which also does not bode well for my standings within this community. I know they're different. I would try to draw Pidgeot and then be like, that just looks like Pidgeotto. And ever since then, I've been like, they look too similar. I don't know. They're the same fucking Pokemon in my head. Okay. 86, 87, 88. I don't remember how I remembered 88 and 89. It's a Lady Gaga song? Yeah. Well, she's a little too controversial these days. I know it's a Lady Gaga song. Alright, let's skip ahead. Let's start lightning round these. Alright, we'll do Shelder. I know we're skipping two there. Cloyster. Ghastly. Haunter. Gengar. Onyx. Okay, Onyx is 95. 96. Is this Cubone Marowak? No, Cubone is like 108. It's something like that, though. I know Krabby Kingler are coming up. I want to say Kingler is 99. Krabby is 98. So I'm missing a line there. I'm missing a 2-part line after Onyx. 95. Yeah, I'm missing 96 and 97, but then Krabby Kingler. Oh, is it Tentacool? Oh, okay. Well, we got Tentacruel, I guess. I don't remember them being in the early 70s, but that's on me. Sandshrew, Sandslash, we already got. I'm trying to think of all the, like, two-stage evolutions. I don't even remember where Eggy Boy lives. Where's my Exeggutor? How do I not know Exeggutor's dex number? Let's just type that in. No, because that would be that'd be in the Safari Zone segment, which is a little bit later. All right, let's skip ahead to Krabby Kingler. I know we're missing a 2 Kingler. The problem here is I'm trying to do them in order. we'll do Voltorb because I know that's next. Voltorb number 100, Electrode. I do like me a good Electrode. Okay, now we're starting to approach the Safari Zone. 100, 102. 104 is Cubone, so I am going to skip another 2-parter here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 104 is Cubone. We'll skip it. This is going on for a little too long. Yep, we skipped the 2-part. Marowak. Maraway. Okay, and then I think now it's the Safari Zone Pokemon. 104, 105, 106. Is that eggs? Is it? Exeggcute. Oh, no, never mind. It's right after Voltorb and Electrode. Okay, well, we're in the right area. We're in the right area code. Exeggutor. Okay. Marowak Cubone. What comes after Marowak? 104, 105, 106. I know Tangela's right around here. Chansey, I want to say, is 113. 114. Scyther Caesar is around here. No, Scyther is like 127 or something like that. Does Pinsir fall into that category as well, or am I mistaken? Jinx, Mr. Mime are like around the 118 mark. I guess we just start going Rhyhorn. Yeah, I skipped a few. That's fine. Rhydon. Okay, what number is that? So we're at 105, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so Chansey would be next. Chansey, and then 14. What would be after Chansey? I guess Scyther is somewhere around here then. Scyther is further ahead. It is like 127. I was right. Pinsir is okay after that. Yeah, it's starting to fall apart. But as this fills out, I'll start explaining some of the interesting patterns that I've seen in the Pokedex. Let's get more of the Safari Zone Pokemon here, though. While we're here, Rhyhorn, Rhydon feels like a weird pull. I know they're super common Pokemon, but I always forget that they're that you get Rhyhorn in the Safari Zone. For some reason, it doesn't feel like a Safari Zone Pokemon. Yeah, famous slur sayer Lady Gaga. It's true. It's true. She's crazy. She's been canceled 9 times, and she keeps clawing her way back from the grave. Let's figure out where Tangela is. Tangela's right after Chansey. Good. So 114, 115. What are other single evolution Safari Zone Pokemon? We're starting to get up there with like Goldeen and Seaking, which are like 2021, I want to say. Must be a picture of the Rhino Pokemon being as far. I know. Trust me. The absurdity of my claim was not lost on me. I realize that it is a Safari Pokemon, but it just doesn't. I always associate, because like Rhydon is just such like a. It's the Pokemon, you know. It's the Pokemon that all the other Pokemon are designed to look like. It is the quintessential Pokemon, and the Safari Zone feels like where all the freaks are put. So if if the Safari Zone is where all the freaks are put, then clearly it's all the ones that they just couldn't figure out where they came from. And Rhydon doesn't feel like it belongs in that category. Rhydon is the Pokemon. The Pokemon of all time. Alright, well, this was a demonstrable failure. I apologize to anyone who started watching this because they thought I could do any better than 90 somewhat in order. We're just gonna jump ahead again to Goldeen, Seaking. I think now is kind of right when Mr. Mime comes in. Yep, a little bit before then. Okay, so this is where some of the strange patterns are. So, what numbers are we at? 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 10, 11, 113, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Okay, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay, right. So right after, this is interesting. This is where the weird patterns start coming in. So think about this. Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, right? Ice, Electric, Fire, in that order. What if I told you that Ice, I believe in this case, Jinx, yep, Electric, Electabuzz, yep, are you with me? Magmar. Alright. Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, in that order. Uno, dos, tres, Ice, Electric, Fire. Okay? That's 24, 25, 26. 124, 125, 126. 127, back to Pinsir. I'm just going to do all these in order. Not in order, but in the order of like the strange pattern here. So let's type in Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres. Do you have a guess as to what Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres are in order? I'll tell you. 44, 45, 46. We have 24, 25, 26 with Jinx, Electabuzz, Magmar. Skip ahead exactly 20. You have that same pattern of Ice, Electric, Fire in Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres. In that order, they're kind of a trio. And it's the 4, 5, 6 slot of their 10 group. Well, what's between that? What would be 34, 35, 36? What's a 3-part trio that is not Ice actually, but very similar to Ice, and then Electric, and then Fire? That is where the evolutions are. So you have your Vaporeon, you have your Jolteon, and you have your Flareon in order. Isn't that weird? I don't know if that was intentionally. You don't Evian, no. Yeah. Yeah, the Gen 5 monkeys. I just thought that was interesting, that 24, 25, 26, 34, 35, 36, and 44, 45, 46 all fit this, like, Ice, Electric, Fire order. Here's another interesting one. 137. I'm gonna type that out right here so you can tell me what that tells you. 137. If there was another 3 in here, what does that say? That says Leet, right? That is Leet speak. That is computer talk. And who is the computer Pokemon? Porygon. Porygon is 137. That's how I remember that, because it's Leet speak. Aside from that, some of the strange patterns don't really hold up much longer. Obviously, you have like all your legendaries and pseudos and fossil Pokemon towards the end of the decks. You have like the remaining Pokemon after Moltres are just like the Dragonair line and the Mew and Mewtwo. The original Elite Street Boy. So let's try to go back a little bit. So we have 127, 128. Why do I feel like I should know what 128 is? It's not Snorlax. Snorlax is like 132. 128, 129, 130. I want to remember what these numbers are before I just start shouting out Pokemon names. In case you're wondering why, like, you know, oh, why haven't you said Snorlax yet? Or like, why haven't you said Lickitung yet? It's like, because I know that there's like an order to this. I think Lickitung might be after Tangela, now that I'm thinking about it. So let's see. Let's type in Lickitung. See how... Okay, it's before Tangela. Yeah, my memory is starting to really fall apart here. But I specifically wanted to show you guys the interesting, like, little patterns that start to develop in the later end of the Pokedex, where you think it's just a bunch of, like, individual Pokemon, and yet there's, like, still, like, patterns to be found. Let's get in Snorlax as sort of a working backwards point. So, yeah, 143. I was wrong on Snorlax. I thought he was 132. I'm tempted to just give up because I know I'm not going to get all of these with their associated numbers. Obviously, there's like entire lines that I've skipped over. I just don't have any confidence as to where they belong at this point. So look at my incomplete list with shame. All right, let's go back and try to figure out how I... Oh, right, Rattata and Raticate. You know what? I actually don't feel too weird about... I don't feel too bad about missing those. I knew that it was... I was pretty sure it was normal types, and I knew that it was like a rodent. I just don't know why I couldn't remember. I always assume that, like, Mankey and Primeape are earlier on, because at least in yellow version, you can get Mankey really early. So the fact that they stuffed Mankey into the 50s is strange to me. All right, let's go in and try to figure out what my patterns used to be. I don't know if it's going to actually translate to anything sensical, but maybe I'll be able to remember what some of the old patterns are. I remember, yeah, Omanyte, Omastar, Kabuto, Kabutops is right. So that's like the 139, 140. 39 and 40 are numbers that I associate with my childhood because it was the two channels that Nickelodeon, and Cartoon Network were. They were back to back on 39 and 40. So, right? Is my math correct here? Yeah, 137 is Porygon. So I should have remembered. Okay, we have that connection. That 39 and 40 are different but connected, and that's what I should have remembered the fossils with, because it's 39 is Omastar and 40 is Kabuto. Should have remembered that. Should have remembered more of the water types were all together. I forgot Seadra and Seaking and Starmie were all clustered like that. Kangaskhan, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Right, Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan. That's a strange placement for them. I don't think I would have naturally remembered that those were 105 and 106. That seems odd to me that they would just kind of put them in there. It's whatever, I guess. Psyduck Golduck was what I forgot before Mankey Primeape. Right, and now I'm starting to remember, like, once I see them, I remember how I remembered them in the past. Like 55. 55 is Golduck, and that was, I think my fastest 100 freestyle was a 55 second. And I'm like, oh, what's a fast Pokemon? What's a fast swimming Pokemon? Like, that isn't just a fish. And it's like, oh, it's Golduck. Right, so like fast swimming Pokemon 55. Poliwhirl, Poliwag, Poliwrath. I don't remember how I remembered those. That's 60, 61, 62. I think, oh, you know what? I did have a method for that. The swirls on their bellies 6. It looks like a 6. So 6-0, like the beta 1 and 2 in order, would be how I would remember that. Ponyta Rapidash. What is that? We're looking at 66, 67, 68, 70. What number are those? 79, 77 and 78. Yeah, I don't think I ever had a method for remembering 77 and 78. Oh, of course, Drowsy Hypno. I knew it was Pokemon that I liked, I just couldn't remember. I do like Hypno. Is that a weird thing? That's gonna be my answer. Going way back to 4255 was Nickelodeon Cartoon Network. That's interesting. I think 55 was Disney Channel for us. I know we had 54 was Disney Channel, and then 55 was ABC, which was owned by Disney. I'm remembering now. Hypno's okay, Drowsy's not. I agree. That's nasty. Yes, to answer the question of like what's a very underrated Pokemon that you like, I genuinely like Hypno, and I don't know if it's, I think Hypno is more disliked than Exeggutor. And I think the rift between the general consensus of Exeggutor and my appreciation for Exeggutor, the rift between the, like, you know, the popular consensus is fairly positive for Exeggutor, and I'm extremely positive for Exeggutor. I think that rift is smaller than the rift between the general consensus of Hypno, which is mostly disgust and hatred, and my appreciation for Hypno, which is genuinely like one of my favorites. Kuma, thank you so much for coming by. I'm sorry that it sort of ended up devolving into me reiterating how frustrated I am with my own memory. But I hope that it was at least somewhat entertaining for you. Thanks for coming. I hope by next stream I'll have a little bit more of an idea of what I want to do. Again, for anyone who wasn't here for me to explain it, I really wanted to stream Kunitsugami tonight. It's a very cool game. I'm really enjoying it. I'm only like an hour or two in, but not even like an hour or two in. I've spent an hour or two in them, but that does, like, if I was just playing for the sake of making progress, I would be a lot further than I actually am. But it's fun. I will figure out what the issue is with the capture card and get some Kunitsugami gameplay in soon, because I don't want to make too much progress off camera just for the people who tune in for my first Kunitsugami stream to be like, why are you, 6 hours into this game that you're 128 is Yo Mama. Wait, who's 128? 128 is Tauros? Is Tauros my mama? Cow? You call my mama a cow? A male cow? I don't like the Miltank Tauros. People are like, oh, they should have made Miltank and Tauros related by a, they should have made like a baby version, like a baby calf, and then like had it evolve into like Tauros if it was male or Miltank if it was female. And I say no. I think that's stupid because their art styles are so different, and I really don't like it. I don't like seeing Miltank next to Tauros. They're just too different. Miltank is bipedal, and that alone is strange enough. But Tauros is just like it's a bison. It's just a bison with like a little gem in his forehead and 3 tails. Who could forget the iconic 3 tails of Tauros? Alright, thank you for joining me on my struggle through remembering Pokemon in their dex order. I might try again to commit this to memory. The problem is, it's not a cool or interesting thing to be able to do. So even if I did commit it to memory, there would be very few opportunities for me to show it off, because nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit. I did this for me. I did not do this for any of you. Never ever am I going to be put into a situation unprompted where they're like, oh, like can you remind me what Pokemon 133 is? Like, I'm really struggling to remember. And I'll be like, oh, hell yeah, I can. it's not happening. So there's very little reason for me to actually pursue this, because I'm just bound to forget it again. It was a fun thing for me to do back when I was sort of taking a break from streaming, because I eventually wanted to stream trying to name all 1025 Pokemon. I have seen that challenge done a couple of times now. I haven't actually watched it, 'cause shoot me in the head if I am ever so bored that I watch somebody name 1000 Pokemon off of the top of their head. But it got me thinking of, can I do that? And then I thought, well, what's like my version of that? What would be more interesting than naming all 1025 Pokemon from memory? And that would be remembering their dex numbers and doing it all in order. Like, that would be the next layer. But I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm not doing it. It's not interesting. It's not useful. I've seen enough TikTok to know you could get stepped on. You could get stopped on the street and get a pack per Pokemon you name. That's, you know what? If somebody came up to me with 1025 packs ready for me to name any Pokemon, I could off the top of my head. It'd be worth it. You're right. Problem is, packs are expensive these days. And ain't nobody have money for 1025 packs. I love that idea though. I sure wish. Gosh, what do we want to do? It's getting a little bit late. You know what? There is one other game that we could technically stream because it isn't on the Switch. I also don't own it yet, but Stellar Blade recently came out on PC. They finally moved it off of PlayStation, and that game looks interesting. Looks like one that I might enjoy playing. I really like action adventure hack and slash type games, so I bet there's a lot of people streaming Stellar Blade right now. Not that I really care what other people are streaming, but like, I'm just saying, I bet that a lot of people have jumped onto streaming that right now, and I similarly want to stream it, but I don't know. I've been spending a lot of money lately, and I think the odds of me playing through Stellar Blade entirely on stream are pretty low, because I don't stream all that often, so I'm like sort of at I don't want a game's progress to be capped by my ability to stream it in a timely fashion, which I know isn't really what you guys show up for. You're not like, I missed hour 17 of Digimon Cyber Sleuth and now I'm completely lost and I don't want to watch the rest of it. I know that's not what this is about, but you have to understand, I am a Let's Play enjoyer. I will like refuse to watch a series because I missed an episode like 2 weeks ago and I don't want to skip it, but I also like don't have the time to watch all of it in order right now, so, and then like that's how I fall off. Whatever, you don't care, and I get it. But it's hard for me to accept the fact that there are games that I want to stream that I also don't have to only play on stream. And I don't know how well Stellar Blade would do. I think it might be a little bit hard to watch the chat while I'm trying to play, because it's kind of an action-heavy game that would probably require a lot of my attention. Or maybe it wouldn't. Who knows? But if you'd be interested in watching gameplay of that, let me know, because the more interest the community shows to a gameplay like that, the more tempted I would be to pick it up at some point. I think the best streams, though, are probably the ones where I just pick a game that I already know that I want to play, and then just play that. Like, I really enjoyed the Pseudo Regalia stream last week, and nobody even knows what that game is, so I don't necessarily know that I should just be chasing games because they're popular anyway. So maybe I don't care what you guys want me to stream. I'm not really in an artsy mood right now. I really wish I could stream Kunitsugami. I would really, really like to do that, but again, I don't think I can get the capture card going. And we did the little Pokemon thing, and that kind of felt like a demonstrable failure. So, I don't know, maybe do we just call it? Like, it was a really short stream, but I'm feeling a little at a loss for where to go from here. We talked about art for a little bit. I'm glad we did. I got a couple of ideas fleshed out further in my head. I didn't really make progress in, let's switch back to this camera. We didn't really make progress with the drawings themselves, but we got our ideas out there. I laid out my ideas for where I want to go here with this patches and streaming content going forward. Maybe in the next few days I'll post maybe I'll post like sort of an open forum on the Discord, and I'll get opinions on which Pokemon I should make patches for. I'll say anyone who's subscribed, I'll choose some Pokemon from people who are subscribed, and then I'll draw those, and that'll give me a little bit of direction with how to kick off this project. I'm still really upset. I know I tried playing it off before, but I am actually genuinely pretty upset that I lost all the embroidery files that I already had made, because they take a while to make. Each one takes like 2 hours to design and then convert into an embroidery file. And the fact that I lost probably 30 hours of work doesn't feel too good. So I don't know why I let that happen. I guess it had been so long since I had worked on these patches that it didn't really feel that important to me. But c'est la vie. No amount of complaining about it is gonna fix it. So yeah, maybe I'll just post an open forum, get some ideas for which Pokemon I can design, and then within one stream I should be able to design. If not convert into embroidery files, I don't know if that would be an interesting part of the process to watch, but I could at least get 2 or 3 of them done per art stream, which I hope at some point to get back to doing once a week like I did. I used to have like my Friday art streams. So there's some more housekeeping for us to do. We can find a day to agree on for the art streams to be on, and then maybe in the Discord we can decide which designs I should actually work on during those days. So if it ends up being Friday or whatever, probably won't be Friday. Friday's kind of my Pokemon TCG day, but I suppose I could go later in the night than I used to. I used to start my Friday streams at like 2, and it would have to start around like 8 instead nowadays. But yeah, I don't know. Fake Gen 2, you got 60 out of 100 and you're starting to sweat. I know, it's a little harder than it sounds. Going Gen 2, name all Pokemon myself without worrying about the order. Maybe I could join in. Maybe let's do that. I know we just talked about how it's not all that interesting to listen to a guy rack his brain for stuff that he knows he should remember, but I've actually never done Gen 2. And Gen 1 I thought would be a little bit easier for me to remember the order of. Gen 2, now that I realize how quickly I've forgotten all of the Gen 1 in order, I am particularly worried. Or not worried, I'm particularly set on the fact that I will never remember all 1025 in order. But I guess maybe I can wait before I start jumping in on all the Gen 2 Pokemon. Because if I start naming them, then Jay is going to not want to listen to the stream, and he'll leave. Because he doesn't want any outside help. I assume. I don't know why I assumed that. Yeah, you are a fake Gen 2 fan. I'm curious. I bet I couldn't do 60. It feels like I could, but as I start thinking of them, I can maybe think of like 10 evolutionary lines off the top of my head, and then I have to really start digging down. Alright, well, people are watching for the most part. Well, I guess I shouldn't make that assumption. Jay, can I step into your, can I, encroach on your territory and try to do this with you? It will involve me saying them out loud, so, I might end up inadvertently helping you. Let me know. I'm a quitter, I switched to shadows? Okay. Alright, yeah, let's see if I can get more than 60, I'll feel proud, because it means that I at least outperformed the professed Gen 2 lover. I used to be a big Gen 2 fan, I'm really not anymore. But that shouldn't technically affect my ability to name them in order. So let's go to... Not shuffle, I don't care about shuffle. We have to go back. Kanto. Not light theme, dark theme. Oh, generations, here we go. Gen 2. Alright, let's see what I can do here. Alright. So, Chikorita. And Bayleaf. How do you spell Bayleaf? Bayleaf? Okay, it's Bayleaf. Meganium. Cyndaquil. Quilava. Typhlosion. Totodile. Crocona. Feraligatr. Probably not Murkrow would be next. I don't know why I'm trying to do these in order. I don't think I actually am, but... probably not Sentret either, but we'll do Sentret. Oh, it is Sentret. Okay, Furret. Let's see how many I can accidentally get in order. Sentret, Furret, Hoot maybe? Hey! I'm already doing better than Gen 1, and I've never studied this. I've never even looked at a list of Gen 2 Pokemon in order. Noctowl. Okay, now we're gonna start falling apart. Ladybug, maybe? Dude, this is crazy. Alright, Ledian. Spinarak? You're kidding me. I'm officially more of a Gen 2 fan than I am a Gen 1 fan, and I fucking studied Gen 1. Alright, Ariados. Okay. So what would be after Ariados? Would it be like the... We already have the rodents, we have the... Would it be like Murkrow, maybe? Probably not. No, okay. Well, we I guess Murkrow is just a single evolution line. It's not in order. It's not like the flying type line of Gen 2, because it wasn't even a line until Honchkrow came along. I know Miss Magius would probably be a little bit later. What's another early route? Teddiursa, maybe? Nope. Ursa Ring. Alright, well, let's finish. Let's just start going out of order and see how many I can get. Slugma. Oh, what are the odds that I got those in order too on accident? Corsola, Remoraid, Mantine. I don't remember how I used to say it, but Octillery. Oh, the baby Pokemon, right? Pichu, Magby, Elekid, Hitmontop. Where else are we? More baby types. Are there more baby types? Smoochum. But not Mime Jr. Let's see. No, not Plusle Minum. Not Pachirisu. What was the Gen 2 Pika clone? What was the Gen 2 Pikachu? Or was it just Pichu? Am I forgetting a Pika clone? That doesn't bode well. Alright. What other types are we forgetting? get Pseudo-Wudo, because I remembered it. Pika-Blue, true. Thank you, Meryl. Azumarill. Yeah, I didn't think so. I knew that was later, but I had to try. You finished in 18 minutes? Okay, that's not bad. Bro, spelling some of these names is half the battle. That's true. Snubble. 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 With 2 L's. Granbull. Caesar is probably pretty late. Yeah. Steelix. What are other, like, late additions? Let's just lightning around these. Tyranitar, of course. Pupitar. Why did they make him a pupa? Larvitar. Why does he go into a cocoon? Is what I want to know. Luigia. Oh. Celebi. Caesar. What's the grass type line? What's the like early route grass type line? I almost wanted to say Seedot, but oh, am I stupid? I knew it. I knew it was Gen 3. I'm okay. I don't feel bad. For some reason, I always think Cacturn is a Gen 2 Pokemon. I don't know why I don't associate it with Gen 3. Speaking of Gen 2 Pokemon that people think is Gen 3, Skarmory. Slugma. Oh, I'd never put in Magcargo fast. Torkoal's also Gen 3. I always associate Torkoal with Gen 2, but I think it's because of Magcargo. Dude, if Drobo were here, he would be so mad at me. He at least knows very well which generations different Pokemon are in. I thought that Lumineon and Finneon were Gen 5. They're Gen 4. I didn't even play Gen 5. And I was like, oh, they're not Gen 5. They must be Gen 6 then. No, they're Gen 4. And that blew my mind. If you beat that, I have to Kermit Sewer Slide. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't even think I'm going to name half of them, to be honest. Gligar. Gliscor is a Gen 4 Pokemon, of course. I knew that. Munchlax is Gen 4. I'm trying to think of more baby Pokemon I might have forgotten. Yeah, gosh. I'm already scraping the wells of my mind. Did I put in Corsola? I did. I don't think I'm going to name half of them. It's 5 away from naming half of them. No, I'm serious. I don't know if I have another 5 in the tank. Or another 4 in the tank, for that matter. Oh, Bellossom. Slowking. Right. Get some of those Gen 1 connections. Oh, speaking of which, Politoed. Okay. See, I just have to remember the categories, right? The categories. Could go by type, though I don't really know a whole lot. Oh, right. Umbreon and Espeon. Okay, right, because dark types, so Houndour, Houndoom. Okay. What are other dark type Pokemon? Other dark types. Dark Flying we have covered. Dark. Maybe I should just go for the combinations. Is there Dark Grass within Gen 2? Now I'm starting to think about what the different sprites looked like. And I can only just think about Feraligator's thick butt. Well, I did make half of it, so I'm happy about that. Where else could we go from here? Did I get all of the connections? We got Hitmontop, we got 3. I know there's more babies. Togepi. Togetic. Donphan. The classic. Fan-P. Okay. Maybe we can get 60. 60 is the new goal for me. Since it's an arbitrary number that you put out there. There must be more water types I'm missing. There's a million water types in every generation. But we got Octillery, we got Remoraid, we got Mantine. Mantike is not part of this quiz, right? I knew that, but like I see a space between Octillery and Mantine, and it's like, shouldn't it just be Mantike? Is there another stage 1? Oh, Quillfish, I bet. I bet it's Quillfish. But it's not a U, it's a W. Quillfish. Oh, it isn't. Oh, we got him anyway. Okay, 58. We're 2 away from when Jay started to sweat. We'll give Jay a whole new reason to start sweating, which is the thought that maybe Mako can do these at some point. Certainly not within 18. Water types were tricky for me to remember because I only ever used Gen 1. Use 1 or 2 water type Pokemon every Gen 2 playthrough. And I'm guessing you're not using Corsola or Quillfish. What are other types? Maybe we could do other types. Fighting? Are there any interesting fighting types? Not really. Meditite is Gen 3. Metachan is Gen 3. It feels weird that my brain doesn't want me to think that Gen 3 has both the Meditite line and the Hariyama line. What am I doing? Meditite. Yeah, right. But it is. It's weird because they're both 2-stage fighting type Pokemon, and for some reason my brain wants to divide them up into 2 different generations because of that. What are other categories that I have? I'm trying to remember all the Pokemon that are tied to Gen 1 in some way. We have Bellossom, we have Slowking, we have Steelix, we have Caesar, we have the Espeon and Umbreon duo, we have Smoochum, Elekid, Magby, we have Pichu, we have the Pokemon that showed up early in the movie, or in the short, with Meryl and Snubble and Donphan. Seedot and Sunflora. Seedot is not part of this quiz? What do you mean? Oh. Because Seedot didn't exist until after Sunflora. Right. It annoys me how many times they go back and add Pokemon to list, or to, like, older evolutionary lines. Like, I don't mind them adding an evolution, but adding a pre-evolution still throws me off. Like, it's so weird to me that Chimecho didn't, or Chingling didn't exist before Chimecho existed. Like, that throws me off. I have the wrong name. Oh, not Seedot. You're right. Sunkern. Thank you. Right, Seedot is a different, yeah, right. Seedot is a later generation, which is what I was thinking, but I completely had the wrong idea. You're right. Because it is a seed, but it's a Sunkern. It's a kernel. Right. I was trying to cover my tracks. Crazy as hell too, this whole thing is invalid now. Yeah, it's Sunkern. Other Gen 2 Pokemon. Are there cute ones? No, no Gen 2 Pokemon are cute. That sure narrowed it down. At least I don't have to feel bad about not remembering Gen 2 as much. Gen 2 used to be my favorite, but honestly I think I was just excited to have a generation after the first one. Don't milk that one. Thank you, Miltank. You're right, you're right. Miltank is like what got me talking about this in the first place. No, my Peak Oblivion doesn't count, shut up. Yeah, if I can't even name all the Gen 2 Pokemon, there's no way I would ever be able to name all 1025. Which are like Pokemon that they went back and touched up, like either with a Gigantamax or a Z-move or like a regional variant. They don't really touch Gen 2 a whole lot. They sort of recently kind of went back and touched up Gen 2 with like Hisui and Quillfish and Cursula. Cursula was cool. Never used it. King of Milking Jokes. Didn't I already put in Slow King? Am I forgetting another King? Needle King, Slow King, Slack King. Only one of those is Gen 2. If there's another King, then I'm stupid, but that made me croak. Crobat. Crobat. You want to know why Crobat is named Crobat? Did I do this on stream, or was this when I was playing the TCG? I was so annoyed when I found out that Crobat's name is just what it's called in Japan, but they spell it Kurobat, which just means black bat. Its name is Black Bat in Japan, and when it came over to America, they were like, well, Kurobat is actually kind of a cool name, so we're just going to call it Crobat. There is another King. Oh, Kingdra. Thank you. You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. Kingdra. Golbat and Soul Silver was my first ever shiny. Really? Oh, Shiny Gyarados. Shiny Gyarados. What? I can't believe that didn't count. So I love Zubat to Crobat, unironically. I don't... It also sounds like Acrobat, which is a happy coincidence. Look, it's Acrobat. Up in the sky. Up in a sky. Acrobat. Is that all of the connections to Gen 1? I'm gonna feel like an idiot every time I ask this question, because you guys are gonna have... you guys are gonna undeniably say, no, there are more, and you're dumb. I don't know, man. I think when I start streaming, my brain just turns off. It's the only way that I can keep talking, is by like turning off my brain and just letting all of my thoughts get converted into words instead of ideas. I'm missing 2 babies. I thought I was. Alright, what are some other Pokemon that got babies? I don't like being quiet on camera. It makes me really nervous. You guys are scaring me. Of course I'm missing 2 babies. Tyrogue. Did I put Tyrogue? Is Tyrogue a Gen 2? Yeah, it is. Okay. I forgot that they sandwiched the Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan line with Tyrogue and Hitmontop. I knew Hitmontop, obviously. And I should have known Tyrogue, for personal reasons. When my family would go to... When my cousin would visit from Texas, good old Tejas, I'll make that 3 babies. Talk about Hitmontop all the time. I feel it. Yeah, I agree. I like Hitmontop a lot. But it also doesn't jump off the page at me. I only really remember it fairly early on when I think of Gen 2 because it has its own minigame in Pokemon Stadium 2. But I didn't even really play that game that much. I just like Hitmontop. Okay, so other babies then. Are they all babies related to Gen 1, or are they babies within their own like Gen 2 line here? That will help me. I'm surprised that I made it all the way to Ariados, getting them in order, and I'm not surprised that the line ended there because I would have not thought Golbat was that, or Crobat was that early on. Gen 1, really? Like, I'm not surprised. I'm really not. Because, like I said, my brain turns off. I can't think about naming Pokemon while I'm talking. While I'm doing exactly what I'm doing right now, I can't just be thinking about Pokemon because my brain power is going to the words that I'm saying, and I already overthink the things that I'm saying. So all the time that I spend talking into the microphone is time that I'm not spending thinking about Pokemon. And then I stop to think about Pokemon. I have to reset. I have to go back in my mind to where I left off in my thought process. And then I think for more than 5 seconds. And then as soon as that time has passed, I feel anxious about not having said anything. And so I start talking again, which is why this is taking a really long time. But also, I don't know how much of this is me forgetting my train of thought, forgetting, like, taking my mind out of Gen 2 just so I can talk to the camera, and how much of it is genuinely I don't remember. I know I would at least have gotten this many in probably half the time if I wasn't talking this whole time. But I don't know if I would get more than this number on my own, regardless of whether or not I was talking, because I do feel like I'm hitting a wall. But it can't just be that I've forgotten, because like I know, like I knew there were more eggs because I know the thing about like, oh, you're given the egg early on with that one person, Wobbuffet, Wob Buffett. Pretty sure Why Not is not in this. It is not, but I had to check because my brain is turned off. Because I know that you get an egg early on in Gen 2, and then you run around and you hatch it, and it has an increased chance of being shiny. And I know that because I watched a video where people try to get all the shiny egg baby Pokemon from that person, but there are different odds for different Pokemon. And so like, I know all this stuff. Like, I know I'm missing baby Pokemon because I know I haven't filled out that list in my mind yet. Based on like other like randomer, stupider facts that I know, like what odds the shinies are. Apparently come faster in my mind than even remembering what the Pokemon are in the first place. Jay did it in 18 minutes with the list next to him, I'm sure of it. Think about the color you're gonna dye my hair. Okay, pink. If I think about pink Pokemon, I already got Smoochum. Don't tell me Happiny is Gen 2. No, so it's not Happiny. There's one you don't have, and in my opinion, it's not over or underrated. It's slightly popular and very cool to me. As for a baby Pokemon or just a Pokemon? Yeah, see, like, I take the time to look at this list, and, like, memories start coming up, but then by the time, like, my brain starts moving, I'm like, you know what, I'm not saying enough right now. It's a storyline Pokemon. Oh. Yeah. How did I forget? Mareep and Flaffy. And I do know how to spell Flaffy, 2 A's and 2 F's. And Faros. Yeah, those are some of Z's favorite Pokemon, so I should have remembered that. And I did. Before I started the quiz, I was like, oh, I can't forget Flaffy and Ampharos and Mareep, but of course once I'm actually in it and trying to collect my thoughts while I'm talking, I know I'm just complaining about talking. I'm complaining about doing the thing that I'm doing, but I'm sorry, it comes more naturally than sitting here in silence and thinking about Pokemon, so you're right. Storyline Pokemon are good ones to consider. And then, like, here's another thing that, like, I'm thinking about, and then I'm realizing that it's not really worth thinking about, because, I'm like, oh, I could think about which Pokemon the gym leaders have, and it's like, well, actually, a bunch of the gym leaders don't have Gen 2 Pokemon, like Mystery... I spilled my beer, by the way, so I'm talking and cleaning and trying to think of Pokemon all at once. I mean, they came out with a new color of duct tape. Left him alone just enough. I'm not going to comment, because he would be upset. No matter what I said. It's very cute. I'll give him that. How am I forgetting 2 more babies, though? I feel like at the very least I could think about the Gen 1 Pokemon that I was just looking at and remember which ones were given babies. Not Mime Jr. Not Snorlax. Not... I already got Elekid, Magby. Smoochum. I always want to say, like, oh, Baby Scyther. What would a Baby Scyther even look like? I'm not sure, but it would be pretty cool. Baby Geodude. I don't think I have any rock types. I have Sudowoodo. I don't think I have any, like, rock types that aren't Sudowoodo. We're at 69, though. That's nice. Health advice. If you work out and consume a lot of protein, you'll get buff. Okay. Oh, thank you. You're right. Okay, okay. Igglybuff. And Cleffa. There's the 2. Cleffa. Okay, thank you. It's weird that they broke up the, Oh, you can't see my cursor. It's weird that they... No. Broke up the... God damn it. There we go. Baby Pokemon into, like, 2 groups here. It seems... I've never understood why they, organize things the way that they do. It's like, here's 4 baby Pokemon in a row, 3 of which are related to Gen 1. And then here's another random, like, Gen 1 connection section. I guess they did it because, like, these Pokemon show up sort of early in the decks, and these Pokemon show up sort of late in the decks, but, like, Zubat and Golbat show up before Clefairy, so why does Crobat show up before Cleffa? Like, the logic isn't consistent. It's also pink. There's one more Gen 1 connected Pokemon I can think of. It's not Blissey. It's not Happiny. Is it Blissey? It is Blissey. What? Dude, I'm so stupid. Blissey looks like a Gen 4 Pokemon to me. But Happiny is the Gen 4 Pokemon. But Happiny feels like a Gen 2 Pokemon to me, and Blissey feels like a Gen 4 Pokemon. I don't know, I'm dumb. Because I knew that Happiny was Gen 4, and because of that I always think that Blissey is Gen 4. Oh, so I'm missing iconic legendaries, which is crazy. Oh, sure. Right. The thing that screws me up, are these... Here's my question. Are these still in Ice, Electric, Fire order? Is it Suicune first? No, it isn't. They broke the chain. They broke the order. I thought it was Entei first, but it's not. Alright. Here's how to get everyone riled up. What are your... Which is the best legendary... I'm gonna call them beasts out of respect. I'm not gonna call them dogs like I used to. They're definitely cats. You associate Blissey with Gen 4 because of her meandering health bar. That actually might be true. Alright. Alright guys, we have a real fight to settle. What's the best legendary cat? There are cats. There's a tiger. There's a lion. There's a leopard. I won't be hearing debates on that. I do want to know which is the best, though. So you can use my number 2 fave Pokemon of all time, so that's true. You have already made that abundantly clear. You're wrong. It's the stupidest, ugliest, dumbest one, but it's fine. I'm not here to judge your takes. I'm just here to point people in the opposite and much more correct answer. Can you guess? Alright, 75 ain't bad. I know I got a lot of help there. Okay, cool. I'm glad that you agree. I think they're in order from best to worst, but I can't blame anyone for thinking Suicune is cool. This color scheme is fire. Alright, now you're just confusing me. Okay, here's my question. How do you pronounce this one? I haven't said it out loud yet. And I know how I pronounce it. Raging Bolt is lame. Raging Bolt is alright. It's funny. Like, I got to the point where Pokemon are... I appreciate Pokemon for, like, how silly they are. Actually, it's more like bat, right? Its back goes, like, lower down for some reason. Yeah, look, it's me, Raging Bolt. Raikou. Keep yourself safe. Raikou. K-O-O, is that how I'm supposed to pronounce that? Oops. I think it's Raikou. I don't care if it's not right. I always said Raikou. That's what my brain says. I had to, like, train myself to say Raikou. Because that's just, like, it's clearly based on a Japanese word. I assume that's its word in Japanese. That's its name in Japanese. And that's just how you would pronounce it if it was spelled out. If it leaned all the way into, like, Alolan Exeggutor, would be hilarious. That is true. It's, like, as close as you can get to Alolan Exeggutor, though. Any closer and an Alolan Exeggutor would be dethroned, which would ruin the fun. I want to get, like... I already have the Big Shedinja tattoo on my back. I want to get, like, an Alolan Exeggutor, like, up my arm. Like, have its head, like, up here on my shoulder, and then have its neck go all the way down my arm. And then have the body here, and then, like, the tail. People forget that Alolan Exeggutor has a tail and, like, a little head on my thumb. I think that'd be so funny. It would look awful. It's... Every time I imagine it, I'm like, that is the dumbest looking tattoo I've ever thought of, but it would be really funny to me. It's Raikou here in America, bud. Yeah, I'm gonna say that I don't care. Because it would be... Can I even remember how to spell this? Ku. This would be Raikou. But I'm guessing it's not. I'm guessing it's Ra-i... Ko... I'm gonna double check though. Cancel. Let's search for...
Headphone dance floor.
I'm gonna look up its Japanese name. If they spell it differently in Japan, then they just spelled it weird over here. Yeah, it is. I'll scroll it over for you. That's what. Okay, I was right. Yeah, Ra-i. Let me do this one more time. Ra-i Ko. Yeah, Raiko. I'm sticking to it. I'm sorry. I know it's unpopular because I'm sure they said Raikou in the movie or whatever, but yeah, his friggin' hieroglyphs. I don't believe in trading. I'm a staunch believer in succeeding on the first try or not at all. Oh, in training. I thought you were trying to like lead me down another hint of like, oh, you're not considering the trade evolution Pokemon. Instead, it's trying to look cool. I would not say that Raging Bolt is trying to look cool. Maybe it is. I guess it might be. Now that I'm looking at it, it might be trying to look cool. Oh, apparently its mane can unfold. That's news to me. These two different websites are positioned very differently, so I can't really go in trouble. So apparently, its mane unfolds. Does that change your mind? If anything, I think it looks stupider like this. Takeru Raiko. Takeru Raiko. Do the other ones have their names in them as well? Raging Bolt is the only known Pokemon. Thunderclap, yeah. Clap them cheeks. I just want to find a link to the other two. Walking Wake and Gouging Fire. Show me Walking Wake. Maybe I can just Control F for walking. It's not on here. There's not a link to Walking Wake or Gouging Fire. Okay, here's one for Gouging. Where is it? Alright, Gouging Fire's name in Japanese is Ugatsu Homura. Okay, so what's Entei's name in Japanese? Entei. Yeah. Okay. So that's strange to me that they didn't include... That they did include Raiko's name in its Japanese name, but not Entei's name in its name. Uneru Minamo. Uneru Minamo. I don't like how that sounds. Uneru Minamo. I don't know what that means, but that's okay. Suicune. Suicune. Yeah. As I expected, their Japanese names are the same as their English names, but not of the paradox forms, interestingly. I guess Walking Wake would be strange. It's weird that he has a sauropod body but a feline face. That's true. It is. It is odd. I mean, they're all supposed to look lizard-like. Except for this one, I guess. Yeah, Gouging Fire really doesn't look lizard-like at all. Or sauropodian. Saurian? And it doesn't look saurian at all. So yeah, you're right, that is strange. Now that you mention it. I think Walking Wake is also the ugliest. I do not understand what they were going for. Alright, let's give up and see what we missed. Oh, I love Natu and Xatu. Chinchou, yeah. Or, I'm sorry, Chinchou. I don't know how that... I know in the anime they say Chinchou, but I think that might also be a situation. Skiploom, Quagsire, Wooper, Yanma, Apom, Jumpluff, Unknown. How did I forget Unknown? That's what I want to know. Heracross, I'm surprised I forgot. Dunsparce is whatever, Shuckle is whatever, even though it's a trade, or even though you are given one. Porygon 2, that I'm surprised I missed. Sneasel, whatever. Smeargle, Smeargle I know is Gen 2. I would never get that wrong if somebody asked, but it does feel like a Gen 3 Pokemon. It feels like Kecleon to me. But maybe that's because I use a Smeargle and Kecleon combination in one of my TCG decks. Delibird I should have remembered. Girafarig I probably should have remembered, but I don't care enough about it for me to really care. Oh, sorry, the screen is off again. I keep switching around on... these different websites have different orientations. Smeargle is the only one I was like, what was his name again? They just put a big tiara on Entei, basically. I will never forget Smeargle's face. I don't know, or Smeargle's face, Smeargle's name. It's too fun. I like Smeargle too much. I think it's a beagle, too. I think that's what it's supposed to look like a dog. Or at least evoke dogs, so they named it Smearbeagle. It's a really stupid name, but I like it. It's funny and cute. I like Smeargle a lot. Yeah, I'm not surprised I forgot Chinchou and Lantern. Natu and Xatu, it is kind of heartbreaking because I love Xatu. I think Xatu is probably one of my favorite flying type Pokemon. Probably my favorite psychic. I don't know, it's a toss up between like Xatu and I guess Exeggutor is psychic. So I was gonna say Xatu and Hypno, but no, I have to. See, Exeggutor is my favorite grass-type Pokemon and one of my favorite Pokemon, but it's weird that I don't really consider it one of my favorite psychic Pokemon. It's one of my favorite dragon Pokemon. When is someone gonna put a big tiara on me? I missed the Prom Queen nomination 15 years ago, and I never lived it down. Yeah, unfortunately my days as... Oh, there is a grass-type line I was missing. Yeah, of course. The Hoppip line. The shiny Hoppip line. Yeah, is there anything else in here that I, like, feel weird about forgetting? Not really. Maybe Swinub. I feel a little bit weird about forgetting Swinub. Stantler I don't care enough about to feel bad about it. I love the Hoppip line. I like Skiploom, or I like Jumpluff. I hate Skiploom. I like Hoppip and I like Jumpluff. I don't like Skiploom. They're worthless offensively. I mean, Jumpluff is a decent like status setter. It's not great, but it certainly has its use cases. You're right that they're worthless offensively. Basically any Pokemon associated with like powder or dust is pretty worthless offensively. Like that includes most of the moths, most of the like grass type Pokemon, like Paris and Amoonguss and such. Although Parasect is just kind of worthless overall. I love Parasect, but I don't really feel bad about it being worthless. Jumpluff is really good in Regulation H and Scarlet Violet, though. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, because once you take all the legendaries and I forget if pseudos were taken out as well. Once you take all the legendaries out and all the mythicals, like, and the meta shifts enough, there's certainly openings for like tailwind setting, like powder users. Did we move? Oh wow, we moved all the way back to Aesop Rock after... I don't even know what this is, but apparently we listened to it. More music. Let's get more music in. Glorpy basslines to go full sludge mode? Yeah, dude. Why not? These YouTube playlists are so stupid. Yeah, dude. Who doesn't want to listen to some Glorpy basslines to go full sludge mode? I was listening to Japanese Jazz to Do Crimes To yesterday. That's a pretty good playlist. Yeah, I use Jump Left a good amount in my Pokemon Coliseum Nuzlocke until I didn't. Until it went and died. Like every other Pokemon in a Pokemon Coliseum Nuzlocke does. That game is tough. It's really, turns out it's really hard to do a Nuzlocke when there's no wild encounters. I saw some YouTube playlists that were like cool jazz mixes of old video game music, and I was like, oh, this is cool, and then I found out it was all AI and I got mad. Yeah, there's a lot of AI music. Not even just on YouTube, but like on Spotify, on like YouTube Music, which I know I said not on YouTube, but technically they're different platforms. Yeah, there's quite a lot of just AI generated music these days. I imagine most of like the lo-fi hip hop channels are AI generated. I know for sure that a lot of the if it has AI generated art on the thumbnail, then it's probably most likely AI generated music as well. You'll find these weird like mixes of stuff. Like there's this like shamisen metal video that I keep getting recommended that's definitely AI. There's like anime pirate metal that I keep getting recommended that is definitely AI. There's like an Egyptian metal one that I got, also definitely AI. Yeah, and I imagine most of the lo-fi channels these days are probably AI music as well. A lot of like smooth jazz as well is AI. Dude tried to sell it in the description like it's generated in such a way that it's pretty much what a DJ would do. Yeah, that's just the age we're in. Like, unfortunately, it's not going to continue to get worse, most likely, so... I'm not cheating. I don't want to get into the AI conversation right now. I don't have conducive thoughts to AI. All my thoughts are very circular on AI. But ultimately, my opinion on it myself, like, my opinions on it ethically are different than, like, my personal opinions on it. And my personal opinions on it really just boil down to, if nobody took the time or the effort to make this, then why should I put in the time or effort to listen to it? Like, it's just kind of that easy for me. AI music doesn't interest me because it doesn't have a story to tell. And music is very personal. I feel like even with like AI images, it's not as personal. I know like artists, like digital artists they would probably take offense to that, but I am a digital artist, and my counter to like the claim that all art is personal would be like, memes are art, and like people, you never, when you look at a meme, you're never like, oh, I wonder who made this, you know? Like, it's not on the same level, but like images are so common, so used, so present in the online space they're shared so freely. You could put like a little watermark that says like do not replicate, do not duplicate, do not share on other platforms or whatever. People are going to. It's just the nature of the internet. We've had 25 years more or less to get used to the fact that once you post something online, it's going to end up in all corners if it's shareable enough. And unfortunately, I think that's just the fate for digital art as a whole. Because digital art is so shareable, so easy to just copy, paste, to save and re-upload to different sites at really the whim of whoever comes across it, AI art is very quickly filling in gaps where people are just too lazy to create the art themselves, and nobody cares, and nobody's expected to care, at least outside of art circles, because art is already so ubiquitous online. It's so shareable. It's such a perfectly distilled thought, that even if it's a fake thought, made by a fake person, the fact that it's in a format that is so readily available to be moved around to different corners of the internet is just going to make it all the less likely that people are going to care where it came from. Like I said, you don't look at a meme and think, I wonder who drew this. A lot of the times you'll find fan art that you think is really cool. It's not even AI. It could be a legitimate artist that came up that drew it, but you'll have a hell of a time tracking it back to its original artist. And 95% of the people who see that art and think it's cool are either going to save it to their phone, they're going to share it to their people, they're going to like it, or they're going to just move on, and they're not going to trace it back to its original creator. And that makes AI art so much easier to create without anyone really second guessing it. It's still pretty, I think it's still pretty easy to identify AI art when I see it, and I know that that's not, it doesn't sound impressive, or it's like, oh yeah, AI art, they'll have 4 fingers, or the tangent lines will be all crooked or whatever, but even that stuff is getting replaced very quickly. But you'll find that a lot of AI art is just it'll be in the style of art that you saw 15 years ago, and unless it's that specific artist, then chances are it's probably AI art. I keep hearing AI backers say it's doing wonders in the medical field and could cure most diseases in the next few decades, which, even if that's true, there's no doubting it's also actually harming the working class now. That's true. The problem is never the tool. Unfortunately, it's never, we want to blame AI, we want to say AI is the gross thing in the equation. It's not. It's a tool that's designed to be used in a multitude of ways. AI is not synonymous with artist, but it's also not synonymous with gun, I'll never forgive people for creating gun. Gun has a specific use, and the specific use is horrendous, right? It's a technology that exists for a specific purpose, and that specific purpose happens to be cruel, right? I can't say the same about AI. AI is a tool that's used for a multitude of things. It doesn't even really have a meaning at this point. They'll say oh, it's an AI chat program. It's we had AI chat programs in 2005. We just didn't call them AI. The problem is that AI can mean anything now, and when AI means anything, it can either be a good thing or a bad thing. It can be a chat program. It can be what do they call it? Generative photos. It can be generative coding, and coding, programmers are getting put out of work left and right because of it. But it's not in this case the tool's fault, because the tool is designed in a way that, anyone can effectively use it. AI is designed for anyone to use. Almost definitionally, it is democratizing the art process. You could say that's a bad thing. You can say that the fact that art generation is democratized is a bad thing because, well, we used to have to study, and we used to have something to say, and we used to have to invest our money into tools and our time into learning and our brain space into practicing and remembering patterns and learning patterns and taking inspiration from others. Like, at the end of the day, if everyone just had the tool to create what they wanted to, I think that would be a net good. I think that, like, AI generated art, AI generated even like writing, which is a little, I'm honestly maybe even a little bit more defensive of AI, defensive of authors than I am defensive of digital artists, and that really sucks because I'm not an author and I am a digital artist, and I'm more prepared for AI to replace the digital art space. Maybe because I've just seen the train coming for a lot longer. But I think it's a lot easier to, I think despite the massive amount of creativity and color and emotion that you can put into an image, I don't think it's ever going to quite match the effect that you can have with a well-told story. Words on paper. So I think that I'm a lot less likely to read an AI story than I would be to look at an AI image and think, that's cool. Because an image is a fleeting moment online. You can't take in a story in the second that it takes to like an image that you find on Twitter or on Facebook or on Tumblr or whatever. You think the inherent value of a developed skill set is expendable. I think that if the value is within the finished product, then the amount of time spent creating that product is irrelevant. I think that if you're only learning how to draw for the sake of creating an image that came to you in a dream or whatever, then definitionally AI doing it faster is better. If, on the other hand, you are learning how to draw as a form of self-expression, as a form of discipline, as a form of emotional release, time and skill are the same thing. Right. You said develop skill set. And what I'm saying is that in order for a skill set to be developed, time has to be put into it, right? But even if we take development out of it, and I know, I feel like I'm probably annoying you and probably a lot of artists in my life by saying this. I'm just trying to explain this from a perspective of a person who very much understands what it means to be a digital artist, who very much prefers to do things himself over having a machine do it for me, because a machine isn't going to do it the way I want to, the way I want it to be done. If I used an AI image generator, it would never, ever, ever create the image that I have in my head. And as a creative person, I value the image in my head over anything that could be created for me. Not everybody's like that. Most people aren't like that. So when they say, well, I want like a cool original character who's like this hot, fit dude with tattoos on his arms and with, hair approximately this long, cut in approximately this way, like, but that's all they have in their mind, then yeah, they're going to use an AI generator. They're going to spit out 9, 15, 20 images that fit this very vague idea, and they're going to say, oh, this one is my favorite. This is going to be my character from now on. Whereas somebody who cares, like, this was a big thing when I was doing that commission for that friend of a friend of mine. I don't even remember how much of that I streamed. I don't think I actually streamed all that much of it. He was used to using AI generators to do the art for the character that he had envisioned. But me, as the artist, when he told me these things that he had in mind, my questions ran so much deeper than the AI would ever be able to consider. My question was, okay, you want him to have tattoos, what tattoos do you want? And then he'd be like, oh, I'm not sure, maybe something like this or like this. And then I would say, why does your character want those tattoos in particular? What does the imagery of these tattoos mean to you? I would say, okay, well, if you want him to have both a full face covered mask and hair of a certain length, where do you want the mask to be cut? Where does the hair start flowing out of the mask, and how much of the hair is covered up by the mask that goes around the head, right? Like, there's so many more considerations that AI doesn't have the ability to parse through. But only somebody with the thought and care and attention to detail, like me or you or like another person who's devoted their attention to learning an artistic skill, would actually care about those sort of things. And people who just want to create hot anime guy, Korean wife with big boobs and perfect skin, they're not going to care about the details. So for them, AI is the tool. Like, if it means that they are not, for everything that somebody wants to exist that ends up being created by an AI program instead of an artist, and for every artist that misses a commission because of it, that is the downside. The upside is, well, that image now exists. Now somebody had their wish fulfilled for cheaper, for less effort, and in less time. And you can say that's a bad thing. But in a world where corporations aren't trying to milk every cent out of us, make us as sad and depressed as possible, if you imagine a Star Trek universe where intergalactic conflict is more or less solved, where race is no longer an issue, where like Captain Picard can sit next to, people of 3 different Earth and intergalactic races, and they can all get along without even bringing up the conversation of skin color or, whether they have scales or skin, then in that universe, AI generated things are good, right? Like, find me directions to, the Andromeda Galaxy or whatever. It's like, okay, we have Google Maps for that, or we could just AI it now, like in this universe, right? And Google Maps, put however many topographers out of business or whatever, right? Like, everything is leading to this automated future, but in a society that isn't strangling the remaining workers out of their last dying breaths of whether it be creativity or even just usefulness to the machine as a whole. Like, these things are good. You want this image to exist? Boom, it exists. That's awesome. Anyone can do it? That's so cool. Not only have you democratized the artistic process, but you've also automated it, and you have streamlined it, and you have found a way to get even non-creative people creating things that they want to exist. And I think it's nice. I think ultimately that would be nice, that people who have not spent hundreds of hours, thousands of hours, 10,000 hours practicing their skills just to create these things that they have in their mind. What if they could do other things that they enjoy more, and then every now and then get a little treat? They could play video games, 4 hours a day instead of slaving over a tablet that's starting to get hot and their hand is getting sweaty, and then they have to, clean their drawing glove because, they don't want to devote that much of their limited brain space and attention to harnessing a skill just to have something to enjoy. That's what my thought is on AI, is it's not inherently bad. it sucks for people who make a living doing this stuff, and it sucks for anybody like a creative type who cares about the small details at this point. But even those are going to get automated and democratized eventually. And rather than fight that, I would rather look at the upside of it, which is there's going to be more creativity out there, even if people don't have an active, even if people don't know why they like things the way they do. They're going to enjoy more things. They're going to be able to put more of their thoughts out into the world in a way that's meaningful to them, just not on a level that it is meaningful to somebody else. I think that's kind of where I lie on it. I understand how on a surface level, giving people the ability to create what they want without the discipline is used. It used to require to create it sounds like a good thing, but my perspective is discipline is valuable and important, even if it's something as shallow as making something that just looks cool. I understand, and I agree. I do think discipline is important, but I think people can be disciplined in some things without having to. I agree. I think when you bring it back to discipline, it starts to ground it more for me. I think that you make a good point, and it's one that I brought up sort of at the start of this conversation. But again, if the discipline is what matters to you, then there's a million different avenues for that discipline. You know, like, discipline doesn't have to come in the form of art. If somebody doesn't care about art, if somebody doesn't care about the creative process of art, but they still enjoy looking at it, then AI is good for them. I'm not a proponent of AI. I'm a Luddite when it comes to like any technology that replaces workers, replaces passion. That's the problem, is passion is gone, and that's something that I'll never fully I'll never fully be able to justify the lack of passion that goes into creating something with a computer rather than with your bare hands. And I would never use an AI generated thing and then publish it and say it was mine. It's not mine. It's the product of hundreds of thousands of artists more creatively talented than me. And I would hope, my greatest hope in that line of thinking would be that maybe if the AI future is inevitable, then I hope that at least somebody thought that my art was good enough to try to replicate it at some point. If art was ethically sourced and generated, I'd be more inclined to agree with you. Yeah, that's another thing. It's non-consensual. It is inherently a violation of a person's right to self-expression in sort of a roundabout way. It's a universal truth that you can't earn back the trust, the goodwill, the intention of the original artists. Once you've stolen it, you've broken that trust, and there's no getting that back. So it'll never be clean. AI art will never be cleanly sourced. It'll never be ethical. And I think that's bad. There's no alternative to that. I'm not saying AI art is good, because AI art will never be ethically sourced, because there's no way to gain the permission of somebody retroactively. It's like, this is a very extreme, but I think honestly very appropriate comparison. You can't make pornography of a person when they're underage and then have them later be like, oh no, actually I'm okay with that now. I can't, you can't say that it's okay because the person is now older and they're still okay with that, you know, that version of themselves existing online or on somebody's camera or whatever. I know this is a disgusting comparison, but it's the retroactive permission argument, that you can't retroactively get permission from everybody that you've already stolen from, that you've already cheated out of a client base, that you've already, in the example that I gave, that you've already violated, you know, whether it be ethically or legally, doesn't really matter. The point still stands that there's no permission that can be granted retroactively that makes it okay in any way. You know, AI art will always be tainted with the fact that it's always been stolen. And even if every artist from now on, every AI generative program from now on, only came from artists that gave their permission, there's already enough out there that has been stolen that, you know, the toothpaste can't go back in the tube. So from the creator's standpoint, it's awful. It's the worst thing you can think of. The idea that you can create something, you can put all this time and effort into creating something and have it mean so much to you, and have somebody steal it, scrape it for data, turn it into a cheap byproduct of somebody's, you know, whims at the, you know, the passing thought that went through their head, where it's like, oh, what if I did want an image of Goku fighting Craig of the Creek in Bikini Bottom or whatever. Like, it could be the stupidest, most like insulting idea to the creators, and there's no retaining any ethics from the creative standpoint. From the user standpoint, it's amazing. This thing that I want to exist exists now. Unfortunately, there are people who are going to market themselves as creators because they got a computer to generate this thing for them. Again, you can't control how people are going to feel about it. And the people who are going to do that and try to ride this little wave of like, oh, I'm really good at generating images, therefore I'm an artist, like, those people suck, and they're always going to suck because it's always going to be people trying to cheat their way through the system. But people who aren't trying to make it as an artist probably don't care about whether the art was ethically sourced, and they do care about whether they can get what they want to exist, you know? Unfortunately, those people are part of the same class of people who are working hard at a digital, you know, tablet trying to make things work, right? Neither of them are part of the owning class. If somebody wanted to pay an artist to make something, they could afford to, they would, right? Like, if money was not an object to these people, then yeah, why not pay somebody else to make it the way that you actually want it to, the way with soul and with heart. But it's ultimately, it's the ruling class, it's the owning class, it's the tech oligarchs who are turning one subset of the working class, the artists, into a commodity that can be traded without their own permission, and getting them mad at the people who are using the technology that is now existing, that is coming into existence, rather than targeting that anger at the people who created the technology for it to be stolen in the first place. Like we yell at like people who show up at like anime conventions with like AI generated posters and stuff, and I agree, that's gross, but it's not their fault that the tool exists. And again, in a world where AI art is truly democratic, which is not the world that we live in, but like in such a world, I don't think it would be as big of a deal that somebody is, you know, there's so many different ways that my brain wants to take this, and I'm trying to stay both logically and morally consistent here. mostly for the sake of like defining to myself what my own thoughts on it are. And I do think it's bad. Like, I don't want you to think that I'm explaining all of this to justify AI art, because AI art does not exist within the society in which it would be permissible, because nothing about the way that our society is constructed is permissible. And I will never be able to defend anything that exists to further the systems that we have in place. Like, we just live in a society that I can't defend. And that makes so many things that happen within that society indefensible by nature. And I wish that I could more readily target my disappointment in a productive direction. But ultimately, it's always just going to be people in the lower class fighting with other people in the working lower class. Because that's just the society that we've created. It's the society that we were born into, and it's one that we have not found a way out of yet. And every day that we don't find a way out of it, we perpetuate and further solidify the systems in place to be even sturdier the next day. Alright, sorry. This might be a stupid analogy, but there existed a Captain America style super soldier machine that could instantly give someone a perfect physique, effectively turning them into an elite level athlete. How would that affect professional sports? You're very correct that I cannot control what others do. I can only control what I do, so if someone wants to make AI art, I can't/shouldn't stop them. I'm just saying, if every skill set, discipline, and ability becomes automated, accessible to everyone, no one and nothing will be special anymore. I think we're meant to excel in some things and stumble in others. Like, I'll never be a runway model, and that's okay and normal, actually. Yeah, I think we're in agreement there. I think you spelled something very importantly out that I have not yet found the words for. I agree. I think that skills and disciplines and artistic expression are invaluable. They are the basis of joy. There is no history without art and artists specifically. And art is not something to be left in the past. You know, art is not Michelangelo. Art is not, Da Vinci. Art is not Van Gogh or Picasso or, or James or Jack. But we contribute to it, right? You don't look back at Rome and say, like, wow, I can't believe Michelangelo did all this. It's like, well, Michelangelo did some of it. Da Vinci did some of it. You did some of it, I did some of it. Extrapolated for thousands of years. And there's again, a lot of my perspective is based on the fact that there's no going back. We live in a time when AI is being created and it's being perfected and it's being propagated and sold as this amazing new thing that's going to save everybody money and make money. And I think that's all gross because I don't like the society that we live in. And I think the best way to move forward from here is to say, how are my contributions to the world going to be remembered, and how are they going to affect the world to be a better place in the future? If something that I used to do very often, which is digital art, eventually made its way into a generative AI program that, and again, this isn't the world we live in, but it's the world that I want to live in, knowing that we can't go back. If the contributions that I've made to the artistic community live on past me and inspire other people to be happy and to create things that they didn't know they could create and to see things that they didn't know they wanted to see, I think that's a good thing. I am willing to remove my personal stake in the game in lieu of my personal effect on the world. Does that make sense? I don't care if, and again, I've had over a decade to struggle with this. I've had almost a decade, not over a decade. I used to be a full-time digital artist. It was very hard. It was hard to the point that I was starving, that I had to help my mom, or ask my mom to help me pay rent, and it made me miserable. Both. I would say I make art for myself and I make art for others. I don't draw things because I think others will like them. I don't draw things that I would not personally be interested in. But I have a very different history with art than you likely do. I drew a lot of fan art, which is, I mean, obviously it takes skill, it takes devotion, the same level of knowledge of, colors and methods. But when you're known for making fan art, you are largely at the whims of what other people want to see. And I wouldn't make fan art of something that I didn't care about, but I do have the more of a connection with making art for other people than you probably do, which I think is probably why I feel more permissive of removing myself from the equation. Like, there's not a whole lot of art out there that exists that's wholly original from my own catalog. And that's something I regret. I have huge ideas. I have things that I want to exist that I just don't have the time or the energy or the money to make. And I'll never have a computer make them for me, because I know that within me there exists a creative soul that is burning to make these things reality, that would never be fulfilling should a robot make them for me. I am not going to use AI. I am not an AI user. And I don't honestly see myself ever being one. The creation of things is too valuable. My perspective here is that, assuming the AI beast can't be tamed at this point, I will be happy knowing that I contributed to something that will make other people happy. I didn't consent to AI being created, and if I had it my way, it never would. Generative AI, I think, is unethical. I think it diminishes creative thought, even logical and rational thought. I think that being a creative type opens up your mind to more rational thinking. It challenges you in a way that other parts of the real world just don't. Like, they're just parts of your brain that you don't flex, and when you don't use parts of your brain, then it affects other parts of your brain. Whatever. Like, I'm not a proponent of AI. I will never celebrate its existence. I wish that AI could be something to celebrate, and all I can hope for at this point is that it eventually gets steered, it gets co-opted, it gets utilized in a way that makes people who have very little else, in a world where they're expected to work longer hours, longer weeks, more hours a day, more days a week, for less money compared to the money they're expected to spend. I hope that whatever little bits of creativity they can inject into their life through whatever means are available to them, make them happy. And I hope that at the end of the day, should all of this awful, unethical stuff exist, that it at least makes someone happy. And if it makes someone happy, I will be happy that I contributed to their joy. Would I rather they came to me directly? Of course. But they're not going to. And people are less and less able to afford things like commissioned art. People are less and less interested in wondering where this specific art style originated from. They're less likely to track down the original artist when they find something cool online, because it's been posted on 50 different websites, and when you try to reverse image search it, you just get linked back to all of those sites. I had this. I found a shirt that I really liked, but I knew that the image that they had printed on it was stolen, because it was one of those sites, right, that just like automates the process of printing cool clothes and just steals art from wherever, puts it on a shirt, and sells it. And that sucks. I hate that exists. I tried so fucking hard to reverse image search this thing. I got the original image, like, that was on the shirt. It was weird because it was, like, folded around the shirt and cropped weird, but I was able to use, Google Lens and find the original image, but I couldn't find who made the image. Every time I searched it, it would link to one of these sites that was selling the shirt, or somebody on Pinterest saying, look what I found, or somebody on Twitter saying, just reposting it, like, because they thought it was cool. And I was like, oh, this must be the Twitter handle of the person who created it. And the rest of their shit on their Twitter is just reposting porn and, like, AI generated, like, art of, whatever. It doesn't even matter. It's irrelevant. But the fact that we've reached the point where I wanted to find this artist and see if they made a version of this thing that I wanted to buy. I wanted this shirt with this really cool design on it. And I found the original file, but I didn't find the original artist. And the fact that we already exist in that landscape does not bode well for people, for our collective caring of how these AI programs are trained, where the art style comes from, and even to a much, much lesser extent, are people going to care which AI program it was, or who created the generative AI system that this image was created on, or whatever. Like, people don't care about that stuff. They want, like, the vast majority of people just want a cool image to exist, and either they're going to find it or they're going to make it. And if they're going to make it but they don't have the skill, then they're going to use AI to do it. Like, and it's a net negative as far as discipline goes, but there are other disciplines out there. It's a net negative as far as supporting artists go. And eventually we're probably going to reach a point where AI is just feeding into itself, and that's going to create this, like, weird mad cow disease version of AI art that is going to just be a crazy amalgamation of, like, AI art eating AI art and spitting out AI farts. Like, that's the cycle that is being created already. There's no going back. We'll see what that leads to. Probably nothing any better than what we already had. But at least in this moment right now, if I want, I shouldn't say I'm not going to use AI tools, but if somebody wants, Batman kissing Superman in a McDonald's play place, like, at least they can get that for the fleeting moment that desire exists. It's grim. It's a grim, gloomy optimism. It's not even an optimism. It's just perspective. I don't expect anyone to agree with me. It's just my way of wrestling with a very complex problem born out of systems that I already hate and have already voiced my opinions on, which is late capitalism, owning class versus working class, tech oligarchs trying to control our minds and getting away with it pretty successfully. There's no justification for it, but at least I can look for the silver lining. I don't know. Definitely not a fan of AI art. I appreciate that, Protato. It sounds similar to the mentality of a soldier dying in war on foreign soil, and his final thoughts are, well, at least my contributions, however minuscule, contributed towards ending this war, ignoring the fact that your country sent you to your own death. Maybe that's similar. I haven't given that thought that analogy any thought. I would say that the difference lies in a soldier. I like where you're coming from. In a time where the draft doesn't exist, then the analogy doesn't quite hold up because a soldier is signing themselves up for something as opposed to something being thrust upon them. AI art was thrust upon us. I am not creating art for the sake of feeding an AI algorithm. I am not creating art because I want... I am not creating art with AI in mind at all. And you cannot participate in a war without thinking of war. Without thinking of the blood that you're spilling. My actions as an artist are not analogous to the actions of a soldier in that I am doing this because I want to. A soldier isn't fighting because that's their goal, right? I'm creating art for myself. I rarely post the stuff that I create, you know, in honesty, because I'm making it for myself, because it's the creative outlet that I've chosen. War is not a creative outlet. War has an end goal. Art does not have an end goal. I am not creating art and then reflecting on it with the thought that I am contributing to the end of AI, or, you know, the end of artistry as a whole. I'm creating art for myself. I'm aware that if I post it, it's getting stolen. It's getting reposted elsewhere. I also just happen to... This may or may not be related. I don't know. I haven't thought about it enough yet. I'm also not super huge on, like, copyright. And as an artist, that's also a divisive topic, but it's related. Like, if the fact is that I post something and I'm accepting of the fact that it's going to be stolen and shared, then at least I can find joy in the fact that somebody enjoyed the art enough to put in the effort to download it and re-upload it somewhere else. And I've seen it. I've seen my own art uploaded to places where I didn't upload it. And I'm like, you know what? I put it out there for free anyway. I already got paid for this. I either already got paid for it, or I already got the joy out of creating it that I was going for. Then I sent it out. I pushed it out on a little boat into the river, and then I happened to find it washed up on shore, you know, a year later, knowing that it made it all the way around the world and back to me. And if I've already succeeded in my goal, which was create this thing, get the joy of creation out of it. Don't expect money for it because I already know that I'm a failed commercial digital artist. Failing in art made me enjoy the artistic process more because it freed me from the idea that I had to do something to make money. And when I reached that point in my life, and when I finally felt free to create things and then put them out and then just watch what happens to them, then the value of that thing may feel diminished for anyone who comes across it later on. They don't know what I felt doing it. They don't know how much I got paid to do it. But they don't care. It's already on the internet. I put it there for a reason, you know? I got everything that I needed to before... I got everything I needed to out of the process before I hit upload. And after I hit upload, I was just happy that other people liked it enough to repost it, to share it, But I'm not trying to make a living as an artist, and that's what the difference here is. Like, I don't know if seeing your art reposted somewhere else is equivalent to giving up intellectual rights to your own work. Like, I've seen my shit reposted on Reddit and never cared, because I still knew it was mine. Right. The thing is, if somebody took my art and, you know, and made it in their own image, it's like being proud of a carpentry project despite the fact IKEA exists. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way of looking at this, in my opinion. Also, welcome. Wonderful to have you. Yeah, I see where you're drawing the line between IP and sharing. For me, I wouldn't care if I saw somebody repost my art, and even like if they tried selling it. Yeah, stolen valor, stolen art, stolen valor, you know, the two can coexist. The two are theft. They're, you know, if somebody was trying to sell my art on a t-shirt, I would be upset, but I wouldn't even bother trying to take it down. Because I'm not trying to sell a t-shirt. You know? Does that make sense? I don't care if somebody takes my art and sells it as a print. Right. And I can't speak for everyone, and I'm not trying to defend that action, because IP laws exist for a reason, but also they're very restrictive as well. Like, I think if I asked you, like, what are your thoughts on Disney, the Mickey Mouse IP, you'd probably say something along the lines of, it's stupid that Mickey Mouse has yet to enter the public domain because Disney has chokeholded these copyright laws in such a way that they can maintain a monopoly of things that were created generations before the people who exist currently. Like, it's a broken system already. And I'm not calling for the total dismantlement of it. I know that's not how things get fixed. But if I live in a world where I think Mickey Mouse should be able to be printed on a t-shirt without Disney's permission, then transitively I'm okay with my art also being put on a t-shirt and sold without my permission. Like, I don't have the cultural influence, I don't have the money, obviously, that Disney has. I never will. But as a form of artistic expression, if the person who created, you know, Lilo and Stitch or whatever, was really proud of it and got paid for his work and was really happy when it got released and millions of people got to see it, I think he might be happy to see people making fan art of Stitch and making a t-shirt with, you know, Stitch's face on it or whatever. Like, again, the problem I think is capitalism. Like, it pits people against each other and it pits creative types against each other. It's like, if I can create a design, if somebody made a Mako Rust t-shirt or whatever, like with my little logo guy on it, like, and I saw them walking around with it, I'd be like, that's fucking cool. That's punk rock that you went out and made that or whatever. And then maybe they'd say, oh no, I just bought it off of Redbubble or whatever. And I'd be a little disappointed because I'm not, you know, because they're not being creative, and I would like to teach people to be creative to an extent. But I'm not going to fault them for buying a t-shirt with, you know, my logo on it, because it's not something that I'm offering, and it's not something that I'm not offering a t-shirt with my logo on it. If somebody else is, then yeah, why not? Once I enter that market, maybe I'll like gain this like capitalist competitiveness, this capitalist competitiveness of like, well, you can't exist in this space selling my art because I want to exist in this space selling my art. But my art is my art, and it's nothing more than that to me. You know? Our culture's competitiveness makes it feel like each person needs to be the very best at something or they're worthless, which might or might not be true. Yeah. If you do offer a zip hoodie, let me know, I'll buy it. Oh, thank you, Protato. I can't speak for corporate interests, but I can see why creative characters would feel protective of them and want to restrict how they're used and portrayed. I get it. I do. I think IP laws exist for a reason, and I think that generally they're a good thing. And there's really no two ways about that. Like, I mean, there's going to be two ways depending on who you're asking, but like within my own headspace and probably within yours, like there are goods and evils that happen, and it's pretty easy to draw the line for ourselves. It's harder to draw the line for other people, and it's harder to draw the line yet for everyone, right? Where you see the value in your creation is in what those creations mean to you and the lives that they will have at your whims. My creations are... I'm very Buddhist in my own interpretations of my own creations. I will create something just to delete it. I'll choose to draw something on a whiteboard instead of on a piece of paper, knowing that the whiteboard is going to get smudged and I'm going to have to recreate it later or create something new. And I'm okay with that. Like, once I learned that I can control my art without it needing to exist indefinitely, it sort of freed my mind a little bit in the process of creation, because like I don't want everything I do to be important. I think that's kind of what it comes down to. I want it to spread joy. I want it to spread an idea, perhaps. And I don't expect it to have an indefinite shelf life. If I'm at work and I draw something on a whiteboard knowing somebody's going to erase it, like, at least they saw it, is kind of where I'm coming from. Like, maybe I got a chuckle out of somebody because I drew a silly picture on a whiteboard, but they needed to use the whiteboard, you know, to write a company-wide alert or something, or, you know, a notification for staff. I'm okay with that. Erase it. It was there for a moment. I enjoyed the process of creating it. I took a little picture on my phone maybe and sent it out via Snapchat to my friends so that they could see it as well, but I don't expect it to have a lasting impact on me, but I hope that it had some sort of impact on the people around me. And I think the same is true with publishing something online. If I create something, I'm going to get something personal out of it, and all that I can ask for in return is that somebody else also enjoys it. That somebody else sees it and it makes them think for a second that it's funny or it's cute or it's pretty. And then ultimately that they move on. Because they're going to. People are going to move on from whatever you create. And people are going to forget that it existed. But I think all emotions are temporary. I think that all creations, therefore, which are works of emotion, ultimately, are also temporary. I'm not still thinking about the game that I played when I was like 15 that I only rented once and don't even remember the name of. I'll remember some of them, but not because I still have a physical copy of the game, because it exists in my brain, you know? Like, the games and the cartoons that I watched exist not because somebody keeps feeding them to me over and over again. They exist because they meant something to me at the time, and I connected with them in a special way, and they go on to shape the rest of my life in small, imperceptible ways. Let's see. Like, if someone was making money printing t-shirts with Fiona in a MAGA hat, you better believe I'm using IP laws to shut that shit down. I've gone on record as saying Fiona is literally my most prized possession. I would sooner live on the streets than give up rights to her. I think I understand your perspective. You and I create art for pretty different reasons. You create art for fun and others share it for that fun. I create almost 100% for myself. I created something and someone destroyed it. I wouldn't say, well, at least Some people got to enjoy it. I would think, what the fuck, dude? I was enjoying that. Yeah. Yeah, I think that both philosophies are very valid. I think that that there's no reason for me to try to change your mind. I don't want to change your mind. I want you to dissent to some of my opinions. That's how discourse works. And it's the reason why I get to sit here on camera at 12:01 a.m. and try to defend my own opinions to myself more than really to anyone else, because I haven't tried putting them in words before. And it's because we have this discourse based on the disagreement. I think that's great. I genuinely do. Other perspectives are certainly... One perspective is certainly more protective of art's interest than the other. Maybe. I assume you mean your own. Not to say yours isn't valid. Depends on the artist, I guess. I think that I have found a peace with my artistic process that I never had before. I think that my acceptance of the fleeting nature of the world and of my creations has freed me in a way that has brought peace to my life. Granted, if I didn't fail to become a artist for capital, maybe I should have said working artist. Exactly. I want my creations to exist beyond me, and I think they do. I think they already do, and I'm certain they will. Not because I was protective of my IP rights, but specifically because I want things that I create to be shared, and I want them to be shared because they're liked. You know what I mean? I do not have a capital interest in my art because I see art as above a paycheck. My connection with the things that I create, like, and this, it's ultimately a bad thing, right? Again, I sort of derailed my thought. Let me finish it first before I continue. My thought is, if I didn't fail to create, if I didn't fail to compete in a capitalist system with my art, I would probably have a very different opinion of it. If I was a working artist, as you very astutely pointed out, I would probably have a different opinion of it. But again, I don't think that's what art should be about. That's not what art is to me now. I wanted nothing more growing up than my mom's friend once asked me, how do you define success? I was pretty young. I was in high school at the time. She said, how do you define success in 10 words or less? I remember this very vividly. And I said, I want my success and happiness defined by my art. Like, I thought that success was something that I could achieve by my art. And what I meant when I said that was, I want my art to be so important that people pay me money for it. And I will grade my success based on my ability to live a life fulfilled not only emotionally but monetarily by the things that I create myself. I failed to do that. I did. I don't imagine... I missed the boat on becoming a successful artist, and it's, you know, it's still out there, but it's swimming further and further away, and there's a lot of people with AI tools or speedboats or whatever in this analogy that are going to outspeed me in the attempt to catch up to it at this point. Unless I use this speedboat, I'm probably not going to catch the boat that has sailed. But in that boat sailing, I learned within myself something that I don't expect anyone else to agree with or find purpose in, I found that within myself I can keep creating despite not making money doing it. That I can have a vision and I can create things more freely, not caring whether or not it is going to be the reason there's food on my plate. And in a world where basic needs were met for people automatically, then people would be more free to create. I would create more if I didn't have to go to work. I would care more about the things that I create because I would ultimately probably put more time into them. I would have more time to become better, and by becoming better, I would find new ways to enjoy things. But I don't have that time, and I work a factory job much like you do. You gave me some inspiration to create when I can, and to clear off the area I need to use my drawing tablet. Good. I'm glad. Going to make sure I do it. Please do. Please do. And whatever you do with that art after you create it, just know that it already served its purpose by you creating it. As far as I'm concerned. If the purpose for you creating something is to make money doing it, then what I'm saying is going to be antithetical to your beliefs. And again, I don't want to change how anybody views art, or the artistic process, or IP for that matter. Like, it's whatever happens, I'll die as an artist. Exactly, and that's going to happen to both of us. You might die because you couldn't sell your art, and that is why you die an artist. I'm going to die an artist because I'm going to die anyway, and I might as well die making art. I think that's sort of how I would define our difference in opinion. If you die an artist, it's because you weren't, I don't want to speak for you. I don't want to say you're going to die because you failed to make money making art, right? Because if I can manage that, it enables me more time to improve on my craft. I haven't given up on making a living out of it. Right. You are where I was 8 years ago. And it's fun, it's passionate, it's fun to create things and to have stake in the game. Like, there's something so valuable in having, in creating something for not only yourself, but inherently you are creating stuff for other people if you're trying to make money doing it. Like, you said that you make things entirely for yourself, but that isn't true if you're trying to sell it, right? So if I said I'm going to die an artist 8 years ago, it would have meant I'm not going to be able to put food on the table at some point. And as an artist, that is going to be the reason I die. Whereas my viewpoint now, 8 years later, is I'm going to die an artist because I'm always going to be an artist whether or not I'm making money doing it. If my money has to come from somewhere else, then it will. I will continue living, and I'm going to be a creative person from start to finish, regardless of where that money comes from. I detached the accumulation of capital from the creation of art, and it freed me to be more thoughtless, I guess, more carefree about my art, maybe careless even with my art and the things that I create and the things that I say. Because if I want something to exist, I'll create it, and if I fail at it, then, like, I will have gained something by trying to create it. It might put me in a bad mood for a little bit to, like, you know, when you get artist block and, like, you're like, fuck, I should be good at this by now, but I can't get it. Like, I will still feel that, but then the next day I'll be like, at least I drew. At least I had fun drawing something. At least I tried creating something. Like, you know, I'm very passive with all of my emotions, and that's something that I've definitely learned over time. It's not just art. It's not just the feeling of creativity. It's the I want my emotions to leave as freely as they come. And if I can control them a little bit, you know, I don't want to start crying in front of strangers at the mall or whatever. But like, if I can accept an emotion coming in, and if I can let it leave through the ways that it's going to, I'm probably going to behave pretty similarly with my own art as well. Like, if a creative idea comes to me, then I'll put it to paper. And I'll be happy that I did, because it meant something to me to create it. And without the stake in the game of trying to starve myself, or without the stake in the game of trying to make a living, put food on the table with that art, I feel less stress in creating the art in the first place. Does that make any sense? I feel like it probably doesn't, and that's okay if it doesn't. I was very miserable when I was a working artist. I was scared to not draw, because if I wasn't drawing, then I wasn't pursuing money. And if I wasn't pursuing money, then I was starving. But in a world where I stopped pursuing money with art, I was able to find the joy in art again. I grew to hate art. I resented it because I couldn't make money doing it, which meant that my failure as an artist led to my misery in a very direct one-to-one way. My failure to market my art and sell it to willing buyers literally kept me eating cheap, unhealthy food. It kept me eating... it kept me stressed about who was going to help me pay my rent this month. Art became synonymous with misery. And when I detached myself from the expectations that come with the necessities of life, I found joy in it again. People still came to me for art, and it became fun to work on it again. I wasn't excited to get a commission because it meant that I was getting a paycheck. I was excited because people like my art. People ask me to do something because they trust my skill and my vision. That's awesome. That's a very... It's more heartwarming for me. I have a much more wholesome relationship with my art now because I don't need it, if that makes sense. All right, let me go back a little bit. I don't want to leave Lobster on the line because he's only contributed a couple times to the chat, and I want to make sure it's read. Elon's take that everyone would be depressed if they didn't have to work because they wouldn't find meaning through employment is such a billionaire's take. Yeah, I agree. The only reason we're miserable for not working is because we're also poor when we're not working. Being productive is good for the brain. I will give him that, but I know that's not the be-all end-all of what he's saying. Potato, nope, not monetary. I just want to start drawing again. Good for you, man. Jay, I haven't given up on making a living out of it, right? I read that. Because if I can manage that, it enables me more time to improve on my craft. Yeah, I agree. And yet, I'm older than you, haha. Oh, right, because I was saying it was past me. And I only have one marketable skill, so I'm hesitant to give up on the skill. Also, a friend I have a ton of respect for once told me, you're one of the people I need to see succeed. And to this day, nothing has convinced me that I've got what it takes more than those words. Yeah, I agree. I've had similar experiences, and I can go into those as well. I love your attitude of, well, at least I drew something today. Because I believe if you engage in a skill, however little it might be, you might become better at that. Or you become better at that skill to some degree as a result. Yes, that's the goal too. Like, but I think that needs an end goal. I'll come back to that. I have some art friends with similar stories about being working artists. It's definitely a valuable perspective I don't take lightly. Just lurking. Oh, I'm glad you're here. It's really cool that I appreciate originally, like, all three of you are in here for such different reasons, and I think that's fascinating to me. Jay found me through my art, I was doing an art stream, one of my very first streams. Jay had the the courtesy to come into a art stream with 0 views and start chatting. So, and has been my most faithful chatter ever since. I very much appreciate that. Protato is a real life friend of mine. I shared my information online a couple of times just to get some of my friends to come check out my stream, and he followed through, and he's been sticking with it. And Lobster, I'm pretty sure you just came from like somebody else that I rated and they shouted me out, and you jumped over, and I think that's super cool as well. I love that you all are here for a different reason. Well, because retro games, you rated a friend of mine. Exactly. Yeah, I think that's fun. I love that. I know you all to various degrees, and I can just sit here and ramble, and that you're willing to listen to me, even though you don't know me. So thank you for being here. Thank you, all 3 of you. What was I going to say? Yes, you're one of the people I need to see succeed, and to this day nothing has convinced me that I've got what it takes, more than those words. I've had a similar experience. I really struggled in college. I didn't know what I wanted to be when I grew up. I knew that I wanted to do something creative, but I also knew that I would need a lot of money. I saw the direction the world was heading in, and selfishly I wanted more money than I needed, which I don't necessarily want now. But so I couldn't decide if I wanted to pursue science or art, and I started out doing art. And a close friend of mine who I always really looked up to, he told me one day, I think it's strange that you're going to, we shared a campus. It was the University of Minnesota, so lots of different fields all, coexisting. I was at the College of Science and Engineering, and I was proud to have gotten into it, largely because my dad wanted me to go to CSE instead of CLA, liberal arts. But I was in CSE, and this friend of mine, who I really admired and still do, said, "It surprises me that you chose CSE over CLA because you're one of the most creative people I know." And him saying that reassured me in my heart that maybe I should have made the switch. I had been considering it for a while. I was like, did I make a mistake by doing CSE instead of CLA? So I switched, largely because of what he said. I transferred colleges, same university, but different college within the university. And I was really glad, I guess, that I did. I enjoyed it more, but I still hated being a student, and ended up dropping out anyway. So the moral of the story doesn't really exist in this case, unfortunately, but I agree. It means a lot when somebody else tells you how important your creativity is to them. So I see why that stuck around with you. Like, if my art doesn't make money, whatever, but I still want my ability to create art to be able to support me, if that makes sense. Still want my ability to create art to be able to support me. Interesting. I'm curious how you differentiate those two. I believe you when you say that. I haven't figured it out myself yet. Excuse me. What else was I going to say? You said one other thing that I really liked. Engage in a skill, however little it might be, you become better at that skill to some degree as a result. I agree. But I think becoming better at it is... It's funny. I had a similar conversation about a completely different topic, but I swear I'll loop it back around. I was building a deck in Pokemon, right? And I had these Dodrio cards that I really wanted to use because they seemed interesting. The card says, once during your turn you can do 10 damage to this Pokemon. You can damage your own Pokemon and draw a card. And then its one attack that it has deals more damage for having more damage on it. So it's like if you have... this does 30 damage for every 10 damage that has been done to this Pokemon. So the goal is like, okay, I use this ability to damage myself in moderation, in very small chunks, and then those build up this meter basically that let me do an all-out attack later on. But I kept focusing on how great would it be to draw cards whenever I want. Once per turn, I can just draw a card and make my future attack stronger. Like, win-win-win, right? But then the question came to me, what am I drawing for? If the Pokemon is already in play, and that's the Pokemon that I'm expecting to use to win the game, then why do I want to draw cards? And that was something that I had to figure out for that deck. I eventually decided, well, if I draw more cards, I can use more supporters, which I can then use to hinder my opponent rather than building my own side. I can sort of go on the offense in a different direction, right? So my answer to that question was, if I draw more cards using this ability, then I can use those cards, you know, and try to flank my enemy in two directions at once, right? So I found a use for this ability aside from the obvious one, which is do more damage. When I think about that and what you just said, at least I drew something today because I believe if you engage in a skill, however little it might be, you become better at that skill to some degree as a result. The first thing that I think of is, but what value does that skill hold within you inherently? What are you building that skill for? You know, it's the what are you drawing a card for reflected into this conversation as, what are you building that skill for, though? Like, for you, the skill itself is valuable. For you, the discipline of artistry is valuable, and therefore, by working on something, you gain value because it's adding to this compounding skill that you're developing, and you will die with the most amount of skill that you can have. And for me, I don't value the skill itself. I value the output. I value the skill is useful for creating more art, in my mind, because when I don't have the skill to do something, I'm going to be less inclined to do it. I am going to feel less like I want to draw if I'm more worried that artist block is going to get in the way. So the value that the skill has is the ability to create more art. And then the question becomes, well, why are you creating the art? Well, it's either because I have an idea that I want out of my head or otherwise into the world, or I want somebody to enjoy something. I want to create something for somebody. I want to make their life better. I want to contribute to the artistic pantheon of the world in whatever small meaning that might have. So, like, I agree. I like that I become better at a skill by drawing, but as a more holistic, like, approach to that idea as a whole, I also think you said that it's good that you drew because you got better. To me, it's good that I drew because I drew. Like, I wanted to draw, so I did it, and that made me happy. And to extrapolate into using it as practice, then I'm practicing so that I can do it again in the future. Like, that's my end. My end is I want to draw, so I'm glad that I did. Not I'm glad that I drew because next time I draw I'll be better, and then I can sell more art, you know. I'll be better, and then I'll be able to reach this peak this artificial peak that I've created, you know, or that I'm aspiring to. Yeah, just different philosophies. I think it's very fascinating. I don't think that you're wrong. Let's see. I value the skill 100%. Right. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't seen that yet. I hadn't scrolled back up. So I'm glad that I was right in that assessment. Let me go back a little bit more. Right. Like so this is where I left off. Like, if I never see a Dime of Fiona stuff, whatever, I'm the primary audience for that anyway, but I still want to be able to work on projects that aren't necessarily mine if it means supporting myself and improving my craft. I see, yes. Okay, so right, if you can get hired as an artist for a Netflix series or something, then that would be great. I understand this beside the point, but in Pokemon TCG, if you run out of cards to draw from your deck, do you automatically lose math? Yes, you do. It's a little different than in Magic. In Magic, you lose the game when you are forced to draw a card and you no longer can. So typically at the start of your turn, if you're out of cards at the end of your turn, then at the start of your next turn you will lose because you can't draw a card. Whereas in Pokemon, weirdly enough, as soon as you draw that last card, you lose. I don't know why they did it that way. Or maybe it's at the end of your turn. Yeah, slightly different rule, but plays very differently. It gives you one fewer turn to win the game. But it also doesn't matter in Pokemon because you can't win on somebody else's turn in Pokemon the way that you can in Magic. So I understand at least why Magic has its rules the way it does. I think Pokemon could, and it wouldn't affect the game. Maybe it would make it half a turn longer, but yeah, you can't do anything on somebody else's turn. So there's no point in having that go all the way around. If you haven't won yet, then you lose, you know. The only alternative would be like, well, what if somebody else decked themselves out? But if they had to wait until the start of their next turn for that truth to become reality, then it all ends up being the same. So yeah. So in Pokemon, you lose when you run out of cards. In Magic, you lose when you fail to draw a card. Strange. I value the skill 100%. The goal is always to improve, be better than you were yesterday. And I think that's very valuable too. I think there is more than just inherent value to that. I think there are other values that stem from that belief that I could go into. I don't know how much we want to just go into philosophy here, but I suppose that's more or less what we've been doing for the last hour or so. It's the journey, not the destination. I agree with that as well. My journey just happens to involve a lot of destinations. I'm not going to a single end. I'm enjoying every single end that I've come across and finding new ones. And I think it's great that you have a single end that you have in mind and that you have inherent value in that. I think both are very, very valid ways to believe. Okay, let's keep reading. Let's see. There's no skill level I could ever reach where I'd feel like, okay, this is good enough. I agree. I'm the same way. I certainly have a drive to constantly improve myself. I enjoy the separation of that from my... if I could make a living doing what I love, I absolutely would. But I've already failed, and I don't intend to put myself in that misery again. So I'm choosing to make my living doing something else. And I'm doing voiceover as well, which is great. I'm very lucky to do that. But I'm not like stepping into the... Here's a good example. Even with me doing voiceover, which is another thing I'm passionate about, similarly to how I'm passionate about art, every time I step in the booth to record, I'm not like, oh, I'm getting better at voiceover. Like, oh, I'm becoming a better voice actor. I can't wait to see what opportunities this leads me to. It's like, at this point, I have succeeded in my goal of becoming a voice actor. I enjoy my work, but the work in and of itself is not fulfilling. Ultimately, I'm getting a paycheck for it. It's a much better way to make a living than the previous things that I've done. But I'm not excited to step into the booth to work in the same way that I would be excited to step into the booth because a creative idea came to me and I wanted to act on it. I am technically practicing every day in the work of voiceover, but I don't view that all as the same as creating something, if that makes sense. I am not doing my professional voiceover in the interest of becoming a better voice actor. I'm doing it because it's an easy paycheck for me now. It's something that I'm good at. It's something that I'm proud of, but I'm not chasing a higher peak at this point. This is a checkpoint that I've passed, and I'm kind of coasting and following new directions. Now I'm streaming, right? Like, streaming isn't inherently connected to voiceover. It isn't inherently connected to art. I'll try to combine them because I have some skills and I want to use them. But, like, you know, once streaming takes off, if it ever does or if it ever would, I don't know. I would probably start feeling less excited and more like this was the norm. If this became my job, I would be much happier to do this than work in a factory. But I wouldn't be like, okay, now I need 2,000 followers. Now I need 3,000 followers. Now I need 50,000 followers. Now I need to become the streaming, you know, now I need to, my search engine optimization needs to be as good as possible. It's like, no, I think that this is something, just like with voiceover, just like with art, where I can say, I did that, I'm proud of what I did, I'm glad that I can still do it, and if my lack of direction, if my lack of passion for this particular thing leads me away from it, then I'm going to still enjoy the fact that I did it, and I'm going to continue living life in whatever direction I so choose in the future. Because I don't have a single goal, and you do, and I think that's awesome. I honestly envy that. I think it's really important to have passions, and I think it's probably better to have a passion than it is to have, you know, 99 little passions. You know, momentary passions. I think you're going to go on to create things that are in their own right more impactful than any one thing I've ever done. And I think that's very cool, very exciting for you. And my joy is going to come from all of the little things that I did along the way, you know? Oh, I worked on Avengers Endgame? Hell yeah, that's so cool to me. And that is an achievement, and I'm happy to leave it as an achievement and not a stepping stone. Because I've tried climbing that ladder before, and I've fallen really hard. And now I appreciate the steps, and not necessarily the goal, right? Not necessarily, I'm not doing this to become a better me. I'm doing this because, like, that was fun. I'm glad that I enjoyed that. I can move on, though. Like, you know, I worked on Endgame, and now, like, I'm not expecting that to lead to bigger and better things in that field, right? I don't know. I guess I have more of like a buckshot approach to creativity. All right, sorry, I skipped a lot. Snackmaster came back within the time. Oh, geez. Chat's popping off. I keep yapping. I'm glad that you're all here, though. Don't be discouraged by the small fish in a big pond now that everything is a single international global pond. True. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's very insightful. It's important to find the value in the things that you do individually. I think that largely agrees with my perspective of, like, I try not to be kind of competitive in a lot of things, so I agree with this. I hate that we have to compete with each other because of late capitalism, but that's largely a different conversation. I played TCG a ton as a kid, and I remember getting decked a few times. Yeah, it sucks. It's like the worst way to lose a game, to be honest. Journey Before Destination. Do you read Sanderson? I do not. I don't know who Sanderson is. Journey Before Destination. I love Stormlight. Oh. I don't know what Stormlight is either. I'm afraid I don't know what that is, says Jay. I'm rereading right now. Working my way back, and just finished Way of Kings. It's an incredible sci-fi fantasy series written by the author Brandon Sanderson. One of his famous quotes is, "Life before death, strength before weakness, and journey before destination." Poetry aside, all of that is actually true. It is. I wanted to be a voice actor in my mid-20s and I gave up. Yeah, well, I think you could do it. Only because I didn't think I could do it and I did it. Same. I finally fully in the Sanderverse. I started with Stormlight. Oh, nice. Man, I'm glad that the chat can just talk amongst itself and I can yap as background noise. finally fully in the Sanderverse. I started with Stormlight and have done Elantris and Mistborn now, plus Warbreaker, fully invested. Yeah, Snackmaster's a huge reader. He's such a fast reader. It's crazy. Like, I remember I like lent him a manga or something, and he like started reading it and like just kind of flipping through the pages. And I was like, aren't you gonna read it? And he's like, I did. And I'm like, tell me what that said. And he like said like word for word what every character said. He remembered it better than I did. It's very crazy how fast Snackmaster can read, and that is a skill that only comes with practice. I don't read, so I don't know Sanderson, but you already knew that. Not gonna lie, I've only stuck around so this long, so when you blow up, I can get some of the sweet Mako Rust clout. I offered you a moderator position, and you spat in my mouth. Then once I get him gone, freaking gone. That's great. I worked on this project. We worked on the Mako Rust project. Dude, I'm getting warm. My face is all red. It is sweaty in here. It's been humid in Minnesota. It's been cool but humid, which is a really weird combination. I checked the humidity and it was like 98% humidity and like 60 degrees out today. It's because Twitch mods smell bad. That's true. But you already smell bad, so I don't know why you'd be worried about that. If anything, you would have an excuse for smelling as bad as you do that you don't currently have. Thank you for listening to my ramblings. I didn't think I could speak this long, and unlike some people, I'm still trying to find a partner. Okay, fair. Fair, you got me there. In the right context, spit in the mouth shrug. And chicks famously hate stinky dudes. I don't know. If you had some of that Elon Musk, I'm sure some chicks would head your way. I don't think they'd be life partners though. Boo, yeah. Too stinky. Get off the stage. I know, I'm sorry. It's a joke that he has a lot of kids. He's fucked a lot of women. True was Grimes' number. Hey, you can't get much stinkier than Grime. It's pretty late. It's a lot later than I thought I would be streaming. I was kind of expecting a short stream. I genuinely cannot wait for when I can figure out how to get the Switch 2 up on stream. Lobster says, I'd love to get chatting about some of the negatives of capitalism, but I think that can become very polarizing in a public discussion. No, not this one. I think we're all in agreement here. We're all, you say negatives of capitalism, and I think we all nod our heads here. We're all working class, fairly left-wing people, and I believe in solidarity. I have 3 weed-smoking girlfriends. That's true. Oh, I didn't draw your weed-smoking girlfriends. I was gonna do that. I was gonna surprise you with... I was gonna open the stream with you and your weed-smoking girlfriends, but I forgot. That's fine. You draw them better than I would anyway. You care more about your weed-smoking girlfriends than I do, and I've honestly, I've kissed a couple of them, a couple of your weed-smoking girlfriends, but you still know what they look like better than I do. I think we all go nod 100. Yeah. Me and all my homies hate capitalism. Hell yeah, we're all the proletariat here. Unless Lobster is gonna spit like a crazy truth bomb on us that he's like, oh, I actually meant the negatives of capitalism is that I haven't made enough money yet and stepped on enough people on my way to get it. The negative is that actually I haven't tormented enough people in my life, and I gotta get it to at least 10,000. 10,000 people I've stepped on. Rust, I just cleared a nice area next to my desk. Wonderful. I'm very glad about that. Oh, that's the charity work that they were telling me about this. No plot twists here. Cool. Hopefully I can get my HDMI cable to reach. Oh, yeah. I got really lucky. My HDMI cable is stretched so thin, but it's like perfectly the right length for me to set my tablet aside when I'm not using it, and also like be able to move it to in front of me. Like, it stretches thin in either of those positions, but I don't need it to move any further, so it's okay. Yeah, so for people who didn't hear earlier, I was going to stream a game called Kunitsugami on my today, and I couldn't get the capture card to work with the Switch 2 dock. I'll try to figure it out. I think it would be a lot of fun to play that game. I've only played it for like an hour, so I don't want to say it's like the best game ever or whatever, and I certainly have had more fun with other games. But the system's really fun. I think I'm excited about it because it's a type of game that I haven't played very much of before. It's almost like an RTS tower defense mixed with a hack and slash. It's a fun combination. I think I get out of it the same joy that other people get out of like a Warriors game, like a Dynasty Warriors or a Hyrule Warriors. Yes, I've worked a little bit with that. Manually set the output to 1080p on HDR, etc. I looked into that. I saw that the Switch for some reason was set to output resolution was set to automatic, and I couldn't switch it off of automatic, which should be fine with like a TV or like whatever limitations are within the HDMI cable I'm using. But I think if I can find a way to manually set it to 1080p, which I know is the limit of the capture card, I might have better luck, but for some reason the other options are grayed out instead of automatic. But you're right, I think it could be within the Switch settings itself. Perfectly the right length is what my 3-weed smoking girlfriends tell me all the time. Glad for you, man. That makes me so happy. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Kunitsugami. It's a cool game. I wanted to play it on stream, couldn't. Hopefully I will. Mostly I'm excited that I think it would be a very good game for streaming, because there's these breaks between the gameplay cycle is pretty short and it's very fulfilling. There's a day-night cycle. You can't stop time, but you can speed it up if you want to. During the day, you sort of you go around, you collect collectibles, currencies, your various the various things that you need to like build up your forces. You unlock different classes. Let me take it a step back. You go kind of from village to village as you're clearing out these like demonic powers that are like threatening the village. It's not a very story heavy game, but they sort of just set it up to be like, okay, well there's an evil and you need to defeat the evil by going from town to town. Most of the game isn't even voice acted, it's just people grunting and pointing or like flexing or whatever, like motions tell the story in however many languages they can. But so you go from village to village, you kind of clean out some of the village, some of the like evil from the village. It's like a literal visible evil. I think they call it it's like the stain or something like that. It's like the tarnish, or I don't remember what they call it. And then you clear it out, and by doing that you like get a certain number of people, and then throughout playing the game you unlock classes to assign those people to, and then it becomes, as time passes, it becomes a tower defense where, oh, night's coming, all the demons are coming to attack. You and you are going to be woodcutters, and you are going to be archers, and I'm going to position you here and here and here like a tower defense game, and you're going to help be the defensive line from these demons who are trying to kill my hot shrine maiden girlfriend, who is here to save the world with me. And then the hot shrine maiden girlfriend becomes the target of these demons, and in real time you're like, oh shit, this guy isn't doing anything, let me spend some money to change his class and then put him over here, like to act more defensively instead of more offensively. Like, it's this cool like RTS mixed with strategy. RTS mixed with strategy. What a stupid thing to say. It's like a hack and slash because you're also running around with a sword and killing monsters, and then you're like, oh, this lane is kind of left open. I got to send people over there. So it's RTS, but it's also hack and slash, and it's also tower defense. So it's like a really fun thing. And then the wave is cleared, the night passes, and then day comes, and you're like, okay, well, let me clear out like a little bit more of this town. Let me move my cool Shrine Maiden girlfriend to this part of town, closer to the edge of town. But now because she's like kind of in the middle of town, now when night falls, like she's more vulnerable. So like you spend the day being like, okay, how far can I get her through town, clearing things, while I like recruit people, and like how much am I willing to risk putting her like closer and closer to the edge of town where the demons are coming from, before it becomes an issue that she's actually being flanked. So it's like this really cool thing, but there's like action segments that only take a few minutes, and then the day comes and that only takes a few minutes. But I think the pace would work really well for streaming, because like it would give me something active to talk about and then something passive where I can just kind of talk to the camera a little bit. So it's a really cool system. Sounds like a fun system of systems type game. Yeah, the what do they call it? Not the cycle, what do they call it? The gameplay loop is very satisfying. Sounds dope. Yeah, it is cool. Love management style games, and the action part of it being included seems cool. Yeah, gameplay loop, thank you. Yeah, the gameplay loop is rewarding, and I think it would be very intuitive for streaming. So I want to get that figured out. I wasn't able to in the time between me finishing dinner, which was after I announced that I was going live, and me actually hitting the start streaming button. I couldn't justify fiddling around with it anymore before going live. So I pretended to draw for 45 minutes, and then we just talked about Pokemon and art for the next 3 hours. But thank you guys for being here for it all the same. Maybe I need to just become a just chatting channel, and people can ask me my controversial opinions on the ethics of art and Pokemon and life and death. I have a lot of opinions. No. Kunitsugame's is very cool. It's like, it's not the Okami art style, but it's very much in the like aesthetic of Okami. It's very much like feudal Japan, very artsy, like all your sword moves are very like flowy, and like they create sort of like an after image. It's all very artistic. The monsters are almost Devil May Cry-ish, where like they don't really make sense or have faces, but you can still intuit what you're looking at. Yeah, it's a cool game. I'm excited to play more. You're a very fair and just debater, which I appreciate a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I used to not really have opinions, and I didn't like that I didn't have opinions. And I think maybe that used to largely be sort of a more of me just being willing to accept any possible truth that somebody might share with me or that I might learn on my own. Like, I don't want to have set opinions, because it's possible that I could learn something or that I might be wrong or whatever. I should start a podcast. As a cis white dude, you have a neat perspective and the world needs to hear. Yeah, that's true. Thank you. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Maybe I'll do a podcast. That's kind of what this is, and it's hard to do it by yourself. So this job, I don't make money doing this. I did actually just get paid from Twitch for, I think, the 3rd time ever. So thanks for being that source of money. What's my Myers-Briggs personality type? I don't know if I believe in Myers-Briggs, because I've taken it multiple times and gotten different results both of those times. But I've also changed a lot between the times of me taking those, so maybe it does say something. I'm certainly not. I haven't taken it recently enough to know for sure. I was originally an ENTJ, and then I think I became an INFP. So I think the only thing that changed was, or the only thing that stayed the same was N, which I guess is intuition. I guess I've maintained like an intuitiveness. But aside from that, I guess my views have been pretty fluid over the years. You've always had opinions, you just didn't want to pass judgment on people or learn more. Right, yeah, exactly. Myers-Briggs doesn't have a good scientific basis. I agree with that. Make a rest in J tier, you should do a podcast. Honestly, I think we probably could. I've taken it multiple times and gotten them the same thing each time. I think that's like oddly, weirdly reflective of, I said oddly and weirdly, whatever. They're synonyms, get over it. I think that's like oddly reflective of the conversation that we had before, where like you are very much proud of this version of you and you want to keep being that person of you, and I'm very much excited about all the different versions of me that I can be. And I think that like sort of weirdly kind of reflects in the fact that I've changed my personality profile, and you have always had the same one. That's very interesting. At worst, it's just a fun little quiz. I agree. Oh, I've taken it. It's called Cool Sharks. What's Cool Sharks? I don't know if I'd say it like that. I think I do have a strong sense of self. That's what I'm saying. You also take it as I haven't grown as a person. But if you're happy with the person that you are, and you are intent on that person being the person that you die as, then you don't have to grow. Your opinions aren't the ones that are hurting people. Like, you clearly have opinions that are not at odds with other people's rights. So you don't have to change for their sake. And if you're happy being the person that you are, then you don't have to change for your sake either. I mean, you can try to be a better version of yourself, but that's still leaning in the direction that you're already leaning, if that makes sense. Whereas I'm like, I want to be this today and I want to be that tomorrow, and so it kind of actually fits that that my personality would kind of change with it. It's interesting. Yeah, you're still growing into the person you want to be. Well, that's good. Growth is relative too. That's true. Yeah, you can grow laterally. You can grow. I've been growing laterally for the last couple of years, if you know what I'm saying. I'm done growing vertically. But yes, I think you have a very vertically oriented goal set. I have a very horizontally oriented goal set. If you know what I'm saying, all my goals are horizontal, baby. I want to achieve a lot of different things, and I think my ultimate joy will come from doing as many different things as possible. And you have an apex that you're trying to reach. Very, and it's weird that we kind of came to this conclusion after a conversation about our opinions on AI art. But I think it sort of weirdly works its way back pretty cleanly to like, yeah, if what I did here mattered in any way to somebody else, then I'm happy. Like, and that's sort of my view on AI as well. Like, I didn't consent to it. I do feel violated by it. I know that it is displacing both me and other people. But I don't feel so firmly anchored in this one thing that I won't find joy doing that thing or other things likewise in the future. God, why does chat always pop off at like 1 a.m.? I gotta go to bed, people. I think I'm slowly growing into the person I want to be. Good. There's static and dynamic personality traits, so depending on the test design, certain ones should come out with the same results over time, while others might shift. Interesting. There's so many ways to grow as a person. That is true. I'm happy-ish with where I am, but Potato said you and I should start a podcast. I said we could call the podcast Cool Sharks. I see. Thank you for clearing that up for me. Yeah, we'll be Cool Sharks. I'm okay with that. The same friend who told me he needs to see me succeed also told me progress ain't linear. He's full of gems, this guy. I mean, also true. Because we're done with the normal stuff though, and I am. That's true. Look at how late they have us working. Look at how they've pushed us into the dark corners of the world just to have a sense of community. Guys, I want to make a video game at some point. That's my creative goal. Go to bed, Twitch will still be here. I'm having a good time though. This is like, this is what I come here for, is to have, I got 4 people in my chat now, all actively participating. That's amazing. That's so cool. That's like the best that I ever do, and it's all I want. It's so much better than me playing a game and having fun playing the game, but like, you know, half a person is in the chat because they're busy, you know, doing something else, or just have me on in the background, and I'm like playing a game, trying to be entertaining for other people. I'm not streaming because I want just to do the thing that I'm streaming. I want to interact with people. Like, you know, it's a social outlet and inlet. So when I have people, that's when I don't want to quit, you know. Anyway, success is relative too. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Or you could maybe even say success is immeasurable. You know, relative, yes, but relative also sort of implies that there are greater and lesser successes, whereas I think there must be a better word for because relative, the way that that I interpreted it, I think is different from how you meant it. I inferred relative in relation to other successes, whereas you implied relative to oneself. And I think that's true. You definitely worded it correctly, I just interpreted it wrong. Half a person. It's true sometimes. Make a game? What kind of game do you want to make? Me too? Yeah, dude, let's make a game together. Russ learned to code and helped me make my Fiona Studley Metroidvania. No, you learned to code and helped me make my hack and slash platformer. Yeah, remember when we were working on that Robin Hood game in high school? Yes, I do. Game maker, man. Usually I'm like 10% of a person here while I do other things outside of Twitch. Success is how you see it, exactly. Yeah. We're all in agreement. It took me a second to understand what you meant by that, but you're right. And you used a good word for it. I think I would have chosen a different word because for me, when I think of relative, I think of like how numbers are relative to each other. But that's just my narrow interpretation of the word. So I want to make a game here. Here. You know what? Let's bust out the drawing tablet again. Let's make use of this thing. It started as a pretty narrow concept, but I have a lot of ideas for where I want it to go. And I think that the goal of the game is bigger in my mind than any individual part of the process. This is like my one grand aspiration. Like I've said, like, I'm okay if I don't make it as an artist. I'm okay if I don't make it as a voice actor or whatever. Like, I'm happy with the small successes that I've had along the way. But this is like maybe the one big project that I have in mind that I've had for a very, very long time. And maybe it's due for some workshopping, but I want to make a game based on this very simple concept that I've never seen anyone do. And I've largely created a story and a setting around it, but the core mechanic is the inciting property of it that is the most important to me. So I want to create a game that is, I think I'll have to probably make this in 2 different drawings. I want a game that switches between 3D and 2D, which has been done before. Things like Super Paper Mario or Legend of Zelda. Which one was that? Link Between Worlds. Some other games like Sonic Generations and stuff will switch between 2D and 3D, but no one has done it in the way that I envision it to be done. So imagine, I'm drawing in white. Let me make this a more appealing color for people to look at. No, let's do like a soft green. Yeah, that'll be here, I'll do a little more pale than that. That'll be slightly nicer to stare at while I draw out my thoughts. So imagine that you have a building, right? It's going to be a pretty wide, short building, whatever. It doesn't matter. Imagine you have a building and you have like a little guy that stands on it. It's just going to be represented by a block right now. And this building is... The perspective on this is going to be a little bit strange, which is actually also an issue that I've had in figuring out how to program this, but I think it's still possible. So there's a building right here along this grid axis. We'll do sort of a vanishing point here just to sort of sell the idea a little bit. You know, we're on this more or less. There's not actually a grid, mind you. This is just for help with perspective. Let's say you're on a building right here and there's a street down here. We'll color in the street a little bit. We can pretend that the grid is a sidewalk or whatever. But you're on a building, okay? And this building is casting a shadow. Something like... yeah, something like this, right? Like, you can tell where the sun is in relation to the shadow just by looking at it. And this means that this guy, his shadow would appear right about here in the shadow, right? So we have this light source here, ostensibly the sun. And we have another building over here. Let me draw a little bit more of the grid. Like, let's say like right here. And it's a taller building. Maybe you can already kind of see where I'm going with this. But again, I've never seen anyone do this. Taller building. There's no way you could jump from this building to this one. That doesn't work. But its shadow kind of comes to right here. It's taller, it's longer, but because the base of the shadow is down here, sorry, I'll need to move it a little bit. Because the base of the shadow is down here, and the base of this shadow is down here, the heights of these buildings end from the perspective of the sun at around the same height. So now we have, if we transformed this into the sun's perspective, if we looked down on these buildings from the perspective of the sun, we would see two buildings that were very close to each other. Let me move this a little bit closer so that we can even better sell the illusion that I'm going for here. Let's say it's something along these lines, right? Now, if you weren't just controlling this guy here and trying to get him onto this building, you were actually controlling his shadow, then all you would have to do is walk over here and jump over to the building. And then your guy, in reality, would be over here, standing on this building now, completely far away from what's happening. Oh, yes. Yeah, more or less walking on shadow. Yeah. Shadow doesn't match the perspective lines 2 out of 10 game. Well, it doesn't have to, because the sun moves throughout the sky and does not necessarily fall parallel or perpendicular to the street that the buildings arbitrarily are set to. Thank you. So it would be a 3D platformer. It would be a 3D hack and slash game. That at any time, so yeah, at any time you can sync into the shadow version or whatever. I hate that the word shadow is like so edgy now because like I'm using it in such a literal, in such a literal definition. But we just have to, we have to bear the crosses we make. Yeah, so it's 3D when you're running around. You can go into a building, maybe, I don't know, buildings are, from what I understand, from playing Pokemon games, apparently impossible to program the interior of, so maybe you never go inside anything. But at any time, in order to traverse through the city, you can go into this shadow version, and then the perspective will shift, and all of a sudden it becomes a 2D platformer. And when you go back into the 3D version of the game, then you are now under the perspective of this guy running around on the rooftop or whatever, except now you're on this rooftop, right? So the idea is that you would have missions to accomplish, and you could accomplish them in different ways, probably. Maybe not. Maybe the game has to be linear, and I think it could be very good if it was linear too. But the challenge is using this like sort of reality shifting perspective to make it look like you're, you know, if you were like doing shadow puppets and making it look like you were jumping all the way onto this building, you literally could. Let's say alternatively, this is the other idea. Let's say you're not standing here, but you wanted to be standing here. What would you do? Well, you want your shadow to be right here, so you just stand right here. If you stand right here, then your shadow is now standing on top of the building. You know, the sun is beaming down, and it looks, from your own perspective even, like you are standing on top of this building. Let's say you just disappear, you go into shadow mode, perspective shifts, right? And then like all of a sudden all you see is this, and then you go back out into 3D mode, and rather than coming up where you left off, now you're up here. That's kind of fun. That's kind of cool, right? I've been thinking about this game since 2016. And I've made zero progress in making it. I have this idea. I don't know if anybody has made something like this, but I've certainly never seen anything like it. And I have so many ideas, so for me, this is the inciting idea. Like, oh, what if my shadow was a literal interpretation of my position relative to other structures around me? But then that has created gameplay systems, it's created entire characters, it's created an economy within the context of this that would make the most sense. What character would be the most interesting to play as in this? What missions would he go on? This is all stuff that I've like largely figured out in my head. I have all these ideas. I haven't written them down because I don't tend to write down my ideas. I like them being fluid, in fact, but this was the inciting idea, and I have so much that I want. The more I let this cook in my brain, the more I want to see it happen, because it's like I've come up with problems, and then I've created interesting answers for them by studying them. So like here's something to consider, right? Here's a problem that I encountered that I think I found an interesting solution for. This is going to be a little bit difficult to envision, but I hope that you can follow along here, because this is a very important part of the game, in my opinion, because it's going to make the creation of the game all the more interesting. So we're going to keep this exact same perspective on the buildings, but we're going to evoke a change in the time of day. So shadows move throughout the day, right? But buildings, typically speaking, do not move much throughout the day. At least not in relation to the ground that they're on. So, here's my next big idea for this game. How do we design a town? How do we design a city, first of all, where there can be platforming challenges and action segment challenges that complement each other and that both contribute to the gameplay. That's the initial problem. The next problem is, what happens when the sun moves? The sun moves throughout the sky, typically starts in one corner of the world and ends in the other corner of the world. But at one point throughout the day, the sun is going to cast shadows perfectly, and this is back to your point, Jay. They're going to cast shadows where they're perfectly in line with the buildings themselves, right? That isn't necessarily true for all cities, but it is true for any town where the sun sets parallel to where the sun is ever at a point where the rays that it's casting are parallel to the sides of the building that it is passing by. So in this scenario right here, the buildings are casting perfectly rectangular shadows with perfectly rectangular dimensions. That didn't work. And it creates a level surface for you to run around on. If later in the day things turned, well then the shadows would turn, and this shadow might end up kind of looking like this, right? It's sort of hard to... I'm going to do a dotted line through here so you can still kind of follow along. But if the shadow is like this, then what angle is your person standing at, right? So like, if your person is right here, then is this a slope and this is a slope in a different direction? It would appear that way, and I think that would be the case. So that could be troublesome if you don't have enough flat surfaces to land on, and all the buildings kind of face the same direction, because it's a city where a lot of the architecture is built on a grid, like much of American architecture is. That becomes a problem. So what I've decided is that there will be a day system, there will be 2 times of day. There will be the morning and there will be the afternoon/evening. And in the morning, there will be buildings that cast shadows. Or there will be shadows facing this direction. And then approximately 6 hours later, there will be buildings casting shadows in this direction instead, right, as the sun moves. The first one, sun is here, casting shadows in this direction, so you have a flat surface here to run on. And then in the afternoon, sun is going to be here, beating down, casting shadows in this direction, so you have a flat surface. But then, this building's relationship to this building is going to be very different. Now all of a sudden you can't just jump onto this building because the shadows are way away from each other. So the first problem is, how do you build a city where even in one direction the buildings play nice in both 3D and in 2D? And then I think the interesting thing would be, like, halfway through the game you realize that you like unlock the evening or whatever, and then the whole town changes in the player's mind, because now all of a sudden you can't use this building to get onto this building, because now there's shadows going completely different directions. And so I was like, okay, that's really cool, right? So my gameplay idea led to a question, which led to an answer that was more interesting than the question itself. But then I decided, okay, well, what kind of city would have... You can't do this with a city that's built on streets that run north, south, east, west, unless it was very, very early morning and the sun was perfectly to the east and casting shadows perfectly to the west, and then very, very, very late at night where the sun is perfectly in the west and casting shadows to the east, right? And that seems more limiting to me. So I decided, well, what if the town is built at a 45-degree angle? What if streets don't run north-south? They run northwest to southeast, or northeast to southwest. And I thought, well, why would a city be built like that? And then I remembered, I come from a city that's built like that. Duluth is built on a 45-degree angle. It runs up the shore of Lake Superior. You know, we have Lake Superior, more or less this sort of shape, however I don't remember what Lake Superior looks like. And Duluth is right here. And the streets, at least downtown, and most of the streets in this part of town run at a 45-degree angle. And so when the sun is over here, it casts shadows in this direction, and when the sun is here in the afternoon, it casts shadows in this direction. And so that I will go back and read these again. I'm very interested in what you all have to think, but I have to get all these thoughts out first. So I decided, okay, well, that makes sense. If the town has a reason to be built on a 45-degree angle, then I can justify building my fictional town on that 45-degree angle. And so now I know in my head, this town is a port city. The game takes place next to a large body of water, and that further built the world for me. And I've done this with like so many different things. Like, what can you bring with you into the Shadow World? Does anything come with you when you transport? Like, these are questions that I've come up with answers to, and it's made the world more interesting. And I think this is why this project in particular is such a big deal for me, because every time I have a new question, the answer becomes more interesting than the question itself. And this is like one of the few things that I have created so thoroughly from the ground up that I have to see it created by the time I die. Like, this is my magnum opus that will never be, or will hopefully, be at some point, but I need to find the time to learn how to code. I need to find the time to learn how to code at a skill level that will create this engine. Like, there's a lot standing in my way, as is with any creative person. But if ever I was to have Jay's shared, if I was to ever share my point of view with Jay on creativity building up to something greater than oneself, this is my project that does that. Okay, let me go through the chat a little bit. Okay. Yeah, oh, we're going back. Okay, right. Okay. Platform on the shadows of objects rather than the objects themselves. Yes, true. You also platform on the objects themselves because the game switches back to 3D. I see that's dope as shit. I fully love that idea. I'm going to brainstorm how I could use that in combat. It would be called shadowboxing. I have a name for it, actually. And I don't know if it's stupid, but I can't unthink of that name now because it's been in my head for so long that it's just what the game is called, and I'll mention that later. You seen Game Freak's new game, speaking of? I'm like, yes, I was originally heartbroken when I learned that Game Freak was making a game as graphically impressive as every Pokemon fan wished that the Pokemon games were. I was like, man, Game Freak is giving up on Nintendo. They are, they're like betraying their fan base. Their next game isn't even coming out on a Nintendo platform. Like, I was like actually like kind of sad seeing that. Like kind of devastated. I was like, man, I have a Pokemon tattoo. What does this mean for Game Freak to create a new IP for like a platform that I don't own? It like Game Freak, I took them for granted, basically, is what I'm saying. And then I realized, like, this just proves that Game Freak was never the problem. Game Freak can make a game. They have the skills to make a beautiful game with an interesting setting that people are probably still going to complain about because they want to hate Game Freak. But I should be excited about the existence of something new that wouldn't have created without them, and that shows that they have the skills that everybody wishes they would show off in the Pokemon games, with lackluster graphics and lackluster performance. And I think it's kind of a diss to Nintendo itself, saying like, look what we can do if we're not forced to put out a game every 2 years or whatever. Like, or if it's not Nintendo, who has gone on record many times saying things along the lines of, we want a game to be released when it's ready, not when it's, not just... What was that Miyamoto quote? Or it was either Miyamoto or Iwata. He said like a rushed game is bad forever, but a good game... What is it? Something like a good game may take time, but a rushed game is bad forever. Something along those lines. I think that this puts the ball in Pokemon's court to say, if you want us making games that look like this, then you need to give us more time and more freedom. And I hope that it works its way back around to Pokemon. But if it doesn't, that's fine too. I'm glad that Game Freak, I'm glad that the hardworking, talented people at Game Freak get to do something other than the exact same thing they've done for the last 30 years. Yeah, so like Link Between Worlds, kind of, yet. So do you see your 3D shade when you are a 2D shadow? Yeah, well, so I think the way that you have to make this work is when you are 3D, or sorry, when you are 2D, when you are specifically viewing the perspective, and I hate saying the perspective of the sun, that sounds so weird, but it literally is. The 2D sections literally take place from the perspective of the sun, so I'm just going to keep saying that and just hope that it sticks, I guess. What happens in the 3D space does not make sense. You're literally entering the fourth dimension here. There are things that would be impossible with our current understanding of the laws of physics and with our current understanding of how sight and movement works. So, my decision has been, if I want my shadow to be here, and that means that my character is standing here on the ground, then he has to disappear from this reality. There is not a way that I can make it visually make sense for him to teleport up here in 3D space. When I go into this shadow form and then I come back up here, there is no way that this can literally be happening in 3D space, so it won't. What's going to happen is the character will, I'll draw this sort of head on here so we can sort of make sense of this. I'll zoom in more so that we don't get confused. I think what's going to happen is the character is going to, we'll say that this is their shadow. We'll make it nice and narrow so that we don't have to think about it too much. This is their, let me make a shape here real quick to help sell my idea. Phil, thank you. No, that won't work. That won't quite work. There we go. Okay. I think the only way that this can make sense is if the character sort of... And I haven't quite figured this out yet. I'm actually going to make this shadow even thinner yet, or even like flatter yet, just for the sake of illustrative purposes. The character's body, literal 3D body, will sort of have to sink into the shadow here, right? At any given point of this, the math still adds up. The head is still here, and still displays a shadow down to here. That's all sort of unimportant. Basically what's going to happen here is you're going to, I can't do this slow enough for the program to animate it realistically, but it real slow. The character is just going to basically sink into the ground and then fully take on the shadow. So the character will disappear in the 3D space, and then reappear in this same manner of coming back out of the shadow, wherever they end up. Similarly, and interestingly perhaps, I think if the character is standing right here, and this is an interesting little challenge for the player to figure out. If the player is standing right here, then their shadow is being cast in this direction, and when they go into this 3D space, or 2D space rather, what's going to happen is their 3D self gets taken out of existence, and then this version of them is going to fall until they hit a shadow, right? So like there's going to be fall damage basically if you're not standing on a shadow when you go in. And then the question then becomes, well, what if you're standing in a shadow already? Like, what if your character's like right here? You just can't do it. You just can't warp if you're standing in a shadow. And that's the simple answer. But if you're nowhere near a shadow, when you go into the shadow world, you're going to fall towards whatever the direction the sun is coming from. And you might end up hurting yourself if you fall far enough. Okay, so that's the answer to that. Yes. Do you see your 3D shade when you're a 2D shadow? So when you're a 2D shadow, you don't see your 3D self because your 3D self no longer exists in a 3D space. Game has insane potential, thank you. In my game, there's no gameplay. Fiona appears on screen and waves to the camera. Then bright flashing text appears on screen similar to the Offspring's music video for Divide by Zero that reads, "You love her," and the gamer goes, "I do love her." Each copy goes for $200 and sells 200 gigabillion copies in the first week. I agree. I think that would be a wonderful game. Okay, fine, I'll learn to code and help you make this game. Yeah, it's making me want to learn to code. Sunburst. Oh, guys, we can build a team. I've thought about this. I'm like, I have really good credit. I've been building credit for a long time, and my credit score is really good. I could probably get a pretty substantial loan and start a company and pay people to learn how to program and make this game with me. Only problem is, it's a lot cheaper to pay somebody who already knows how to code and is willing to work on your game than it is to pay somebody to learn how to code. Because things go a lot faster when the experience is more or less already there. So, problem is I don't have enough game designer friends who also are willing to give me their talent for my own project. Okay, let's see. We were making games in high school. See above. Yes, correct. Technically, see below because I flipped the chat, but yes, you're 100% right. See how the sun moves too. Time suddenly becomes an important relative concept. I don't think the sun will actually move, mind you. I think there will be 2 set times of day that you can do a mission in. You can do it in the morning or you can do it in the evening. Or you'll have a mission, you'll have 2 missions a day, and the first one has to be done in the morning and the second one has to be done in the evening. Is the alternative. I don't care enough about the specifics of that at this point. But I don't think the shadows are actually going to move because the angles would become very complicated. I think it's a lot more of a testament of clever building if we build a city where the platforming becomes unique and interesting and fun and challenging all at the same time, with the math that it takes to build a city in such a way that things make 2 different puzzles when the shadows shift. And that will inform what kind of buildings there are. Power lines, can you walk on power lines? Can you grab a power line and slide down it or whatever? These are all questions I have answers for. But what are the shapes of the buildings going to be? And why would they be shaped that way? And if they're shaped that way, for the sake of platforming, then what kind of town does that make this? Like, should there be cranes? A crane would be cool, because, like, it's sort of a harbor town, maybe, so, like, a crane is an interesting shape for a building. You can project things and very much get a different experience depending on which way the shadows are falling. I have a lot of concepts, but I haven't been able to put them into 3D space yet because I'm not a 3D modeler, but I want to be. That is probably my next big challenge here, is I want to learn like Blender and like 3D modeling so I can start getting to work on stuff like this. Use that to gate directions. I assume this is in response to either not being able to go into the shadows when you're already in a shadow, or it's in relation to there being water which blocks off half of like directions that your character can go. Both are true. I've thought about that. I'm like, well, I don't have to create invisible walls and like, I hate it when a world is open world and then you reach the end of the world and you're like, oh, it's a mountain or it's a body of water. At least a body of water makes sense in this context, and it keeps me from having to like design an elaborate an elaborate way to keep people from going where I don't want them to. Delayed game is eventually good. Yes, thank you. Right, so how do you line it up properly? Line it up properly. I'm not sure what this is in relation to. Line up where you can go into the shadows. I hate saying this. It sounds so dorky when I'm like, go into the shadows. I'm a creature of shadow and night and pain and glass and ice and bullets. In response to going out of the shadows. Oh, right. Yes, so that's something I've wrestled with. How do you decide where you come out? Do you... If your shadow is here... God damn it, I drew this all in the wrong layer. I knew I did, but I forgot I did. Yeah, so... I don't know if this is exactly your question, but it's prompted my thoughts here. If your shadow is here, how do you know which surface you're going to emerge on? Are you going to emerge down here? Or are you going to emerge up here? Right? I don't know if that's what you were asking, but it's a very valid question if it is. And I haven't quite figured that out yet. What I'm thinking is, all you have to do... What's up, baby? Hi, love. I assume it's bedtime, and I think you're right. I'm inclined to agree. I think the honest answer is, all you really have to do technically, and this doesn't really make sense with the sinking into the ground concept. Oh, you're just checking in? Okay. Well, thank you for checking in. And okay, that, and also where on that building, if on that building. Yes, that's a very good question. So I sort of have an answer for that. It's still in the works, and it's something that could be worked on, but I don't think that the where on the building is going to be ultimately super crucial. From a physics perspective it is, but from a gameplay perspective I don't think it really will be, because if you come up here, if you like end up on this corner of the building or whatever, then you just run over here if you want to be over here, right? Like, there's no reason why you need to decide exactly where you come out. And puzzles can be built around knowing that you will emerge in a specific location on the building, rather than anywhere you so choose. But technically speaking, if we want to keep the physics intact, we still maybe could. Because what's happening here is this, when the sun is coming down in this direction, I'm sorry, I keep going off screen. I'm used to there being a chat window on the right that kind of blocks my view. Maybe I'll just slide this over so I know how much space I have. Let's do this until I'm out of space. Okay, now I won't mess up. Okay, so when the sun is coming down, let me change the color here so we can see better. When the sun is coming down onto this building's face, the surfaces that are getting lit up are this one and this one. So what we're seeing here actually isn't the entire top of the building. That's only analogous to this one ledge, right? This ledge, this was supposed to be red. This ledge is this ledge. If you wanted to stand here, let's do this in blue to keep colors consistent. It would actually be somewhere down here, right? So this in purple, in pink, is the effective rooftop area, right? But if you can't go into a shadow when there's already a shadow there, then when you're standing here-ish, you will end up here-ish. If you want to, we can make it so that, well, if you're standing here, then your shadow is still going to poke out a little bit, and it will have a direct one-to-one location in the real world. That, like, you know, the shadow is coming here, it's kind of dissecting you around your shoulders, then hitting the roof, then coming down here. My lines are a little off because I guessed when I did all this, you know, but going through your shoulders here and then through your shoulders here. So you could sort of position yourself on this roof here by choosing where in the shadow you're down here. But when you're running down here in probably third person, probably sort of a view not too dissimilar to like this sort of field of view. Like this is the camera. I know I'm running out of room here. Like this is the camera, and you sort of have this third person, slightly overhead view of the world. You're not going to know what this shadow is, and that's a huge issue. So I think the ability to switch into, I think when you go into third person mode, or maybe there will be a separate camera mode for this, there should be an easy way for you to, you know, you're down here, the camera's up in your face, you're running around, you don't know what this shadow is you're standing on. You'll eventually intuit it, you'll figure it out as you play the game. But I think there should be a way for you to always be able to zoom out really far and just see, what is this building? What building am I going to end up on? Maybe we color code the shadows and the buildings in this, like, overview mode. Just in the overview mode, like, you know, maybe things go very slightly, orange here, and then this shadow is also sort of orange, just so you can, like, kind of intuit it, and then it goes away as soon as you either go back into the close-up mode or into the black shadow mode. Color coding is a great idea. I think so. Alternatively, what we could do is, it's very interesting because this game is going to necessitate a lot of exploration. You're going to need to, figure out which buildings you can get to from where. Like, yeah, maybe the goal that you're reaching, or that you're targeted with, and this is going to become 3 times the challenge for the creator of the game than it is for the person figuring out the puzzle. So this is, balancing the game is going to be very difficult. Let's say your goal is up here. I'll just put a little target here or whatever, right? Maybe you can even intuit the fact that you know which building you need to get to based on the goal, and you know that it's over here, right? You know that the building that you need to get to is casting a shadow that's right here. So the question then is, how do I get to this building, and how can we as the game developers limit people's ability to access that building? And my answer to that would be like, well, what if we put a big body of water here or something? Like, what if this is casting a shadow onto something that we can't stand on? Or what if there's another building? I'm running out of colors to draw in. Let's go cyan. Maybe there'll be another building right here, or like on this side of the street. And now this shadow is being projected upwards. The shadow of this building here is being projected up the side of this building. And now there's nowhere for you to stand. You know, there's not an easy way for you to just run to the shadow of that building and jump to it. Because now it's like, well, this building is in the way. I can't just like walk into the building if I want to be standing here, which is this again. So you can design the town to limit where you're allowed to go, so that maybe the only way for you to get there is actually, well, maybe I have to get onto this building, and then maybe there's a wire, you know, from this building all the way to this other building in the foreground here, but it's shorter here, and so like you can go in this direction and then, you know, go down to the bottom floor of that building and then re-emerge in like the 3D space and start running around down here, and you're like, okay, well there was a fence here, right? I couldn't just run over here. I had to figure out how to get onto this building, you know, and then take this wire down into this building and then go down and then emerge onto the street down here and then run over there and go up. Like there's a lot of ways that you have to design the city and design your puzzles with full knowledge that what you're doing is more or less like you're creating the fourth dimension, and then you have to think in that dimension, and it's very difficult. Okay. Color coding. Just put sunshades or mirrors that the players cannot touch without progression. Yeah, so yes, mirrors are a very fun idea. I hadn't really considered that. So the next question you asked is the question that led to further development on my end, which it's incredible. The design is insane and so fun. Thank you. I'm really excited about the possibilities here. To answer your question, when does Sonic show up? To answer your question, is this an understood ability? I love that question. I think it is not. I think it's more interesting if you're the only person that has this ability, because it makes the AI of your enemies, say your I don't know if like, when I originally came up with this idea, it was like sort of a hack and slash. It was like an assassination, a hitman almost, like where you have a target and you have to kill them. I don't think the game necessarily has to be that these days. Like, I don't necessarily think this game will be any more or less interesting, whether or not, like, defined by, I don't think this game's interest will be defined by how much killing you do, and I don't think killing is inherently interesting anymore. I used to think it was like cool to be like the hack and slash swordsman guy, and maybe you still will be, but I do think it is still more interesting if you're the only person who can do this, and that's what I thought. Sorry, I had the thought. I think it's more interesting if you're the only person who can do this, and then I realized it's more interesting if you think you're the only person who can do this, because then you can design characters who have similar but different abilities, and you can encounter them throughout the story, and every time you meet a new character, the player will be like, oh my god, that's such a fun twist on this idea. So I think throughout the story, maybe people will catch on to what you're doing. There's so much that I haven't discussed yet. There's a whole economy system to going into the shadows, because I was like, well, you shouldn't just be able to bring whatever you want into the shadows, and then I was like, but that's part of the fun, so how do we like limit things? God, there's so many ideas that I have right now for this, but let me explain this little economy, and then we can sort of keep talking about this from the perspective of, from a shared perspective of what this economy does to affect the rest of the game. So I thought it would be funny if the character could go into, I thought, how do I balance this game? If I can just like grab a sword or whatever, and then the only person all of the movie wanted, a very subsect of people understanding your idea that aren't necessarily pushing the potential of your abilities forward. I think that's a very good parallel. I was more thinking Jay, that's a wonderful question. Have I designed the character or not? Or is their design not important? It is, and I can explain why. And it's, like I said, every answer that I've come to has come from a very logical question, and I'm so glad that you guys are asking the same questions that I was asking myself, because I actually have answers for them, because so much of this world has been generated from this one concept. Like, you've seen how every decision so far has had a natural and interesting answer. Why will should the town be a regular town? Well, no, maybe it shouldn't be, because it'd be more interesting if it was at a 45-degree angle. How do we do a 45-degree angle? Okay, let's make it a port town. Let's, how do we decide which buildings we can go on to easily and which ones we can't. Well, we can use the level design to influence where the player can be in order to interact with the world, right? Everything has a natural answer through the series of questions, and the one that you just asked is very important, and I will go back to it, but I want to get my thought out about this economy thing. So my question to myself is, how do I balance this game? How do I get how do I keep somebody from just guy takes sword, the guy picks up sword, becomes functionally invisible to the people around him, and then kills guy while he's invisible because he has sword, and the only thing the other guy can see is the main character's shadow, and that doesn't do him any good. What is the limit that we're going to put on the player? And I decided we could make... It's not fun unless you can bring stuff in my opinion. If you can't pick up a sword when you're in the shadow mode, then it's just kind of silly. Like, then it's just platforming. You're limiting yourself to only platforming if all you can do is move yourself through this space. But it becomes overpowered if you can move things freely to and from this space. So my answer to this, and what's kind of funny, I think it's going to be a funny, humorous implementation, but it has to be done very carefully. So I'll explain that. Okay, you got to go to bed in like 15. All right. I've done setting up my my preface here. So I decided that the character can go into... I don't know why I'm drawing them. I think visual aids just help me. The character can take things into this space. Their clothes, their weapons, their whatever. They can take them into the space, but they cannot take them back out. And that applies to clothing as well. You know, whatever you're holding, whatever's on your person, when you go into this shadow world, will follow you into that world, and you can use it in that world, but you cannot take it back out. And the only reason I'll explain the clothing thing in a second. The reason I decided that it happens to your clothing as well is because I couldn't justify it not happening to some things and have it happening to others. So I was thinking, like, okay, I like the idea of you can bring a certain amount of things into this world, but you can't bring anything out. That limits the pieces of the puzzles that we have to let people have access to at different points during the game, during the level, because they start fresh every time they re-emerge into the 3D space. They start fresh and can only then pick up what is available to them. Now, because I decided that it also has to apply to the clothing, which it doesn't technically have to, but again, this created more answers that are more interesting down the road. I realized, well, one, it would be funny if every time you emerged from the 3D, from the shadows into the 3D, you lost your clothes in the process. And my first thought was, well, then it becomes a stealth game, because now you're hiding from the public because you're running around naked. And I don't want it to become crass. I want it to be funny, but I don't want it to be like crass or lewd. So what I thought would be a funny workaround here is, while you're working your way through the city and you're figuring out what buildings you can get on and which ones you can't, you decide, wouldn't it be great if I had a friend or something, if I had a drone or if I had a friend who could just drop off some stuff for me. If I just left a neatly folded up bundle of clothes right here on this roof, then the next time I go into the world down here and re-emerge up here, there's a nice fresh set of clothes here waiting for me. So in the times that you're not exploring the world and you're at end of day or whatever, you can pick out, you can like reach out to your friend or your drone or whatever and just say, can you leave a very rudimentary set of clothes? Because clothes are expensive, right? So this is getting to your question, Jay, about what the character is going to look like. I've decided the character is going to be wearing very basic, very cheap clothing, like a tank top and like the cheapest pair of shorts. Because he's going to go through a lot of them throughout the story. And I think it'll make an interesting... You'll get this sort of zoomed out perspective at the end of every day where you decide, okay, I'm going to have my little runner go out and leave stuff on these buildings for me. I'm going to pay them to do that, but it's still cheaper than the cost of... like, I have to pay them to do this, and I have to pay them... and I have to buy the clothes myself, so... I know, and this is getting really heady and really bizarre, and I think that's part of the fun of it, is I like these bizarre worlds. I love, like, No More Heroes. Snackmaster, to your earlier question, I would compare this more to No More Heroes than to Wanted, but I know you don't know that series as well. But Wanted is a very good analog as well. So, yeah, my idea is, like, okay, maybe you... maybe throughout the game you start figuring out where it's important to leave things, and then you can prep for the next day by putting those things there ahead of time so that you can access these spots later. And then if you have clothing there, then that's great. You can run around and keep exploring. You can keep progressing by it offers you a way to map out your path and then actually execute it. There'll be 2 steps. You'll get this more optic view of everything. You can kind of see, like, okay, here's kind of where I got stuck before. I need clothes here because I realize that this is now a good corridor for me to take to get to this other place, yada yada. I think it'll be a silly little thing. It won't be like, we're not going to make a huge plot point out of running around naked, but I think it would be a fun way to inform the gameplay. Yeah, right. I think that's it. I don't know if it's cool, but it is limiting, and I think it's funny, and I think it's unique, so I'm willing to run with it. I think a drone makes more sense, but so yes, Jay, this gets me to your question of do I have a design for the character or not? If they lost clothes going into the Shadow Realm, where you only see their silhouette and you don't have to worry about full frontal nudity. No, because they'll still have clothes and anything they brought in. So when they're in the Shadow Realm, they'll still have any items they brought in. It literally stops characters from going somewhere. Yeah, exactly. My question is, what I haven't figured out yet is, what if you emerge naked somewhere and then you can't progress? I think then it becomes a stealth game. Probably you don't need a whole lot of stealth implementations. But you could either backtrack. You can naturally assume that your character can then backtrack. Be like, okay, I can't go this way, I'll go back into the shadows. And then you probably don't have to manually do this. You could probably just say like a return to home option, and then assume that your character just did whatever they did in reverse to get back home. Or if you get caught naked, maybe you get arrested, you lose some money, and then, they send you back on your way or whatever. Because effectively, like, you could also break out of prison with all of these, like, strange mechanics, but that's a whole other can of worms. So I don't necessarily know how that's going to be chosen from a story perspective, but it doesn't have to be super high stakes. I think there's a way to breach the conversation of public nudity without actually like getting into real world ramifications of such. Okay, so Jay, to quickly answer your question, because I know you got to go to bed. Character will have very basic clothing. They might start out with like sort of flashy clothing. I think the setting, whatever. I'll get to that later. Very basic clothing because it's cheaper. It's easier to afford literally afford your powers with cheaper clothing. And I decided I need a character with a silhouette that is going to be very recognizable when all you're seeing is black and white, when all you're seeing is silhouettes and shadows. So I was like, well, if you can't bring a hair tie with you because a hair tie is clothing, then the hair itself needs to have texture. The hair needs to be hair and body shape are really all you get guaranteed. and I thought, well, there's a lot of very cool, very recognizable hair pattern or hairstyles that you can accomplish without like hair ties and stuff. But you either need gel, which at that point, do you question like, well, does gel get to come with you or not through the space? And I don't necessarily know if I want to make that debate or not. But I know that the character will have interesting hair, and I know that the character will have very basic clothing. And I decided I think I want the character to be black, because kinky hair has such a natural firmness to it that I think it would work very well for a silhouette, for a recognizable silhouette that doesn't rely on any material objects holding it all together. It could be braided, it could be an afro, it could be fucking, you know, Killmonger haircut or whatever. Like, kinky hair leaves a lot of room for cool and expressive hairstyles that, one, don't rely on physical objects holding them in place, and two, will look very stylish both in 3D and in 2D. So I think that's my answer. Is I think the character is going to be black or mixed race of some sort, because it grants them literally the genetic ability to stand out in 2D. So it's sort of roundabout, and I don't want to tokenize, you know, the race, but there's literally a reason for it to exist, and I think it makes the most sense out of anything else that I've been able to come up with. I would argue gel is a form of chemical bonding, so it gets to come along. Okay, and that's fair. That might be the case. So maybe that's a decision that needs to be made. I don't think that the character themselves is going to be all that interesting. I think the character's relationship with the world is ultimately the most interesting part of the game. So whether they end up incidentally being black or... damn. Yeah. Good question. At least one more time than in Shadow the Hedgehog. I'll count it. I'll count all my deaths. I really want to lean into like the craziness of like of No More Heroes and just make everybody vulgar and violent and punk rock and completely unhinged. And the other part of me is like, I don't need that to make it interesting, though, is the thing. Like, I can make something punk rock, I can make something hip hop, I can make something very cultured. The word I recently discovered is grind fiction, and that applies to things like Jet Set Radio, Splatoon, Air Gear, the manga that we never created, Snackmaster, that we wanted to, about parkour. Free Jack is a good grind fiction example. Don't get too hung up on what you need to do. If it's fun, do it. Yeah. No, I agree. I think that if I make something fun for myself, a lot of people are going to agree that it's fun for them too. And so I think that eventually it's going to be a pure expression of myself, but I don't want to lose sight of where this all came from. This all came from the idea that that you go from 2D to 3D. Think about that manga at least once a month, if not more. Oh my god. We'll get there. This will be our new manga. This will be our project. And I'm genuinely looking for people who are interested in working on something like this. So if you are, let me know. I don't expect anything. I don't know if this will ever actually happen. The more interest people around me have in it, the more likely it'll come to happen. So fingers crossed. We'll see. I've never explained this to anyone. I've been cooking on this for so long. I have so many answers. I have so many things that I have not explained yet. So I didn't even explain the economy of this all. So I was like, well, okay, what is keeping somebody from bringing the biggest, most, cool sword or whatever? And maybe, like, this is the part where I started to realize, am I introducing too many mechanics? Am I introducing too many story elements? Am I introducing, like, too much to juggle in order to keep up with all this? But I think there's always going to be an answer for a question. The problem is, how many questions am I willing to let the player ask before I come up with so many answers that the game loses sight of itself. Yes, have a wonderful night, Jay. Thank you for hanging out for as long as you have. I will catch you on the next stream. It's going to have to be a weekday if it's within the next couple of weeks, because again, I'm going to be gone for the next 2 weekends. But maybe we'll do a weekday stream. It won't be able to go quite this late, but we'll maybe figure something out. Thank you again for showing up. Have a wonderful night, and I'll see you when I see you. Okay, so Snackmaster. Arguably my audience of one. I don't know if Potato and Lobster is still here. I wouldn't be surprised if they left. But I appreciate anyone's ear who will listen. My weekends are Tuesday through Thursday, so odds are I can make it. Oh, good. Yes. Thursday, I have to go to bed early because I have to get up early on Friday. So probably not Thursday. I really want to stream on. Still lurking. Oh, I'm so glad you are. Thank you. I really want to stream through. Every time Thursday comes around, I'm like, I should stream today. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I have to go to bed at like 10 p.m. So I don't do it. I'll figure it out. Got a 10% viewer. Hell yeah. Where was I? I was talking about character design. Oh, I was talking about the economy of bringing things into the Shadow World. So I think what's going to happen is this character is going to stumble into this ability. They're not going to know they have it until they do. And it's going to happen to them accidentally. And there's going to be a bit of an inciting incident. I think it would be very interesting if you were... Imagine this just accidentally happened to you. You entered this Shadow World. You couldn't even really tell what you were looking at. You could intuit what you were doing, but you were not thinking in 3D anymore. You were thinking in 2D. The metaphysics of, okay, how does a two-dimensional character understand what they're looking at if they can't see in 3D? I don't care. I'm not interested in this game from the player's perspective. I'm literally more interested in this game from the sun's perspective. So we're not going to question what the character is literally seeing in this world. But imagine you went into this world. You could intuit, you could get yourself around. You get yourself back out and you're naked for the first time. You have no idea what just happened, but you have none of your clothes. Your keys are in your pocket, which are now in a different universe. Your wallet is in your pocket, which is now in a different universe. And you know, something in the universe has shifted. Matter has been destroyed. In a very literal sense, physical matter has left your plane of existence and entered another one. You have broken the space-time continuum that we know, right? It would be one thing to go and come back. It's one thing to go, leave something there and come back. You're naked. You don't have your wallet. You have no identification of yourself. You don't have your keys for the car that you may or may not already own. This is why you become screwed. This is why you now are operating at an analog level with everything that you interact with. It's because when you bring something in, you are forfeiting that thing forever in the real world. Right. So the matter is gone. So there's an economy. There's a literal economy to the things that I bring into the world, into this like shadow world, have to be cheap, right? Or I have to be able to steal them or borrow them from somebody else and never return them. But also, I thought it would be maybe interesting as something of a sub-story, or maybe the entire story could revolve around this, because you're figuring out what's happening. Maybe, and I think this is the case, but again, this is a lot of information to process in one day, so I can see why this might sound like overkill, but maybe sleep on this idea. There is like an organization. This is you do this thing, you don't know what happened, you emerge naked, you get in trouble, you get sent home, and then you're visited, maybe in your dreams, maybe in real life, by a figure, a Shinigami, if you will, a creature from this other dimension that says, what did you do? You fucked up. We work so hard to maintain the laws of physics where we're from, and you just came and just dumped a bunch of matter in our world, and now the worlds are imbalanced. Now there's more stuff in our world than in your world, and that is bad. So throughout the game, you're going to be asked to not bring a bunch of shit over here, because they're going to have to deal with it. So you have this scale that is building up in the back of your mind, and in reality being like measured by the game, where where the amount of stuff that you use for progression is negatively impacting the world around you. In a metaphysical, maybe not a literal, maybe it doesn't affect the world like around you. Maybe the customer or the clerks at Kinko's don't care that you stole a pen and brought it into the other dimension, but the other dimensional beings care. And so I think that you could have different endings to the game based on your completion of the game. The rank that you get at the end of the game will be determined by how little stuff you had to bring into the other world. That gives you this overarching score for the game to say, oh, I only threw off the metaphysical balance of the universe by this much, and that's a really low amount, so I get a good score at the end of the game and I get a good ending. Or, oh, I had to use so much stuff, like I get a bad ending, bad grade at the end of the game. And even every individual mission could be ranked by how much stuff you had to bring in, which is a very natural way to introduce replayability and an incentive structure for playing the game well, relying more on stealth and platforming than on brute force, because the brute force requires you to bring matter out of your own universe, which one costs you money and two costs the balance of the universe, which takes time to shift back. They'll imply maybe, it's not literally the end of the world, but it's going to take a long time and a lot of hours to shift things back, maybe long after you're dead. So yeah, okay, sorry, you said this idea exists super viscerally in the series The Expanse. Oh, interesting. I don't know about The Expanse. Basically, people in the future can use interdimensional gates, but once they use them too much, beings in other dimensions disappear some of the ships in transit. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that is pretty similar to what I have in mind. Mine is, I guess, forward through time, or laterally through time, versus, like, I guess it is interdimensional gates, but once they use them too much, beings in other dimensions disappear from them. Yeah. Yeah, it is very similar. That's funny. So that prompted the question, well, who's this guy who can communicate with you and who knows about this, like, this space-time balance that their world is trying to keep in order. So I think there's going to be, like, sort of an order. Who is this guy? Right. I think he's going to sort of become your liaison for the series. He understands what's happening. He may or may not be, like, an unreliable narrator at times, but more or less he's going to be the one telling you, like, you need to get this shit under control. I don't know if he'll be an unreliable narrator, but I think he'll definitely be a character, if nothing else. But he'll be your Navi, he'll be your fucking, I don't know, name a guide character, I guess. Yeah, I do love them too, and it's tempting to go that direction. I don't know if the expanse of this strange universe has room for an unreliable narrator, but I think it could. I think so many of these concepts have very realistic reasons for existing that we can get kind of crazy with some of the other stuff, because I think everything makes sense so far, right? There's not a whole lot in this that doesn't make sense other than the literal mechanics of the game, which are like, oh, how do I figure out where this building's shadow lands? Like, how do I figure out how to get into this building so that I can emerge in this area of town. Like, the most confusing thing so far is the gameplay itself, and I'm okay with that, because I'm glad that everything else has a reason for existing, and I like to think that if people think about these things, they'll be like, oh, I can see why they made this decision. Conceptually, it's very well thought out. Thank you. All that to say that this creature, this person, this little weirdo from another dimension, probably there might be room for him to be an unreliable narrator, but that also insists upon me that I become a good writer, or that I hire a very good writer who's willing to listen to everything else I say. We'll see. So I'm like, well, maybe he represents something of a council of these, interdimensional beings that sort of pull the strings and look over the universes, and just, he's just a liaison for both you as a point A, point Z, playable character, and a liaison for this all-powerful, all-knowing council as well. He's the bridge between you and the metaphysical. So there's a lot of room for what that character can look like and can behave like. But it does open up the idea of like, okay, well, if there's other universes, then are there powers that work in those universes similarly to how yours interact? And I thought it might be interesting if there's a character that you interact with that has the opposite ability. They can come into your universe and bring stuff, but they can't bring stuff back into theirs. So maybe later on in the game you can find this sort of person, they become sort of a rival, or they you need to gain their trust so that you can get your shit back eventually. Like, you're like, well, I need my ID, I need my car keys so I can return to a normal life. I want to go back to the way things were, but every step that I take throws things further out of whack, so I need this ultimatum at the end that I'll need the power of as many people as I know to help with, or whatever. Like, but so I started thinking, interesting, like, I'm like, these powers don't really work indoors, do they? Like, the sun can't see you when you're inside. You don't necessarily cast a shadow in any particular direction when you're indoors. And I was thinking about how this could translate to like a boss fight or something, and I was like, well, what if you were in like a big warehouse and there was somebody who understood how your powers worked, and he could turn on lights in different sections of the warehouse, and you would be falling in different directions or running around naked, ostensibly, if you're in your 3D space, or he has a spotlight on you, and then you're then falling in the direction of the spotlight, but when he turns it off, you like kind of get forced back out of the world because everything around you is like the solid blackness now. There's like a lot of interesting ways you can play with this idea of like, okay, so it's not necessarily the sun, it's just whatever direction the light is coming from, that then becomes the source of gravity, right? If the sun is coming down on the right side of the screen to the left, then you're falling to the right because that's the source of the light, and thus the source of the perspective, and so the source of light becomes the source of gravity as well. So you could kind of interestingly manipulate that as well for indoor segments, where it's like, well, there's no sunlight here, but we can create a lot of artificial light, and wouldn't that be interesting? Okay, Lobster, you said, as Snackmaster was bringing up earlier, one of the interesting things about Sanderson novels is that he invents a system of magic, but then fairly rigidly sticks to those established rules as the physics of that world. I love that. I love when magic systems have very rigid rules. I think it makes them so much more compelling. Snackmaster said, if they understand your ability, and he's a liaison to a very powerful, if not all-powerful console, why would they put up with your shit? Yeah, that's a good question. Presumably because they have discovered that you are the only person who has this ability. Nobody else in your universe can travel to and from. So maybe they start asking you favors. Maybe they're like, okay, well, we can't physically go to your universe, but you can do stuff for us now. Like, we can use you as our gopher, basically. You know, maybe you'll have things that you want to accomplish, but now you are falling under our jurisdiction. You have broken our rules. You have introduced matter where it does not belong, and now it's created a problem for us, so you have to clean up your mess, and maybe we can make you do stuff for us as well. So that's the greater connection and the greater source of where your missions, I think, are going to end up coming from. Maybe there will be like side missions, which are things that you specifically want to do, or people in your 3D world want you to do for them. You know, the people that you trust, or even just random people on the street that you say like, hey, I've been known to do the impossible, just like give me a task and I'll do it and you can pay me or whatever. You can do side quests to get money. You can use money to buy items that you can then forfeit to the nether. So there is an economy that builds out from you being the only person that has this power, and that power being valuable to the people that may or may not even know it exists, but all they know is you get shit done. So there's a lot of room there for where your missions come from, what your ultimate goal is, and who decides whether or not you've completed that goal. So that's all stuff that I haven't cared to figure out yet, because that's getting into like specific structural things that exists outside of the conceptual, that has a fluid enough system in place where you can figure that out throughout the process. I don't really care whether the missions come from your next door neighbor or the council. The missions are going to be the interesting thing, and how we want to work that into a story that makes sense is ultimately up to us. This is a big thing, is that power systems remain relevant and interesting. It's an incredible testament to his writing and creativity. I love that. Genuinely, I'm so glad that things don't just exist in like a Harry Potter-esque world where it's like, oh no, it turns out magic exists to just teleport you somewhere, or magic just exists to turn yourself invisible, but as long as you're wearing this particular piece of clothing, like, it's all kind of arbitrary, and I prefer rigid systems. So suddenly you can turn Duluth into a third city and also introduce a city that is more 90-degree oriented. Yes. I don't know that I know what you're referring to. Turn Duluth into a third city and also introduce a city that is more 90-degree oriented, as opposed to the 45-degree angle of Duluth or a city like it. I rambled so long that I lost the plot on what you're talking about. Right, okay. Yeah, introduce a city that's more 90-degree oriented. I could, yeah. If the story demands that the character leaves whatever town he's in and goes to a 90-degree town, that would change things. It would change things either by you only get, oh, right, and then introducing gravity as a concept. Sure, I see what you're saying. Ex Machina plot resolution can be unsatisfying as it sometimes diminishes the importance of the protagonist's story. It's so funny that you say that, because I actually have one other project that I really want to do, and it's completely unrelated to this, but 100% related to what you just said. I want to write a how Avatar The Last Airbender should have ended. I'm sure such a video exists, but I've put a lot of thought into this as well. Avatar The Last Airbender is an amazing show that typically sticks to very rigid rules. They get creative with those rigid rules, but generally it's well defined what is and is not possible in that show, and they really break down at the end of the last season on what those rules mean, and it bothers me, and I came up with an answer for how it should have happened. But I won't explain it right now. I could actually explain it fairly quickly, but I don't know if you guys care, so I'm not going to do that. And it's not the conversation we're having. But yes, I agree. Ex Machina plot resolutions are very unsatisfying. I would say it usually diminishes the importance of the protagonist's journey. I would say almost definitionally it does that. And it is too bad, because very, very good things can be kind of left unsatisfying or soured by a very weak plot device in the 11th hour. Don't care about that show personally. Okay, then I won't bother explaining it to you, but rest assured a video will come out someday of me complaining to a camera with lots of B-roll footage about how Avatar: The Last Airbender should have ended. And I'm gonna make millions of dollars because that show has a rabid fan base who are all gonna hate watch me. Okay, I am warm. I have explained most of my like completed thoughts so far on this game and this world. I think I've. You ready to watch that video? I will. I'll tell you. I'll next time we talk one-on-one. If you're interested, I'll tell you my thoughts on how Airbender should have ended. But for now, I think it's high time I go to bed. I should probably shower first. I got so sweaty doing this. My computer runs warm. I'm wearing a heavy shirt, and all my doors are closed, so I get no ventilation for the sake of keeping it nice and quiet in here while I'm streaming. Thank you guys so much for showing up. I really appreciate how interesting you have made. Thanks for the game design. I should go deliver it to my big evil overlords at Big Gaming. Yeah. That's genuinely been one of my concerns, is like, I have to keep this a secret, because if I tell anyone, then that's one more person who might make the game before I have the chance to. That's why I have so many ideas that have just never seen the light of day, and I'm so glad that I've been among people who care enough about them to actually hear them all in one big push. So I really appreciate it. Thank you guys. I had a wonderful time talking with you. I did not do anything that I intended to tonight. I drew half a Pokeball and didn't play any games, but you were all here for it anyway, so I really appreciate you. Didn't mean to oh, for sure. Yeah, to Lobster. Take care. I don't know when I'll stream again. It'll probably be a weekday. I will probably post it in the Discord, so feel free to join the Discord if you haven't already. I'll give people a heads up before I go live, but until then, take care. I love you very much, and have a wonderful rest of the weekend.